Okay. How much delay we got? About 30 seconds? Fucking hell, there's a long delay. What the hell's going on? God damn, there's a long delay. Awesome. Apologies it took so long, guys. Apologies it took so long. Still sweating. Yeah, it's a hell of a long delay. God damn. Alright, before we get started, there's one thing that I want to do. Close that window. Hope they're all doing well. Anybody that decides to come in and join us, maybe if I turn that one off. There we go. Okay. What to name it? What to name it? That's the question. What to name it? It'll become clear in a moment, guys, what I'm trying to find out a name for. I'll do. There we go. That's one. Oops. Quickly do another one. There we are. Okay. God, good thing I just came in. Weather's turned for the absolute shit. Actually, before I use this, I think there's something I should do. There we go. Shit. There we go. So satisfying to watch. Anyway, we'll get on with what we got to get on with now. Awesome. Hope we're all doing well, guys. Hope we're all having a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever we happen to be. Just loading up the first video I want to go through. Namely, the one about the Druids. Let's learn about some of the native British people. Druids and Weed today. Also, if anybody has been on my X page and has either liked or reposted the post I made where Sadiq Khan made the post about immigration and the state of affairs in London and shit. If anybody's been over to like that post and share it, then I greatly appreciate it, because people need to know that all of his talk about, London being a quote-unquote, or, sorry, about London falsely being painted as a dystopian picture of a city that's fallen, it's worthy reminding everybody. It's worthy reminding everybody that this was a very, very real BBC News headline that that came up not too long ago. So if you go and, if I come into this part actually, and if we go into this, you will see, provided it loads, which hopefully it will. Doesn't seem to be loading at the moment. Don't know why it's not loading. Okay, bear with. Oh, decided not to load for some reason. The site can't be. Come on. Doesn't want to load the BBC News article now for some reason. Where is it? For some reason, the article did not want to come up, but it is real. As you'll know, you guys would have seen this. Very, very depressing headline. That is a very, very real article. And likely, according to certain charities or whatever, sexual offending is likely much higher as reporting, has gone through the floor. Not everybody reports it. So very likely it's probably occurring even more frequently than that right now. So if you haven't done so, make sure you're going over to that post and make sure you give it some love. Give it some love on my X page, just so everybody, more and more people are made aware of what is going on, and that pretty much everything, everything that they say about London to try and paint it as a paradise is pretty much a lie. Sadiq Khan obviously been speaking at the Fabian Society Day, which will be good to go through. Donald Trump has sort of clarified his comments over the whole thing where they were talking about NATO troops being very far back from the front line, sort of disparaging the British troops a little bit. He came out with a statement today actually very much in favor and glorifying the British troops, which was good to see. saying, the great and very brave soldiers of the United Kingdom will always be with the United States of America. In Afghanistan, 457 died, many were badly injured, and they were among the greatest of all warriors. It's a bond too strong to ever be broken. We'll see what happens if we turn into an Islamic non-British superpower. We shall see about that. I say superpower, no, nuclear armed power, that's what I meant to say. The UK military, with tremendous heart and soul, is second to none, except for the USA, which is fair enough. He's going to say that, obviously. We love you all, and always will, Donald J. Trump. Which, given that J.D. Vance, obviously not so long ago, was making the joke that the first nuclear-armed Islamic country, obviously forgetting about Pakistan, but the nuclear-armed country, first, Islamic nuclear-armed country very well could be the United Kingdom. So we shall see how it moves forward. Yeah, right. Anyway. Pretty much getting straight on with the day. Anybody's in the chat, make sure you say hi. Make sure you say hi. Okay. So probably start going through the video and then seeing if anybody starts coming in. Oh, I forgot. Keith Woods is sitting down with Nick Fuentes right now, so maybe that'll be quite interesting to go over. It's currently doing that live. It's currently live on X. Very, very interesting indeed. I'd like to know how big prominent people, the software that they use and whatever else. Just because whenever I use the software that I use for video calls or video podcasts, virtual podcasts, remote podcasts and stuff like that, it's often the webcam, you're not able to focus the webcam specifically. You're not able to adjust the focus manually on the webcam, and it keeps going out of focus when I sit down. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. But anyway. Right, keep that open. Get rid of that. Oh, that's one thing I need to find. Save this for later. Oh, where's his video Where's his video about the ganja? Oh. For some reason, don't want to bring it up now. Did I not bookmark it? Or is he taking it down? Well, I'll have to see if I can find it. And go Tom Rowsell's page. Oh, I can't find it at all now. Oh, it might just be Druids then. Might just be Druids then. Oh well, we'll get straight on with it. Let's have a little bit of a entertainment. Make sure this is working a minute. Oops, that's the wrong one. Yes, that's my VPN. And it's currently taking a holiday in Tottenham. I don't know if you can call it a holiday, really. More of a sentence. Murderers get less. Hello? There we are. Okay, that's all working. Start back to start. Make sure this volume's up. All right.
Hello there, Emperor Claudius. Listen to me. You think you're a big man with your tin-plated men, with your little, frilly little plumage on top. Fiddling with the kids. We know what you Romans get up to. You're...
Just a note for those of you who might not know. This guy is a historian that has worked with NGOs and is a very, very prominent, well-known, very well-qualified, well-educated historian. I love this. I absolutely love this. We're going to watch this again.
Hello there, Emperor Claudius. Listen to me. You think you're a big man with your tin-plated men, with your little, frilly little plumage on top. Fiddling with the kids. We know what you Romans get up to. Your old boy Caesar. He put a couple of good ones in, I tell you that. I'll give him that. But you won't. You won't. If Maladan lets you cross that ocean and come here to fight a gale, it'll be the last thing you do, boy. I'll put you in the underworld. I'll send you down there. May Tyrannus strike me down if I tell a lie. Don't.
You'd be surprised how much you hear this just if you're in a pub past 11 o'clock in many areas of the UK. You know, those are the one places where probably, you know, you're not going to hear too many foreign shouts and stuff like that if you go to like a proper British pub in the middle of nowhere, you know. But when people get a bit rowdy, when people get a bit drunk, you'll start hearing people start sounding like this. It's quite funny.
The Italian weasel, yeah. You can't fight. None of you can fight. You come here and fight me like a man. A guy will fight you like a man. With his own hands. That's what he do, boy. I'll smash you in with these two hands away.
What do you do, boy?
You cross that ocean. My cousin, Finn, he'll blow the Calnix. And that'll be the last noise you hear, I don't mind telling you. Then I'll come out to you with me fists. And I'll send you to the underworld, boy.
It's like a Peaky Blinders pantomime. Sounds like a Peaky Blinders pantomime. But I love Tom. Fair play. One thing I wanted to do a bit quick. Yo, Streaky Bacon, how we doing? Good to see you, my man. Just popping out the chat so I can look at it whilst I'm also watching stuff in OBS. Good to see you. Oh, not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. Hope we're doing well. In a great stream with Red Ice years ago. I'm not sure who's this Red Ice person you speak of. This Red Ice person you speak of. Also, Streaky, I got some bad news. Only because I can't seem to find the video that Tom done on the origins of weed. I thought I bookmarked it on X, but I don't know whether he's taken it down or whatever. I can't seem to find it anymore. Let me see if I can. I can't seem to find it anymore. So we might have to possibly replace it with someone else, but there was me thinking that we were going to be able to talk about the origins of weed today. Unfortunately not. Very, very, very disappointing. Fair play. He carved his icon into a pumpkin. That's cool as fuck. Nah. Can't seem to find it. It's disappointing. Let me just type in on Google. Quickly check back in with the chat. Tom made a load of cash as a male model before quitting for his love of history. Wouldn't surprise me. Found it! Found it finally! I managed to find it. Good. Because it's gonna make something that I did make a little bit more sense as well. Oh, don't tell me this ain't gonna work now as well. Hang on. Copy link address. Let me try this. My computer don't want to load links from X for some reason. Yeah, my computer don't want to load links from X. Let me see if I can find Tom. Well, there we go. I found the video anyway. Jesus Christ, 2.6 million. 2.6 million views on the origins of Cannibalists. Yeah, Cannibalists. Well done, George. Oh well, just gonna let the ads play. Screw it. Oh, I forgot videos don't play when they're on mute, so I gotta leave a little bit of volume on in the background to let the ad play. Yeah, how we doing, my friend? Nice, Henrik and I'm assuming that means Lana. Assuming it means just, how you pronounce this, Lana. Scandinavian nationalists are the highest order for years and years. I was got yeeted, but available on other platforms. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I found it now. I found his weed video now. It's just about 37 minutes long. I'll link both of them down in the description. Anyway, I'll just quickly... Can I make changes to the description whilst I'm live? I don't think I can. Okay. So, I find the wannabe Gippo. That I don't know. I don't know, sorry. And that I don't know. I don't know. But, I don't know what it is. On another note, it just reminded me of something there about the wannabe stuff. Somebody been taking the mick out of my dragon recently. Somebody been taking the mick out of my dragon logo recently. Nothing against them whatsoever. I completely understand because it's just an AI generated red dragon that I use. That's the thing. Grok basically created the logo because I don't really have any means to create it any other way. So I just needed a logo on short notice. I pretty much managed to refresh the prompt over and over again, and that's eventually what I came up with. I might have to do a bit of a logo update though. Might have to do a little bit of a logo update. We'll see. We'll see. You'll be impressed with Red Ice and who they have interviewed. I'll have a look. I'll have a look. I would imagine, are they on Odyssey? I'm guessing. They on Odyssey, I'm guessing? Because I know that's pretty much where Mark Collette and some of the others have basically been relegated to. I think he does the odd Rumble every now and again, if I'm not mistaken. Rumble obviously being the one platform where you can pretty much, say, within a lot more realms without the censorship of what you actually want. You know what I mean? You can afford to be a lot more controversial and open on Rumble, unlike YouTube. But anyway, let's crack on with what we were doing before. I'm glad I found that. So yep, okay, cool. Because one thing I did was, I'll put the first one in the chat now. Actually, now that I've got some of you here, if I share this link, there we go. So I'll grab it and put it in the chat now. Just as a little bit of a promotional thing, because what I was planning on doing is after this finishes as well, I might just quickly pop over into the locals area and just do an extra 30-minute stream, just, shooting the shit and stuff like that after we've done everything that we've done today. But I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a chance to come over and join if you wanted to, and just 1 month completely free. Access to the locals area if you wanted to, and it would just be using this link and using code, if I just do this, code Weedy Druids with that, and now it makes sense as to why I chose that code, hopefully. But obviously you get access to a bunch of exclusive content completely free, no payment information required or anything like that, and we'll just be doing a little bit of a live streaming there when we finish. So yeah. Red Dragon is a cracker. I'm assuming cracker means good in this instance. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hoping so. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, awesome. Well, so yeah, somebody saying it's not a red dragon. Somebody saying it's not a Welsh dragon. It's a Chinese dragon. I was like, it's not actually either. It's just an AI generated red dragon. Which actually until recently in the thumbnail had part of its horn cut off by the remove background feature on Adobe Express. So yeah. Okay, awesome. Let's get back in there. Appreciate you guys being with me. Thank you ever so much.
The Celts are usually associated with the British Isles, and with bagpipes, tartan, ginger hair, and myths about fairies and monsters. From classical times right into the early modern era, it was believed that they were the original indigenous peoples of Europe, although the ancient Celts themselves never made that claim. More so than any other ethnic group in Europe, the truth of the Celts, through a combination of their mystical folklore, the popularity of Romanticism in Britain in the 19th century, and the need among regional nationalists to define themselves in opposition to the dominant culture of Britain, has been grossly distorted. The author of Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, wrote, "Celtic is a magic bag into which anything may be put and out of which almost anything may come. Anything is possible in the fabulous Celtic twilight, which is not so much a twilight of the gods as of the reason."
I'm glad Tom does this stuff first off, purely because it kind of like, I disappoint myself a lot with how little I know about like the Celts and ancient Britons and stuff like that, which is, I'm really, really glad that we can do this sort of content, and I'm really, really glad for people like Tom, especially with how distorted the public school system has been and how they want to distort these narratives even more, obviously, and how left-wing coded and how biased they are. So I'm really, really glad for people like Tom doing that. But yeah, no worries, take advantage of those guys. Thank you ever so much, Ian. Greatly appreciate it. And yeah, no worries. So make sure you use that code. It'll get you 1 month, as I said, completely free. No payment information or anything like that required. And you'll also get early access to the conversation I had with Catherine Watkins if you wanted to. And you'll also get early access to other members' content and the ability to see exclusive posts and pose questions for future guests and stuff like that. I've already got a list of people that I want to reach out to as well. So definitely be doing that probably tomorrow. I'll be trying to send some messages out, maybe sending some emails out and getting some things scheduled in. Already got one that's in the works at the moment, but there's a good few I want to reach out to as well. But yeah, take advantage of those guys. And yeah, like I said, when we're done with all this, maybe we'll pop over to there, do like a little bit of just a exclusive sort of live stream as well inside that area.
The problem stems in large part from the fact that Celt sometimes refers to indigenous Northwest Europeans who formerly spoke or do now speak insular Celtic languages, while also referring to an historical ethno-linguistic culture on the continent which encompassed many diverse peoples. Sometimes people get these two things confused. Modern genetic science has proven...
Let's ask, maybe because one of you guys will be able to clarify for me, because Tom uses the term Indo-European a lot. I'm assuming that this green area, like maybe this light green area, and this obviously this is denoting probably where different peoples sort of stem from, different groups and tribes and clans come from. The area I'm assuming that's encompassed in this green bit is what Tom would refer to as Indo-European, which obviously is the wider category that the indigenous groups of Britain then would have come from, if I'm not mistaken. I'll let the video play whilst I just keep an eye on the chat to see if you guys have anything more to elaborate on that. But I'm assuming that this green area would at least be referring to what Tom means when he uses the term Indo-European, if I'm not mistaken.
Sometimes people get these two things confused. Modern genetic science has proven that the Celtic language speakers were not a prehistoric people, nor were they a homogeneous race.
No worries, Streaky. Well, if you want, we can always, I can see how much I can do the exclusive streams and stuff like that. If you do want to take advantage of that code or whatever, then obviously it doesn't have to necessarily be tonight. But yeah, no worries. Just appreciate you tuning in, my man. Appreciate you giving me the time that you have.
Group. Rather, Celtic culture originated in Central Europe, where its language and art spread out over the Iron Age and was adopted by diverse races from Anatolia to Ireland. Even the insular Celts of Britain and Ireland do not constitute a homogeneous genetic group, which makes sense historically, since the insular Celtic nations were constantly at war with each other.
I suppose that's where we sort of have, you know, like your Steve Laws, your typical nationalist argument, then comprising that they are a very specific, just slightly different ethnic groups, I suppose. It's quite interesting to look at. So the image is not exactly the best quality, but you sort of have these areas of, you have sort of France and many areas of sort of, you know, Central Europe coming into here. You have with the territory where the Gauls are, and then the Hispano-Celts. It's the first time I've ever heard terms like that, Hispano-Celts and stuff like that. And you're looking, dark green is the early, or the dashed line is the early Celtic era. So this would be where they would have first been known to have appeared and come from, I guess. And then Hallstatt, which seems to be the next development, 800 BC, sort of coming from this area of Central Europe and then expanding out all the way into, you know, all the way up through England and Wales and Ireland. You even have Eastern Celts and Galatians all the way down here. Really, really interesting stuff.
Over the Iron Age and was adopted by diverse races from Anatolia to Ireland. Even the insular Celts of Britain and Ireland do not constitute a homogeneous genetic group, which makes sense historically, since the insular Celtic nations were constantly at war with each other. For example, the Irish took Cornish slaves and invaded Scotland. The old dichotomy of Germanic versus Celtic blood doesn't make much sense when you consider that the land now known as Germany was in fact a heartland for Celtic culture long before it arrived in Britain. What most people call Celtic blood is really British and Irish blood, and if we are to speak of Germanic blood, it ought really to refer to Nordic, not German, since Germanic languages come from Denmark when Germany was largely Celtic. Confused yet? Archaeologists
Very.
of the 19th century figured out that Austria had the oldest identifiably Celtic types of art, and subsequent
So let's try and go through that a minute. So using the term Germanic, when you think of Germanic, obviously the first thing you can think of is like German, essentially, as you mentioned. But actually, the regions where the Germanic sort of languages come from are not actually where you would think, very top of sort of Europe up here, or maybe because it's a lighter pink here than it is the red here. I'm guessing that means that this is like the first place they would have expanded to, which makes sense. But by this time, it would have already been very Celtic, and that would have been its origins. So actually, using phrases like Germanic, I suppose, would not actually... Oh, it's sort of like a misnomer, I guess, is what he's trying to point out, is that we wouldn't call ourselves in Britain Germanic, if I'm not mistaken necessarily, but that is kind of what people would be referring to if they did use that term. But actually, Germanic peoples and languages and stuff like that actually come from Denmark and these other regions, and these regions which we would call Germanic are actually Celtic at the time. That's a nice little note to have that sort of myth dispelled, if you will.
languages come from Denmark when Germany was largely Celtic. Confused yet? Archaeologists of the 19th century figured out that Austria had the oldest identifiably Celtic types of art, and subsequent discoveries have proven that Austria, Switzerland, Czechia, and Germany were the oldest homelands of the Celts. But where did they come from? The dominant regional culture of the Bronze Age was the Unitica culture, an Indo-European culture with barrow graves which grew powerful due to the rich copper and salt mines of the region. A complicated process of cultural fusion occurred there with the Eastern Belgica culture, which was also Indo-European. By the Middle Bronze...
So I don't know if anybody would, first off, when they hear that term Unitica, instantly sounds like something that would be... I instantly had the image, unless I knew how it was spelt and I saw it on a map like this, I would instantly think that Tom was talking about somewhere down in South America. So, yeah. These are things like through the school system, whether it's just because obviously they didn't know and it was just beyond the scope of the school system or whatever, you never really got taught any of this. I don't know whether it's just because they didn't know, obviously. You have different archaeological finds all the time. I can guarantee you, never heard the term Unitica when any sort of Celtic history or any sort of school history covered this period, you know, before... The kids of nowadays don't stand a chance because everything is massively, pardon me, left-wing coded, and everything is filled with so many false ideas that they don't stand a chance nowadays, you know what I mean? But unless it's seen how that was spelled, I thought he was talking about some bloody Mayan civilization or something like that, you know what I mean? Silurians in Southeast Wales were fierce warriors. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. I never heard that term until I was looking through Tom's statuses on X, just as I was looking for that weed video. So never ever heard of that. These groups, right? You've just heard, oh, it's the Celts and the Anglo-Saxons, and that's pretty much it. That was like the extent of any kind of history that we were told about the people of these isles, and they pretty much they went into battle naked and covered themselves in, you know, blue paint and stuff like that. Never learned anything about their origins, where they came from, who they were, and obviously there was a very, very good reason for that, and it's because whoever controls the past controls the future. Whoever controls the future controls the past. They deliberately distorted the past because the treasoners that we have in government want to control the future. So the Damon were the South Wales tribe opposite, so before the country were... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah, we're talking about... Still, this is like... this is early Bronze Age. Now we're just about to move into mid-Bronze Age. So people forget just how rich the history of these parts of the world are. You know what I mean? How rich the history really, really is.
The Unitica culture was followed by the Tumulus culture, which preserved the ancient Indo-European tradition of burial mounds, and probably spoke a language ancestral to both Celtic and Latin. This in turn was replaced in the late Bronze Age by the Urnfield culture, in which burials in barrows went out of fashion and people started burning their dead and putting them in urns, a tradition which may derive from surviving pre-Indo-European rites like those among the Romanian Cucuteni Tripilia culture.
So that means that Skyrim was set in the mid to late Bronze Age, if I'm not mistaken. that means that Skyrim was set in the mid to late Bronze Age. Because if you go into the crypts and you fight the Draugr, you go into the crypts and fight the Draugr, you have the burial urns and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that means the Dovahkiin was walking around this time, right? If I'm not mistaken, you know, Fus Rodarin, all the dragons and shit, and Fus Rodarin, all the guards off of the guard towers and stuff like that. Can only assume that that was around the time that the Dragonborn was walking around. A story I mentioned to you before goes in this period of history. I'll look him up. Very, very sad that you just put in there that he's obviously not with us anymore, so God rest his soul. Alan Wilson, I'm not sure if because he's authored several books, hasn't he? If I'm not mistaken, Alan Wilson, he's authored several books. You mentioned before that he was a very, very well-known historian. I'm not sure his name sounds familiar. I'm not sure whether I might have, because I got a history book of people of Wales behind me, which should really, really get into reading a lot more. His name looks very, very familiar. I'll go have a check in a moment.
It is likely that people in the Urnfield culture were still culturally Indo-European in most respects, and that they spoke Proto-Celtic, the first truly Celtic language.
There we go. Just look how complicated this bloody... No wonder it can be like a maze trying to untangle all of the things, all of the mistruths that have been taught throughout school and history. Try and make sense of this. Hang on. Because there's bits you can't see. This is the diagram that Tom showed. So you have like... it was Aeolic, you have Achaean or Achaean. It's obviously coming then down from Greek, and then you have the Italic, and then coming down from Proto-European. Indo-European is up here somewhere. And then you have these other offset groups like Dorian, Indo-Aryan, but you come down and you go down here, and this is where you have the Celtic lines sort of stemming off this Indo-European line. But no wonder it's so hard to make sense of all of this shit sometimes. Look at all the different ways. Look at all the different... How are you supposed to make sense of all this? Now, see, this is where I kind of think that maybe I could feel a little bit sorry for some of the teachers that I had, because obviously they might not necessarily know this shit, and obviously they only teach what the government tells them to teach. Man, see what I mean? Very, very rich history.
Were still culturally Indo-European in most respects, and that they spoke Proto-Celtic, the first truly Celtic language. This in turn developed into the house.
Was it really? There was a break-in at St. Fagans a year ago. No, I didn't see anything about that. I didn't see anything about that. I was like, items like these bronze urns were stolen. It's fucking shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, especially if it's local lads, like, as well, because I know there was a thing where that church burnt down in Wales, it was like a 19th century church or something like that. An initial hypothesis, myself included, I remember because somebody who I had actually had on the podcast that lived quite close to the area, apparently then it was two local lads as well, wasn't it? Apparently the father basically frog marched his son down to the police station, wasn't it? Because there was speculation that it might have been another one of these attacks that we've been seeing all across Europe, right? Obviously, there's a very, 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 very strong pattern of, say, churches being attacked across Europe. You have them in France, you have churches being burnt down all across the place. And there was speculation that it could have been, another one that we were seeing of a church being attacked in Wales by, what we would consider the usual suspects. But apparently then that was not quite true. In the end, it was one or two local lads, or I think it might have been two brothers, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember because there was conflicting reports going around at the time. But apparently, according to somebody who lives quite close to the place, whom I know, that it was two local guys as well. This goes to show, like, it's inevitable when you. Yeah, I thought it was as well. I thought it was Streaky Bacon. That's exactly who I thought it was. Because it's a very well-established pattern for it, you know what I mean? And it just goes to show the one time you jump the gun and you could be wrong, and it looks like it completely discredits your movement. Obviously, it doesn't, but it's a completely unnecessary snafu, you know what I mean? But you even had massive, big accounts, like I think Tommy Robinson shared it and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll have a look at the BBC News to find that St. Fagger story. I didn't know that, because the biggest thing is, like, when you distort the history and when you bring kids up through the school system to not have respect for their own history, their own heritage, and obviously that starts with then denigrating who they are as a people, right? That's where it starts. You then end up with them, you know, the Southport copycat, that was luckily he was gonna plot an attack in Cwmbran, right, which is a town, you know, quite close to me, only a stone's throw away from me. And he was just another local lad, as far as I know. But he's seen what Axel Rudikabana had done and tried to promote tried to do a similar thing. And luckily, he was caught because people, I think, sent WhatsApp messages or Snapchat messages he'd sent into the police expressing what he was going to do. But yeah, there was a Southport copycat that was going to be just a little, you know, valley Welsh town, if you will. And it's good to show up when you bring people up with a sense of respect for their own society, you know. They burn the churches with the same gusto as Boy Scouts burn marshmallows. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you could say Boy Scouts nowadays. Mind, I think they're probably classed as sexist or transphobic or something like that. But I get what you mean. And yeah, exactly. And it's in their interest too. But obviously, if you say anything about it, you get called far right.
That culture over the Iron Age, which itself becomes the Latène culture, named after a site in Switzerland where thousands of objects had been deposited in the lake, presumably in a ritual fashion, as was the custom for Celts in Britain also. While Hallstatt material culture still resembles earlier Bronze Age art, the Latène style of art is clearly the basis for later art of the Iron Age Celts in Gaul and Britain.
And think, as the value that we put on our own society, right? You look at everything nowadays in the quote-unquote modern age and everything just looks bleak and bland. Look at the patterns. Look at the style of things that were being accomplished. Obviously, Tom with his little memes, right?
Celts
Tom
in Gaul and Bronze Age
Where
art.
is it? Here we go.
The Latène style of art is clearly the basis for later...
Tom with his little friend meme, right? Little pagan fella down by here, right? Look at the things that we had before, and you see, like, just even little things, like, I'm going to leave this graphic up on screen a moment because it's quite funny. You see little things like the kind of lampposts that we used to have, the kind of light fittings that people used to have, the decorations that they have outside their home, the ironwork, the metalwork, all of these things come from a society where people valued that society and want to put things forward. You know, you look at big churches, monasteries, all of these things that people built literally with their hands. You know, they didn't have the modern technology to build these things that we have today. But you could tell there was much more love. There was much more. You couldn't recreate St. Peter's Basilica and, you know, the Michelangelo painting on top of it today because there's not the love for it. There's not the passion for it. You know what I mean? And it comes from people that obviously then devoted their entire society to something greater, regardless of what's happened, right? Regardless of whether it's Christianity or the seemingly you see these kinds of things in a society where they devote themselves to something bigger. And when people stop doing that, like in the modern day, you look at everything just looks like concrete jungle nowadays. You know what I mean? Schools look like prisons. You know, modern schools look like prisons. And, you know, nothing has that kind of loving artisanship and artistry anymore because people don't have the passion for it. You know what I mean? They stopped trying to pursue higher things and greater things. Absolutely stunning artifacts indeed. The languages in the chart are nothing compared to the African languages. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean? It's absolutely nuts. You know, you go to pretty much even just certain provinces within certain countries in Africa and they speak different dialects and all of these things. It's like not very evil to wrap your not very good easy is the word I was looking for. Evil, not very easy to wrap your head around at the best of times. You know what I mean? People even in poverty dress, but they did absolutely. And I'm a person that kind of walks around most of the time trying not to be reckless, trying to make myself look as ugly as possible. So like big, if I'm going to the gym, it's big baggy joggers, big grey hoodie with my hood up and headphones over the top, looking like some kind of hoodlum. Because I don't want people to bother me and I just want to get in, get out, do what I gotta do. End up spending most of my time on my phone on X anyway, so it's kind of counterproductive. But, you know, just want to, you know, not be recognized as much as possible. And there are people that go the exact opposite way and basically go in wearing absolutely naff all. You know what I mean? But yeah, people did dress better. Absolutely. You know, go back a century ago. You're not seeing anybody walking around the streets in their pajamas and stuff like that. You know what I mean? you know, with rollers in their hair. Sorry, Shrika, just so you comment. Yeah, the guy on Patrick Christie's when he went over to Calais, and you know, the guy who come over somewhere from Africa, I'm presuming, and he said, "Oh, you know that. Well, why do you want to come to England, or why are you coming to England? Why do you think the English can just give you whatever you want?" He's like, "Oh, because they gives me," and literally can't speak very much English at all, right? Which you wouldn't necessarily expect, right? It's not their native tongue. It's not the language they speak. There's nothing wrong with that. But literally, it's funny how he comes over to Calais and is making his way over to England. The only thing he knows how to really say is, "They gives me house. They gives me this. They gives me that." It doesn't create the best luck, does it? Let's face it, it doesn't create the best luck. And I was on like mainstream news. I was on like GB News. So it wasn't like some weird podcaster with an agenda going out there to, you know, try and get some, you know, clips, you know, like the Operation Overlord guys or whatever, right? It was just a, you know, mainstream reputable news channel. But at least, you know, whether it's controlled opposition, you know, people say different things about who owns it and stuff like that, right? There's certainly, you know, a discussion to be had there, right? But, you know, Patrick Christie's just on the ground doing the reporting, and the guys, they're like, "Oh, well, they gives me, and, you know, it's like, because they have this impression that we have it good. Everybody has it good, which obviously we know it isn't true, but this is the vision that people want to sell to the world. It's the vision the globalists want to sell to the world. And then they just massively import our replacements off the back of it. Women in dressing gowns outside kebab shops in the afternoon. Yep. That's the thing. Feminism is, sooner or later, women are going to realize that they're going to be one of the biggest victims of feminism and stuff like that. Because you go back, you know, when there were more strict societal expectations in place, it wasn't just men that dressed better. You know, women dressed better. They carried themselves with a lot more dignity. You know what I mean? And, well, ever since things have changed in modernity, nearly by every metric, things have gone worse. You know, the family structure has never been in the peril that it is. You know, men and women seemingly have never been at more of each other's throats, because it's almost like they've been pitted against each other in competition rather than in concert with each other. And they came again from not aspiring to something higher. Both of them. Integrity has gone from workmanship. Yep, absolutely. Everything's just become bland and grey. Everything's just bland and grey nowadays. When he said the place stank, we know we knows who started feminism. Hey, I'm not saying anything. Nah, I mean, I'm not saying anything. But yeah, the people that get me, you know, the arguments over who started it, but the biggest thing is that people, I just can't say where people can't see it for the con that it is, you know what I mean, and that the big feminists of today don't realize that they think they're fighting against the patriarchy or whatever, but it's the people at the top of the societal hierarchies. They're like, yeah, you keep doing it, you're keeping yourself back. We want this, you know what I mean? The big wigs at the top, whether it's you know, the people who would benefit the most from the destruction of the family and the destruction of society, you know, like, we love this. The people who are getting the tax benefit from the 2-income household and stuff like that, every single aspect of government wanted it, obviously would benefit from a 2-income household. And the family being weak, because then they get access to the children, they can easily indoctrinate them more. You know, both parents working, they got to send them to the state school system. They're like, "Oh, we'll have our grubby little mitts on your children 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and then all the homework and stuff like that we'll get in between you and the family at every single turn." So yeah, it scares me when the modern day feminists, especially, they think they're still part of the revolution. I'd be like, no, you guys are like the Red Guard. You guys are like Mao's Red Guard. You know what I mean? It's yeah. And then it's so many things on who started it. One of the books which I want to do a bigger video on soon is Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson, because I think she does a really, really good, going all the way back to even like you know, the roots of feminism. Basically, in its roots, is basically complete opposition to Christianity in particular. You know what I mean? It's complete anti-Christian ideology, even sort of roots that she makes the argument that has roots in, you know, some aspects of paganism, which kind of seem weird now, is that obviously Tom, I believe, is a pagan by his own admission. He's a heathen, if I'm not mistaken, and actually runs courses on heathenry and stuff like that. But it's an interesting debate to be had there, given that obviously the origins of the British people, you know, the native British peoples would have been in that sort of pagan religions, if you will, and then how eventually Christianity came in and became the dominant religion and cultural force. And I think it would be an interesting debate there to see. I think it would be quite an interesting debate to see somebody like maybe like a Rachel Wilson, or maybe like a Jay Dyer or somebody like that caliber, maybe Andrew Wilson or something like that, a prominent author. I like it when women do feminism together. Let's keep it PG. Let's keep it PG in the live chat. You're gonna get a stream taken down. But yeah, no comment. No comment. No comment. But yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to see like a really prominent like Orthodox Christian debater, maybe like your Andrew Wilson, your Jay Dyer, have this kind of, I want it to be like, like your confrontational debate, which sort of boils down to just like throwing insults and stuff like that at each other, but actually debate like the merits of each like religion or worldview or whatever, the truth of it, and then which one would be, better for the to move forward in Britain, so to speak. Because you see organizations like a lot of Catholic organizations, for example, they're the ones that are very, very pro-migration and funding a lot of the same initiatives that are bringing quote-unquote asylum seekers to Britain and stuff like that. So it's like really puts it into a bad light when, seems like the Catholic Church is really either massively benefiting or for ideological reasons or whatever, is pushing these agendas alongside a lot of the other things. And when the Pope is saying now that, there needs to be peace and coexistence with things like Islam and stuff like that, when 1,000 years ago his predecessor was gearing up arms to go and liberate the Holy Land, you know what I mean? A change in 1,000 years. It's like, what the hell's going on? And it's just like, I don't know. Is it better for us to go back to our pagan roots, right? To move forward in that way and to secure, because the biggest thing is securing an existence and future for the native British peoples that are under a genocidal threat, right? So that is how do we do that? Because Deuteronomy 28 basically lays out everything that we're going through right now, and that would then provide the case that maybe we need to sort of return to that, repent, so to speak. And then are we in a position now where we can liken ourselves to like the Canaanites or the other groups that the Israelites, with the blessing of God, then went to conquer and destroy, right? So it's like, how do we reconcile this? And obviously, I'm not smart enough to do it. I have, just thoughts that I go through every single day. But it'd be really good to see a really good either conversation, more of like a conversational style debate, I think, between like your Tom Rowsell and like I see like a blending of ideas almost. I think that's going to be the biggest thing, and this ultimately just going to be correcting the record from the public school system and the indoctrination that people have been brought up into. Druids have very accepted Christianity and blended it with paganism, apparently. This is why I recommend Alan Wilson. I'll definitely look him up. Yeah, but not the boiler suit wearers. No, absolutely not.
Art of the Iron Age Celts in Gaul and Britain.
Like, look at this, man. Like, look at this. Absolutely beautiful metalwork and artwork. You know what I mean?
The narrative I have just presented is not new, but has often been contested, with some even claiming a British origin for the Celts. However, with recent advances in genetic science in the last 10 years, we no longer have to rely on the vague suggestions of art and haplogroups, but can look at genome-wide analysis of ancient DNA from Celtic skeletons. Although thorough...
I say guas. That sounds like an ancient, like, I don't know, Brythonic swear word or something like that. Or guas. Or guasic. You know what I mean? Or like maybe it's you're trying to say that somebody is a little tattletale with a lisp or with a speech impediment. You say, oh, you're a little guas. You know what I mean?
Of ancient DNA from Celtic skeletons. Although a thorough new study on the spread of the Celtic people in Europe hasn't been done yet, the DNA from Iron Age and Bronze Age Britons has been made public, and we can see there is a shift over time caused by approximately 10% admixture from a Central European source related to Hallstatt people. And
this is the biggest thing. This is why a source like Tom is so great, in my opinion, because like somebody looking at like this, like me just looking at like this, and I'm trying to make sense of this, I'm going to have like no idea. Like just looking at this as a complete a completely ignorant person, I'm thinking like, okay, is this like sort of a map of like migration trends over time or whatever? Like, I'd be assuming that the numbers on the side maybe like correspond to like numbers per like 100 or 1,000 or whatever it is, but then you see that it has seemingly a negative and a positive. So again, good thing is when Tom shows like this in a video like this, I think it's good because obviously he has the expertise to break it down. I like going and reading scientific studies a lot of the time and stuff like that, particularly in the fields that I sort of have my background in, sort of like the sports science sort of things, and I can make sense of things a little bit easier. If you just plonk this in front of me and said, look, this is why, you know, XYZ, I'm not going to have a clue what the fuck I'm looking at. You know what I mean? You know, so I think it's good to have you sort of break it down, but I'm assuming then this is corresponding to like geographical areas, I'm assuming, and I would assume that looking at this, it would be, you know, a mapping like migration habits and sort of where different groups of people went to and where they're from, because these sort of maps seemingly sort of map onto where they would be seemingly geographically. But again, I know it says PCA by Eurogenes up here. So again, I think the biggest thing is that it's good to have people like Tom and other authorities and stuff like that to be able to break things down and help people understand it. You know what I mean? I think Britain was the first Christian country, not Armenia. Might be. Let's have a little bit of look. Have a look, a bit quick. I know Google will probably just tell me it was, you know, Armenia. Yeah, look. I'm assuming it's like a certain historians have maybe made that claim, but I know we have churches going back, you know, very, very far, you know, to the early hundreds. I know that. According to Google, says Armenia is widely recognized as the first country to adopt Christianity as its official state religion, a landmark event traditionally dated to 301 AD. King, I'm assuming it's Tiridates or Tiridates, so we say it, the third, was converted by Saint Gregory the Illuminator, transitioning the nation from predominantly Zoroastrian faith to the Armenian Apostolic Church. Let's just have a look. Let's have a look. First, formally adopt Christianity, because I know Saint David was he died around 500 AD, so right around that time, obviously he was, you know, patron saint of Wales. So again, it's going to be close, if anything. Formally adopted Christianity during the Roman period, with evidence of an organized church by early 4th century. So what would that be? That'd be early 300s, wouldn't it? That would be early 300s. Because the 2nd century would be from 100 to 199. Third would be 200 to 299. So then from 300 to 399 would be the 4th century, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it could very well be. Followed by a significant re-establishment via Augustine's mission in 597 AD. So that would have been after the time of St. David. So yeah, by the looks of it, you could easily have, it was probably around the same time, if nothing else, you know what I mean? It's very, very close, you know what I mean? Because obviously when it was legalized throughout the Roman Empire, obviously then it would have spread to many different countries that obviously the Romans had their jurisdiction over. So yeah, it's, I think that'd be quite interesting to try and find more about, you know what I mean? So it's certainly a toss-up either way. You know what I mean? It's certainly a toss-up either way.
2 black stars on this PCA chart represent 2 skeletons from the Hallstatt culture, and it can clearly be seen that one plots among modern Dutch people and one among modern Northern French people, but neither plots among modern British Celtic areas. However, the purple Iron Age British Celts on the chart are between the older Bronze Age British samples and the Hallstatt samples, indicating there was an invasion of continental Celts to Britain who were related to these Hallstatt samples, and that these people changed the DNA of Britain and Ireland.
Okay, so how does that get that's what I wonder. My question would be, how do we establish that? Is it like just bones that we find from archaeological digs and we do, you know, it's a genome analysis and stuff like that? Is that the way that we establish that? Because that's the thing. You could excuse, you know, previous inhabitants of like really even, because these are very, very recent technological innovations, right? You could maybe excuse people of past generations for not understanding this, not having this history. But now, this is how you know that a lot of the things that we've been sold in the modern day, just for a lot of the part, been done with purely political incentive. And obviously, as you know, when Tom talks about the Cheddar Man, for example, you know that everything that's pretty much been done has been to discredit the great scourge of our time, which is Brexit, by these leftist academics. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just wonder how they would do that and what they would look for. I'm assuming, like, what markers would it be that distinguish these different ethnic groups and stuff like that, and how would you date them to a certain time? Would you do like a carbon dating analysis and stuff like that, I wonder? If you do on certain samples or whatever, maybe find an artifact and you can do like a carbon dating on something, but I know that's more so used for like a, you know, artifacts, like they do it on the Shroud of Turin, and they do it on certain other things to try and date when they're from. So, yeah, I think that'd be really, really interesting to have a bit more of an in-depth discussion about like the methods and stuff like that, because I'm a bit of a nerd like that.
Furthermore, a 2018 paper by Damgard and colleagues titled "The First Horse Herders and the Impact of Early Bronze Age Steppe Expansions into Asia," which wasn't about Celts at all, included a lot of ancient DNA samples, one of which, labelled MA2197, came from Iron Age Anatolia during the Hellenistic period. Now, MA2197 appears to be a mixed individual, with half of his ancestry coming from local Greco-Anatolian stock, and the other half from an invading Central European person, like the Celtic-speaking Hallstatt people in Czechia. That is not at all shocking if you know that there were Celts in Anatolia at that time called Galatians.
It's pretty cool. Is it just me, or does this guy right here just, I don't know why, he kind of just puts me in the mind, this guy here, kind of just puts me in the mind of Cecil Rhodes with a braided ponytail. I don't know why. Just kind of puts me in the mind of like your Cecil Rhodes, and I don't know why he put a love heart over the eye here. I kind of miss that.
European person, like the Celtic-speaking Hallstatt people in Czechia. That is not at all shocking if you know that there were Celts in Anatolia at that time called Galatians. The 9th book of the New Testament of the Christian Bible is addressed specifically to the Galatians, some of whom had already converted to Christianity within living memory of the death of Christ, and who St. Paul said should not observe the Jewish customs such as circumcision that Christians had formerly observed. The first Galatians entered Anatolia via Thrace in 278 BC, led by Leotarios and Leonorios. They remained pagan for over 300 years there, worshipping Celtic gods alongside Greek ones, and mingling with Hellenic and Luwian peoples of Anatolia over the Iron Age. However, if Celts had originated in Britain, then we would see British DNA coming into the region, but we don't. We see Hallstatt-related DNA, thus reinforcing the theory that Central Europe, not Britain, is the original Celtic homeland. Celtic culture did not expand as an empire like that of the Romans. There was no centralized government or Celtic capital city. Rather, many regional Indo-European tribes traded with the wealthy Celts of Central Europe, intermarried with them, and adopted their language and aspects of their culture, such as their art and their gods. But why was their culture so popular? Their success must be partly due to their military and technological prowess. Celtic developments in metalworking were highly advanced for their time, and it is telling that the Proto-Germanic word for iron, isera, is actually a loan word from Proto-Celtic isernom, meaning bloody and red. Even the supposedly more advanced cultures of the Mediterranean learned from the Celts. The Etruscans, and then the Romans, learned about advanced weaponry from the Celts who invaded Italy. Dr. P.F. Starry says their weapons, helmets, shields, and tactics owed much to the Celtic innovations, emphasizing that Celtic weapons were a major influence on the Etruscan and Roman military system.
What goes on with that? I'm just wondering, this statue here, I'm assuming this is the thing, right? Obviously, over history, things erode, things get broken away. It's why when I see certain things happening outside in like countries, like after like what happened in Syria when the rebels took over, what happens in all the countries when these rebels, you know, quote unquote rebels or whatever, take over, and they start destroying all these statues and artifacts. Oftentimes things are irreplaceable. So wondering, obviously the statue probably would have had a top half. So it makes you just think, I don't know if you guys get a fascination of things throughout history and stuff like that, what these things would have looked like if we could see them today. Like I often get it with the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It's like the lighthouse at Alexandria. Is it a statue of Zeus? The mausoleum at Halicarnassus, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Obviously the pyramids are still there. Temple of Artemis. Obviously, and I'm forgetting what the other one is. Colosseum. Obviously, Colosseum. I think it is anyway. Have I got that right? Mausoleum, Hanging Gardens, Lighthouse at Alexandria. Oh no, it's Colossus. Was it the Colossus of Rhodes? I think it might have been the Colossus of Rhodes actually. Either way, just wondering what they would have looked like in their prime. You know what I mean? And was this the statue always looked like this, or was it just you know, was it made this way for whatever reason? You know what I mean? Or was this a case of like the statue was on a settlement that was involved in a battle? Because you know, little things like this, even just noticing the way they presented in the modern day, tell you things like you know, but was there a battle that took place at a settlement or a place of religious significance, and that's why this statue is now missing its top half? You know what I mean? Good old St. Paul, indeed. Enough unwanted hoods in this... Enough unwanted hoods in this country without circumcision. Oh, please don't say that I'm one of these unwanted hoods, please. Please. Oh, you know, and I just said that I go into the gym with my hood up and my headphones over the top, looking like some hoodlum out of 8 Mile. So as long as I'm not grouped in with that, I don't mind. Yeah, you know, as long as I'm not grouped in with that, okay. It's like, yeah, agreed.
It's weaponry from the Celts who invaded Italy. Dr. P.F. Starry says their weapons, helmets, shields, and tactics owed much to the Celtic innovations, emphasizing that
I gotta say, that made me laugh. Fair play to you guys. You guys are funny.
Celtic weapons were a major influence on the Etruscan and Roman military systems. The Celts brought the iron knob helmet with a round cap and neck and cheek guards to Italy.
Got unwanted hoods, and now we got knob helmets. We're gonna have literal dickheads next, guaranteed.
The Celts brought the iron knob helmet with a round cap and neck and cheek guards to Italy, where Etruscans and Romans copied it.
So you want to start a business?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Shut bad. Sorry, Tom. Yes, I will skip your ads. I'm sorry.
Copied it. The Celts also originally had larger and better shields than the Romans, who first used small shields. Diodorus Siculus wrote, "They have man-sized shields, decorated in a manner..."
Just pause that a minute, because I know you put some in the chat there, Streaky. ISIS destroyed a gigantic Buddha carved into a rock in Afghanistan just over 2,000 years ago. It was heartbreaking. It's a photo of a Russian helicopter over it in the 80s. Yeah, it's horrendous, man. It's absolutely horrendous. And you think even then, you know, if you're not an adherent of Buddhism, for example, you can even appreciate the historical significance that would have for the area and the effort that went into the craftsmanship and all of those things. You know, you have groups of people over these ages that would have spent you know, generations potentially, you know, at least, you know, several years, you know, because these people, they're not averse to work, you know what I mean? People think that, you know, 8 hours or whatever it is nowadays is a long working day or whatever. Well, think about, you know, carving, you know, cracking stones with limited tools and then carving them into, you know, certain shapes or whatever, or literally carving this out of the stone of a mountain. So much labor intensive work, right? Which has obviously been alleviated by things on the modern day. But it's like groups will come in, and even just the small things, like when you see them destroying statues, destroying small icons of the Virgin Mary and stuff like that in churches. and then you think these things are irreplaceable. These things will never be replaced again. You know what I mean? Which is why a tragedy when these things happen. When the Lighthouse of Alexandria burned down, absolute tragedy. You know what I mean? When all of these things have now been destroyed and been lost in you know, even just natural disasters, you know what I mean? Like Colossus of Rhodes, I think, was lost in a natural disaster. I think a Lighthouse of Alexandria went down in an earthquake, if I'm not mistaken. That stuff can't be helped, right? But when you have these groups and stuff like that, they've often been, the biggest thing is often been enabled by our government and intervention and stuff like that, right? Which is important to take into account. And then you have these irreplaceable works of art and works of labor across generations that are completely irreplaceable now. It's horrible. You know what I mean? It's absolutely horrible. The wimpiest in the whole of civilization, when we look back, strong fighting men fighting for a country and people. What the fuck has happened to the people of this country? They've been feminized. Absolutely. They've been feminized. Entire generations have been feminized by design. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, you know what I mean? And the state school system has been designed to do that. It's been designed to drill out natural male impulses and stuff like that. I say that as one of the wimpiest kids when I was in school, you know what I mean? But I'll be the first to say nowadays, you know, the school system is especially not doing young men any favors, young boys any favors. And that's because they want to drill out their natural, you know, male desires, male impulses, and, you know, what stems from their genetics, you know what I mean? Their natural masculinity, because strong men are a threat to power. You know what I mean? Obviously, they want to consolidate power, and for that, they need everybody to be weak. It's a little bit like when I talk about the two ways that they can keep a population subjugated. Either they're going to do it the North Korea route, in which you starve people systematically to near dying of starvation, and you keep them on that frigging breadline, and they literally have zero physical capacity to revolt. Their testosterone is through the floor. They have no desire to even do anything. They you know, visualizing the rat that crawls through their little room, and they're going to jump on them and devour them like some kind of, you know, Wendigo almost. You have that kind of thing where they starve you to death and keep you illiterate, keep you uneducated, all of these things. Or they get you to the point where they try and facilitate all your vices, particularly gluttony. Keep the ignorance in check so that you don't have the mental capacity to really combat the ideas, right? You know, like in the Chernobyl, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Chernobyl documentary. Think about how they constantly kept the workers in the dark and were never honest with them. And then they would ask them a really patronizing question of, how does an RBMK reactor explode, right? Because they knew they couldn't answer it. They knew the regular working grunts on the ground couldn't answer it. And that's obviously why Valery Legasov then, he had to commit suicide in order to get the truth out. You know what I mean? After his tribunal and stuff like that. And I know the series was dramatized and stuff like that. But it shows you, it's almost like these people have stacked the deck massively against you and then patronize you because you dare say anything about it, you dare object to the status quo. But either then they'll keep you so starved so that you physically can't amount the physical resources to revolt, or they'll keep you so overweight and obese and glorify obesity and all of these things, glorify all of the bad habits like gluttony and lust and all of these things to keep you trapped in that way. So that either way you don't have the physical capacity to revolt, right? Because if you're too far to the other end of the extreme, you're not going to make a good physical revolutionary. If you're too far to the starvation end of the extreme, you're not going to make a good physical revolutionary. It's this in the middle where you're relatively healthy, relatively educated, relatively able-bodied. They are your revolutionaries. They are like your soldiers in the revolution and stuff like that. And that's why they tailor the state school system to go a certain way, to keep you ignorant of certain things, constant lies by omission. And and keeping men especially well and truly feminized under this like nanny state. You know what I mean? What Israel has destroyed in Lebanon recently, stones that are reported to be 5,000-year-old, intricately placed together, and now fucking dust. It's awful, man. Awful. And I'm those people, when October the 7th happened, obviously, you know, there's been a lot more that have changed my perception since then on a couple of things, particularly the conversation I had with John Carr, and that possibly the Israeli government, that there was more to the story than meets the thing. Not necessarily that anything that happened on October the 7th didn't happen necessarily, but, you know, maybe there was impotence for the Israeli government to sort of let it happen, you know what I mean, to give them the reason to go in. That, me, makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? For some place that wanted to make, take over Gaza ultimately, as many of the Israeli nationalists want to do. And a lot of the other things that they're doing. But you look at Gaza now, and just for the regular people, that you had the small faction of people in Gaza that don't like Hamas, that really want to get rid of Hamas and all of these things, and they get lumped in with the suffering as well. It's not nice. You know what I mean? You see that, you know, that the bombing campaign is basically reduced is it Jambalaya? I think is the town in the north. The camera panned over it, and it was just essentially dust. You know what I mean? Back on some of the things I was thinking at the time, I was thinking, you know, perspective changes over time, and it's just I'm looking at that area of the world at you know, it's just I'm just wondering, how do you reconcile that? You know what I mean? Because you just have seemingly two sides that they're just not going to find any common ground to really make true lasting peace over. You know, false flag, they let them do it. They certainly be impetus too. They certainly be impetus too. You know, it's a little bit like with our government. They allow all they allow all of the illegal migrants in, especially, and they allow all this tyranny to take place because they want to push digital ID. Right? So again, if the Israeli government in particular, like particularly the right-wing faction that seemingly wants to, you know, expand and consolidate and whatever, wanted to give impetus to go into to Gaza and whatever, then letting October the 7th happen the way it did would be a great impetus to do that. You know what I mean? And the thing is, I don't mean anything against like just the regular Israeli citizen or anything like that, but governments, make no mistake, they're capable of evil that we have, you know, we have keen awareness of it in England with how much they directly facilitated the rape gangs and the genocide by replacement, right? So to say a government wouldn't facilitate that for their own gain, I think is laughable. You know what I mean? But it's like you even have, I think it was the one soldier that went on a TV station and was like, well, this didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. I think there was two other female IDF soldiers saying, nah, this didn't make sense. There was intelligence saying that this was coming. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense that they left it open this way. And that a lot of the guards reportedly just left like right before the Hamas came in. You know, it was like, I feel sorry for the Israeli citizens that were basically sacrificed on that day, if that's true. And and in many ways, the IDF that was sacrificed on that day as well, because I think it was pretty much like an even split between just like regular civilians and IDF. But they knew the kind of enemy that they were dealing with. They knew the kind of stuff that they were inflicting on their own people to give them impetus to go in. It's just like, it does make sense. You know what I mean? Can you be feminized? How can it be done? Over time, the school system especially, you know, think about it. If a child is acting up in the classroom, if they get a bit fidgety in the classroom and they're struggling paying attention because they're being forced to sit there for 7 hours a day and do absolutely naff all, when, you know, young boys especially, they have a lot of energy and they want to get up and run around and do this kind of stuff. Well, one of the first things they'll do is say, well, maybe he has ADHD and maybe he needs to go on medication and stuff like that. So a lot of the time it'll be medically induced as well. A lot of the time it'll be medically induced. You know what I mean? They'll say, well, if he's not being able to sit down for hours a day and is essentially not sedating himself and paying attention, that he needs to be medicated. You know, the school system is massively set up in a way that naturally favors young girls, and it forces essentially then young boys to act more like young girls, and they're massively punished for just being the way that young boys are. You know, little bits of mischief and little bits of energy that they want to burn off and stuff like that. And yeah, you can do it. You could drill it out now. Think of all the young boys now. I saw this clip the other day. It was really funny. It's a meme clip, right? I'll quickly bring over to my other screen again, because I realize I've got the video on there, but I'll come back to that in a moment. I don't know if you guys have seen the clip of Hamzat Chimaev, the UFC fighter. And it's the meme where he goes, you send him 2-3 Dagestan and forget. You know what I mean? It's that kind of meme. And it's a clip of all these young boys. One of them has a Christmas present, and he starts dancing in this really affectionate way and saying, Alexa, play Taylor Swift. And it cuts to the clip then of Hamzat Chimaev saying, send him 2-3 Dagestan and forget. You know, it's been systematically drilled into young boys especially to want to be masculine, that they need to, it's been demonized. It's been massively demonized. Send him, let me see if I can find some of the memes that I'm on about. And this is not to put any like humiliation on these families or whatever, but it's like, here we go. This is one of the meme clips that I was on about. I'll play it on screen for you now. But a lot of it has been because they've been raised in this feminized way. That's the inversion has become as a result of feminism. For women, it's been encouraged for them to be more like stereotypical men, and men, it's been encouraged for them to be more like women. So it's been a complete societal inversion, and it's been very, very effective. Same playbook, false flag attacks, 9/11, Pearl Harbor, Gulf of Tonkin. Yeah, potentially. Reports of them gunning down their own citizens on the beach so they wouldn't get taken as hostage by the... I hadn't heard of that. If you got anything of anybody talking about that, please put it in the chat. I'll have a look at that. I hadn't heard of any reports or anybody saying about them gunning down their own citizens on the beach. I hadn't heard of that. So if you have anything for that, please do put it down, because I think no matter how uncomfortable it may make you to confront these things and all of these things, it's important to confront, because you know, ultimately what matters is that we get to the truth. But yeah, have a look at these and you'll see what I mean.
As a group?
The Click.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
Alexa! Oh, Alexa, play Taylor Swift.
This is the clip that I was on about.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
I need lawless drama and law more, I don't care.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
I did not expect to be going through sending 2-3 year Dagestan and forget memes today, but I'm all here for it. I love this meme. This is one of my favorite memes at the moment.
Get ready. Wait.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
My principal says that we're not normal.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
Bon appetit. Delicious.
Send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
I say this, mind you, as somebody who was a young kid, right, needed to send him 2-3 year Dagestan and forget treatment. I was one of the kids that, being wimpy and whatever, that I would instantly run into the arms of my mom and stuff like that, right? I was an easy target for bullying, all of this stuff, would never stick up for myself, all of these things. I was one of the kids, I say this right now, right? I was one of the kids that needed to send him 2-3 year Dagestan and forget treatment, right? So the reason why a lot of these countries, they're coming here and taking us over so easily, because we feminized a lot of our male generation. You know what I mean? It's, the classic thing, weak men create hard times. That's where we're in right now. But hard times create strong men, and strong men create good times. That's where we're heading in the future. That's where think about it. You get your men seemingly like your Steve Laws and really, really staunch people in this regard now, that no matter what criticism, whatever you throw at them, they'll keep on their line because they believe it's true and stuff like that. So you want, he's been through the fire, you know what I mean? He's been through the ringer with regards to all of this stuff, with regards to his views. And, it's when did it start? That I don't know. All I can say really, it's massively accelerated. It's massively accelerated. The LGBTQ ideology and all of this stuff is massively ingrained into this. So like the child sexualization stuff is massively ingrained into this as well. So it's been ingrained into the school system, massively accelerated the last 10 years. I know that. I think talking with Catherine Watkins, from when she said, I think it was my generation that was really the last generation to really miss the level of indoctrination that's at the moment. Right, the point where if a student wants to object to being taught this RSE stuff, and they want to say, nah, I don't fancy learning about all of this weird sex stuff you're talking to me about, they'll charge them with a hate crime, right? So a lot of times they'll come down in this massive authoritarian fashion to keep them in line, right? But the feminist ideology has been building really, over... The first waves of feminism, I think, were like the late 1800s, early 1900s, somewhere around there. You had like Emily Jones, who was throwing herself in front of horses at the Grand National and stuff like that. There's a comment about it in Peaky Blinders, I think was one of the shows where I most recently heard that. But you had a lot of figures in the feminist movement that have been building this over time for over 100 years. You know what I mean? So, it's so difficult to deal with because it goes back so far. But the state in particular have been so eager to push this through more and more and more. And it's getting to the point now where so many parents are starting to see it. They're pulling their children out of schools and choosing to home educate them. So yeah, but it's been massive. But when it started, I couldn't say. When it started, I really, really couldn't say. But I know in America, they're massively big on if a kid shows any sign, just acts on natural male impulses, a little bit mischievous, struggles paying attention in class, constantly fidgeting and whatever, and just has a lot of energy, they'll say, nah, he has ADHD and needs to be put on medication. You know, it's just, that's how young boys are. You know what I mean? Young boys, they want to find out the pecking order. You know what I mean? It's what they established. They established a pecking order very, very early on. But they're being discouraged from just acting like the young boys that they are. You know what I mean? Have a look at your comment now, Streaky, just pulling up the video again to play it back on screen. The best journalists on Gaza war the Gay Zone, two Jewish socialist journalists I have much respect for. They have a big YouTube channel. That's pretty cool. I'll have a look. Is that the name of their channel, the Gay Zone? the Grey Zone, sorry. I thought it was the Gay Zone. I read that as the Gay Zone. I'm so sorry. I full on read that as the Gay Zone. The Grey Zone. Ah, right. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. That makes a lot more sense. I am so sorry. I full on read that as the Gay Zone. I am so sorry. For all his many faults, Trump has been influential in this. Yeah, because he signed that bill against the trans ideology and stuff like that, didn't he? The leftists are going mad. You see, and this is the response you get. This is the response you get. You see out in Minnesota at the moment. In fact, just before I play this video again, I'll play it on mute, but I don't know if you've seen this out in Minnesota at the moment. I saved it in my bookmarks to talk about it on the podcast. Nick Soto has basically shown that Minneapolis is essentially a war zone right now, which is very, very scary. And it's only getting worse. It's only getting worse. I'll play the video for you, actually.
We just have a few moments here, but it seems to be some smoke is rising. I don't know if these are smoke bombs. It was peaceful when we began to talk, and we noted that rhetoric really matters now, and calming tensions really
nuts,
matters.
man.
What are we seeing on our screens now? What's your analysis of this?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to keep things calm and, diffuse the tension. Again, Kaylee, this is not what agents ever want to have happen. It's insulting to hear this governor make it seem like, this is the wild, wild west and this is what they want to be doing. This is not what they want to be doing. They are literally enforcing the laws. These are targeted interactions. These are targeted operations. They are simply doing their job. And again, without the details.
And these are these leftists. They're just acting out in this way because they're not getting their way. They're not getting their massive spans of illegal immigrants in America's case, where they're being able to keep the states blue that they want to keep the states blue. They know that they're losing the battle, right? But they don't like it. And rather than simply concede and understand that their ideas are shit, they're choosing then to essentially start creating decisions which are, start creating the environment which is going to precipitate a civil war. This is, I'm obsessed. Yeah, this is the thing. This is my, where I'm revealing that, it's where I'm peeking my head out the closet, but no. Yeah, no, I full on read it as the Gay Zone, and then I remember that Tel Aviv is like one of the gayest places on the planet by all admission, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I honestly read that as the Gay Zone. These countries hide their women away, and be the division become deviants. Welshmen excluded. Two journalists are Max Blumenthal and Aaron. I'm assuming it's Mate or Mate, Aaron Mate. It's a great channel about the US and Israel shenanigans around the globe. I'll check him out as well. Blumenthal. It's a weird thing. Isn't that a common like Israeli surname or like Jewish surname? If I'm not mistaken, isn't Blumenthal? Because wasn't it a Blumenthal? No, it was. Oh, I'm wondering who the guy who was. Wiesenthal. It was Wiesenthal. Simon Wiesenthal, the guy who was the renowned Nazi hunter after World War II, organized the operations to go around hunting down like what was his name? He was known as the Butcher of Riga, and there was a couple of others as well, like Franz something. But yeah, I was just thinking then, because that's like I think there'd be like a conflict of interest there. But again, this is the thing to remember, like especially in an area like Israel and stuff like that, you even have like the conflicts they have in their own government, like we have in ours. You know what I mean? They have and a lot of people then say it's like the lefty factions, the lefty Jewish factions seem to be like very pro multiculturalism in other countries and shifting the problematic migrants in their areas over to us. And then you have the right wing, staunch, Israeli nationalists almost that seem to want to, go in and do the footwork, the groundwork, so to speak, and create the refugees to then send away and stuff like that via the wars that they engage in and stuff like that. So it's a really weird combo, you know what I mean? America will balkanize. Said this because somebody explained to me, just because I'm ignorant, right? I see people using this term all the time. on X, and I just never understood what it means. Can you check down in the chat what it actually means, just so I have an understanding of what people mean when they use it? I'm showing my, you know, mid-20s ignorance now, you know what I mean? Running a show where I talk about these things. And, you know, I've seen that term before, but I've never really understood what it actually means. Yeah, they're both Jewish. I don't agree with all their sentiments, but they're strictly anti-Zionist and top-rate journals. They don't tell lies or abort that. Well, that's good at least, because you know, at least if the journalists, which you know, at the very least, even if they say things which you don't like, even if they say things which are contrary to your worldview, and you have to try and reconcile with your own worldview or whatever, if it turns out the facts don't support your thing, well, at least you know that those people are not saying it because they want to surreptitiously disrupt your ideology based on lies, right? They're saying it because at the very least they're not, you know, you're not being fed lies, which is one of the biggest things with journalists. The reason why people hate the BBC and the mainstream media is obviously how many lies that they've peddled, right? So I think it was like a Matt Taibbi, for example, had a pretty good quote, right? It was like, you know, the story leads you essentially. No, what matters is the story, what matters is the facts, right? But then obviously the reason why people hate journalists so much in the modern day is they've either, because of their organization or because of their own personal political bent, they'll either omit facts or they won't tell the story in a truly objective way, giving all the facts out there. At the very least, if you know if somebody is doing that, even if it then goes contrary to what you believe, at least you can then take that and think, right, what does this mean? You know, how do I interpret this, right? At least you know you're interpreting something that at the very least is factually based.
Peculiar to them. Some of these have projecting figures in bronze, skillfully wrought, not only for decoration.
Yeah, balkanize. Yeah, balkanize is the term that I've heard people throwing out, and I've just never really understood what it means. So if anybody can explain what balkanization refers to, I greatly appreciate it. Just I see people throwing it about in discourse and stuff like that on X, and I've just never really understood what it means. The Balkans is where the former Yugoslavia is now split up into different countries, courtesy of the bastards NATO. My mate was in a peacekeeping force there, came back a broken man from what he's seen. Ah, right, okay. Oh, right. So you're referring to the breakup of the one state into many different sort of states and countries. Is that what you're referring to? So basically, certain parts of America, like they did in the Civil War, which they fought over nearly 200 years ago, is going to go through a similar process again, essentially of secession. Is that what we're referring to? Like a lot of the blue states with their communist bent and stuff like that are going to go through this period of secession. Is that what we're referring to, essentially? But yeah, I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying now. It'd be great if he's like, would he be willing? Do you know your friend that was in a peacekeeping force there? Would he be up for, even if he doesn't come on the podcast or anything like that, would he be up for sharing those stories with me if I reach out to him for the stories of the stuff that he's seen and stuff like that? That would be massively good. Even if it's not for the podcast or whatever, I'd love to talk, you know, just have that correspondence from my own perspective, some of the things that he's seen and whatever. That would be massively useful for me, in my opinion. Is reference to the Balkans, different nations and ethnic groups. Okay, Inquisitor, how you doing, my man? Make sure you check your emails. Make sure you check your emails. I did respond to your email that you sent me earlier. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, if he's willing to, or if he's able to discuss his experiences, obviously I imagine that a lot of the things from that time, you know, is going to invoke potentially a lot of PTSD, potentially, and stuff like that, you know, came back a broken man. So please don't think I'm trying to force this issue or anything like that, or trying to bring up any memories or anything like that. But given it that he was there and the things that he'd seen, if it was able to, you know, elaborate on that for me, even if it wasn't on the record or whatever, that'd be massively useful for me. It's ethnic group centralizing and forming a coherent political movement, right? I get you. No, you haven't missed it. We're still going on. We've yet to even move on to the weed stuff. We've had a great conversation. You did miss, however, a very, very funny send it to Dagestan and forget meme compilation.
But for protection. The Romans copied these and started to make larger shields called in Latin scutum, which may also be a Celtic loanword from the same root which gives us the Irish word sciath, meaning both shield and shoulder. The Roman word for a light spear, lancia, which is related to the English word lance, is also of Celtic origin, as is materis, which means pike. While chariots of war had fallen out of use in most parts of the world by the Iron Age, the Celts had preserved this Bronze Age technology and upgraded it. They invented iron rims for the wheels. The Latin word for a travelling cart, covincarius, comes from a Celtic word for war chariot, covinus. Caesar related how the British used chariots to great effect against his legions, and archaeology shows they were also in use among the Irish. This oak statue of a Celtic warrior was found in the harbour of Geneva.
Before we go into that, look at this right now. This is how we failed in modern day. Nothing but just good old boys living in the moment. No phones, no telescreens, no social media, no pesky feminists, no state school system, no MOTs, no road tax. Just good old boys living in the moment.
This oak statue of a Celtic warrior was found in the harbour of Geneva Lake in 1898. It belongs to the Latine culture and wears a tunic. It was dated by means of 3 Celtic silver coins of the 2nd century BC, which were in a fissure in the statue, and is thought to depict a Celtic deity who may have been associated with Lake Geneva. The museum emphasises the association with human sacrifice. Like all Indo-European pagans, the Celts believed in many gods. Like Hindus, Celts believed in dual and triune deities, and these are sometimes represented in the idols. For example, this stone head from Wiltshire has 2 faces.
I'm glad to see that's corroborated something which I read about in Rachel's occult feminism book. She corroborated that a lot of the pagan stuff, where potentially there's a lot of this stuff derives from as well, with a lot of their traditions, particularly around like sex magic and stuff like that. This concept of like duality and dual facing stuff is very common within paganism and stuff like that. Tommy ain't seen him for years. Last time he had massive cross necklace, smoke weed 24/7, and was a pitiful sight for once outgoing top lad. That's terrible, you know what I mean? I'm really I'm really sorry to hear that, because you mentioned, that seeing somebody fall in that way is it's absolutely horrendous, you know what I mean? Especially when you know that the initiatives were, well, let's just say a lot of these things that we've gone into, you remember WMDs in Iraq, right? A lot of the things that we've gotten our boys into these forces and into these initiatives for have not been on the up and up, you know what I mean? It's horrendous to see that it's had that effect on him. I feel so sorry for the guy, you know what I mean? But no worries at all. If he has any contact information that you're aware of, maybe I can reach out in that way. Maybe we can reach out through an email or something like that. But if you don't worry. And obviously don't share it privately. I'm not asking you to put it in the chat or anything like that. But if there is a way to contact him and you want to contact me privately to let him know, because I can do the reaching out and stuff like that, I think it'll be a really, really good experience to maybe just, even if it's just getting some of his insights and stuff like that, if he's able to, no guarantees on what his mental state was like. You mentioned, they said seeing kids shot and he could have stopped it and he was told not to. It's like, yeah, that's gonna break your mind. You know what I mean? That's gonna break your mind. It's like, just because you look at the atrocities that were committed in World War II as the Soviets were rampaging through Germany, for example, stuff that we were never taught about, mind you, I think by design, the kind of stuff that they were doing, you can imagine the kind of like just the imprint that's going to have on the people that then who survive or who come later, you know what I mean? There's no words. There's absolutely no words. I can only imagine the effect that had on his mind, you know what I mean? It stuck out to me when he mentioned the women that were there in full black burqas. You couldn't see them when driving in a column if you didn't have your lights on. 2,000 years after this chariot madness, Africa still hadn't invented the wheel. I know. Rhodesia going back from electricity and infrastructure to candles. You know what I mean? The ROE meant that he couldn't shoot unless shot at, so had to watch dudes get shot because they weren't shooting at us. Yeah, that's just awful, man. It's awful. Absolutely awful. You can only imagine what it was like. You know what I mean? You can imagine the effects that's going to have on someone's psyche, and it's just, you got to think a lot of it. The one question I have, I think about it, how much of it was preventable? You know what I mean? How how much of it was that they got the people who were in control of these situations, right? How much they got us into these things, i.e. our forces in this instance now, right? Our forces, who are people at the end of the day, they're fathers, they're brothers, you know, with the increasing pushing of women into the military for whatever, right? They're sisters and mothers, you know what I mean? And the effects it's going to have had on them. It's like, how much of it was preventable? How much of it was necessary? And how much of it was preventable? You know what I mean? I think if you apply that lens, right, I haven't actually done this in myself because I haven't had the opportunity to try and research all of these different conflicts all across the world and, you know, like all of the different conflicts that we've had in our history, not just in our history, but in any people's history. Think how much of it was really preventable, right? Or what actions maybe would have prevented it to the extent that it was. And, you know, the biggest thing is like, have we been doing things the right way as well? You know what I mean? Have we been doing things the right way? If you look at how things have panned out in the modern day, I certainly think there's a case to be made that, you know, things exactly haven't been, you know, panning out in the best way. With how things are in Britain, certainly. Featuring lethal soldiers being forced to stand by and do nothing. Yeah, especially if you see in, you know, big atrocities and stuff like that. Because you've got to take into account, they got to try and reconcile it as well. They could have gone against their orders. And I'm not saying that they should have. Let's say that, right? I'm not saying that they should have, because I can't make any judgments with regards to this, right? I'm not going to hold anybody accountable for what they did or didn't do. I couldn't do that. You know? But they have to try and get this in their mind that they know, like, in the back of their mind, people who know that if they didn't do anything when they know that they could have, even if they would have suffered penalty later, right, they got to try and deal with that personally. They're not going to have any counselor from NATO or whoever it is that's going to help them deal with that, you know what I mean? It's God bless you all. You know what I mean? Just may God have mercy on us all. You know what I mean?
Much like this dual-headed god.
Sorry. Decided it was going to do that weird glitch again where I couldn't hear anything. So hopefully I'm back now. But yeah, you look at the Serbs. We were talking about the feminization of the school system, the feminization of British men and Western men in particular, right? How they're encouraged to sort of be more feminine and stuff like that. Look at the men in Serbia and places like that, right? You don't see any of that shit. You see the men that have been hardened by war. And this is the way that people should grow up and anything like that. But you see the men that basically have no choice but to basically grow up in a bloody war zone, and it creates, you know, very, very, very hard men. You know what I mean? And that then, in many ways, you know, you often see like a lot of things proliferating in those areas they maybe wouldn't see otherwise. Like a lot of these men then, because especially they're confronted with their mortality every day, you know, they have a very intrinsic sense or a very strong sense of faith, for example. You see a lot of these areas that have these conflicts and whatever else tend to be very, very high faith nations and whatever else, because the men especially have to confront that perspective that this could be their day every single day. You know what I mean? You look at the people that are in these areas. What I admire a lot about Karol Nawrocki, the president of Poland, for example, just the contrast between him and Keir Starmer is insane. Obviously, he was a heavyweight boxing champion, if I'm not mistaken, so not quite the same, but it's like the contrast in men you're seeing there about the strong men, in this instance, Karol Nawrocki, that is president of Poland at the moment, creating what is in many ways good times for the Polish people, in many ways by controlling their border, controlling immigration, preserving their ethnic homogeneity and their culture and everything like that, right? And the weak men, in many ways, and women that have governed Britain for, you know, you go back to potentially even the end of World War II, maybe even before that, depending on who you ask, right? And you see the difference. You see the difference between a country like Hungary and Poland versus the UK and France. And what is one of the biggest differences is who's leading it and the caliber of person that's leading it. But yeah, you see that like the Serbians and from those areas of the world where, you know, they you know, it's basically some form of conflict going on there all of the time. it creates the exact kind of man, if you will, that the school system and the society in our countries would demonize. But we think we got it all good, but in reality, you know, as our societies are crumbling, we're going to be going extinct in the next generation or two if nothing happens.
Which is from the Celtic sanctuary of Roquepertus in France, and is dated to the 3rd century BC. This Celtic sword from 60 BC has been beautifully decorated with a face, perhaps of a warrior or a god. We will never know, but such faces are a common feature of Celtic art. Gold was also important, as Diodorus Siculus relates. They amass a great amount of gold, which is used for ornament not only by the women but also by the men. For around their wrists and arms they wear bracelets, around their necks heavy necklaces of solid gold, and huge rings they wear as well, and even corselets of gold. And a peculiar and striking practice is found among the Upper Celts in connection with the sacred precincts of the gods, as for in the temples and precincts made consecrate in their land, a great amount of gold has been deposited as a dedication to the gods, and not a native of the country ever touches it because of religious scruple, although the Celts are an exceedingly covetous people. This 1st century BC bucket is one of the best examples of Celtic art from Britain. Large buckets like this one were used for serving beverages at feasting occasions. The elaborate decorations of mythical animals and human heads distinguish it from your everyday buckets and mark it as a symbol of status and power.
You can never have anything... Oh, did I unmute myself? Yes, I did. You could never really have anything like that today, could you? I'm just trying to get a good view of like the artwork on it. Just think you have like this head here that's emblazoned in it. I can assume this is maybe like either like stone or some kind of metal, I'm presuming. You'd never see anything like this nowadays. You can imagine if somebody whipped this out of one of your functions, you'd be thinking, right, what kind of person am I dealing with here? You know what I mean? What kind of person have I come to this function with or whatever? But yeah, you can never get anything like that nowadays. But yeah, hey, I appreciate the discussion. Because, you know, you might have differing views, differing opinions and all stuff like that. I think that's also good as long as we're coming at it from, you know, positive angles and, you know, understanding the discussion element of it. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. And hey, sometimes, well, you know, argument's not necessarily always bad. You know what I mean? Argument's not necessarily always bad. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. You know what I mean? I'm not too concerned about that whatsoever. Like for me, I like hearing all different people's experiences and all stuff like that. Hopefully Trump will end NATO. I certainly think what gets me at the moment is how many people are criticizing America purely for scaling back their NATO contributions to what their minimums would be. Giorgia Meloni made all these remarks recently about America, saying that NATO only exists because of America. Like, oh, what should we do? Should we end the McDonald's? Should we remove your or should we remove your military bases? All of this stuff. I'm like, bitch, America takes care of your NATO contribution because you guys don't do it yourselves. You guys contribute barely half of what your minimum NATO contribution is, right? So I covered this on the podcast as well. I talked about this. I just get Meloni. Seems like she's taken a really weird turn, and I sort of stirred the hornet's nest with a short that I created. That she said, you know, she's opening the door over the next 2-3 years to like over 500,000 non-EU migrants for work visas and stuff like that, seemingly giving a massive FU to the Italian people, in my opinion. But then going on at America, when America, in fact, if we're going to talk about NATO and NATO spending, what the country should be doing if we're going to keep NATO alive, right, is everybody should be at least meeting their minimums, right? UK has met their minimums. There's very, very few countries that actually met their minimums, spend exorbitant amounts of their own social programs and stuff like that. It's one grievance with America and NATO I actually really understand, because they have, in fairness, consistently contributed far above the 2% minimum. Talk about 3%, 4%, sometimes even as high as 5%, you know, 2.5 times what they actually need to contribute as a bare minimum. The minute then when they decide, oh no, we're going to bring ourselves back to the bare minimum, everybody's like, oh my God, America, yeah. I'm like, well, you're talking about countries that are not even paying 1% of their GDP. And that's the minimum threshold for NATO is 2%, by the way. as I would imagine a lot of you probably know. That's not to be patronizing or anything like that. A lot of you are going to know what the minimum threshold for GDP is to be contributing to NATO. It's 2%, right? It's so thing. And I can understand why with the treatment that America's got, with the scorn that America gets, right, for saying that NATO only exists because of us and stuff like that, I can understand why a lot of them are saying that, no, we need to leave NATO. They're going to drag us into a fucking war that we have nothing to do with, whether it's with Russia, whether it's whatever else, right, because the Ukraine situation at the moment. NATO's going to drag us into a fucking war. Let's get the fuck out. I can perfectly understand that, especially with the fact that Zelensky and the plight of the Ukrainian people, okay, but Zelensky can't account for, like, over half of the money that he's been given by the American taxpayer, right? If he can't even account for it, why should they be giving him even more? So I can understand why Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and a lot of the others get fucking mad. Because they're like, we've given you all this money for this war. There's plenty of opportunity to potentially to sue for peace and all of these things. And it's like, you know, what are we going to do? And then you give us scorn when we want to come back to our minimum requirements? I'd be fucking leaving. I'd leave tomorrow. So look, Dominic Tajinski is the man who will be bending down to in Poland soon. He seems to be a decently good guy. I know there was that one clip that came out a little while ago. He seemed to be talking to, I think it was a Syrian guy. He was saying like, well, look, I want to essentially incentivize the guy to marry somebody to stay in Poland. It was a little bit of a weird exchange, right? But he seems to be a decent guy for the most part. Growing up, my mate's mum was a full-on incense-burning witch. Whoa, that is now wow. I can only imagine what you know that was like. Did you have any like demonic manifestations in your home that you can remember? I'd be very, very concerned about that shit. Luckily, I never had anything like that, but damn, that is nuts, man. That is nuts. Don't get me wrong. She's not my mother-in-law, but I call her affectionately my mother-in-law. For one Christmas one year, I got her an incense burner. It was like this like lovely little, you know, designed little incense burner, right? But I never heard of anybody in any of like my girlfriend's family or my family or whatever using a Ouija board. I can imagine what that's like. You know what I mean? Like one time, my missus was using like tarot cards and shit. Like I like said like, oh, what's the deal with these freaking tarot cards? I used them with me, and I was spooked up. I was like, nah, there's someone influencing this. This is not good. Gonna chuck them out. Gonna get rid of them. This is not good. But damn, I don't know. I hope you didn't get like a visit from like Beelzebub or something like that. European countries have always been holding their crap at all their. They have. Giorgia Meloni, Italy's never hitting their NATO target for at least the last 15 years, which I looked at. That was the time frame which I looked at. I didn't even need to go back that far. The report that was done in like 2017, they only hit like 1.12% or something like that. I'm like, bitch, hit your minimum first before you want to criticize the person that's massively overspending on your country. Meanwhile, you're going to be bringing in a bunch of Africans and Indians to work on work visas. Right? You're going to start subjecting your Italians to the same thing that all of the other European countries and Britain have been subject to. And you're supposedly the nationalist leader. You know, you're supposedly the right-wing based leader. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it, man. But yeah, loads of the other European... Literally, what shocked me when I first looked into this is the vast majority of the NATO countries don't uphold their hand to the spending. So I'm like, I can't fault America in this instance for all of Trump's faults, for all of any other country, for all of any other president's faults or whatever. I can't fault any of the American leaders, whatever, for going... You know what I mean? And taking their ball and going home. Especially when they're all the way across the fucking Atlantic. If anything, they're giving NATO a courtesy with their involvement, right? They don't need to get involved. They got a massive ocean protecting them, right? And the last time anybody tried to install a bunch of nukes on their border, we remember how that ended, right? So they don't need NATO, if anything. If anything, the reality is NATO, the leaders of NATO, like Rutte and all the rest of them, need America. If they're going to be posturing on the world stage about Russia and all the rest of it, well, if America then decides going to take their ball and go fucking home, well, they're going to be left holding the bag with their pants around their ankles. So, you know what they say about people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones? That is a lot of European leaders at the moment. That's a lot of European leaders at the moment, and has been for a long, long fucking time. They have seen America as the piggy bank of the world, and I can't fault America for actually then saying that, well, no, we're not going to be the piggy bank of the world anymore.
The best examples of Celtic art from Britain. Large buckets like this one were used for serving beverages at feasting occasions. The elaborate decorations of mythical animals and human heads distinguish it from your everyday buckets and mark it as a symbol of status and power. Discovered in 1807...
He said it distinguishes it from your regular buckets. Can you imagine going to like B&Q and seeing this? I tell you what, if regular buckets look like this, I think you'd have a lot more sales of buckets. Maybe a bucket company, just a regular bucket company, should start creating buckets that look like this. Created buckets with this design. They might sell a couple more, especially around Halloween. You know what I mean? There we go. Great idea for anybody that has a business out there. If any of you happen to own a bucket business, maybe start emblazoning them with these, you know, pagan heads and whatever else, and the animals and stuff like that, and maybe have a couple more sales. I certainly hope so. Greece turning boats back against the ECHR, but nobody cares. Yeah, exactly. And the biggest thing is you have a bunch of foreign bureaucrats in the ECHR that say, "Oh, you can't do this," and be like, well. The biggest thing is if international law is, you know, preventing Britain in particular, in our instance, from enforcing its own borders and protecting its sovereignty, well then maybe international law isn't all it cracked up to be.
In a Celtic cremation burial at St Margaret's Mead near Marlborough, these kinds of buckets,
or at least the foreign courts like the ECHR anyway,
could start to appear in Britain at the same time as Gallo-Belgic coinage in the 2nd century before Christ, indicating an increased cultural connection to the continental Celts at that time. This cauldron was found in Denmark, but can clearly be identified as Celtic by the art style. It was most likely made...
The way Tom said that then, I can guarantee from trying to do my own cinematic intros for the podcast conversations that I do, I can guarantee we go right close to the mic and getting in this really cinematic fashion. This cauldron was found in Denmark. You know, that's what he's trying to do, you know what I mean? Tom, I see you. I see you, Tom. I see you.
Made by Celts in the Balkans, then traded with more northerly Celts, from whom it was stolen, or traded with Teutons who took it home to Denmark. Druidic beliefs in reincarnation seem to be depicted in one scene in which a large godlike figure is dipping the fallen warriors into the cauldron of life and restoring them to live and fight again. Julius Caesar...
I'll just bring this up on full screen so you can see, because I know my head's blocking part of it. So this is the full artwork. So you can see here, this is who did he say it was? I'll just play this video a moment.
Into the cauldron of life seem to be depicted in one scene in which a large godlike figure is dipping the fallen warriors into the cauldron of life.
So this is the large godlike figure, whoever it may be. In this example, he said it was Denmark. So would that be Woden? Would that be the same kind of paganism that we see in the heathenry that Tom would subscribe to by his own admission, for example? Would we in theory believe then this to be Woden in this example? So this way you're seeing that a lot of these artifacts as well, that's why we were talking about them earlier, tragic when they're lost, because they do indeed have massive historical significance. You know what I mean? That Celtic history, it always bugs me when they get the primitive barbarian stereotype. It's cities, roads, coinage. Yeah, that's a thing. That's the thing. We often view people of history, like the historical groups and stuff like that, as being, you know, primitive and stuff like that. Sure, they didn't have access to all of the things we have today and all of the modern technological innovations and stuff like that. But, you know, they had their own traditions. They done things in many ways that were a lot harder than we have done. A lot of the things that they created, the roads that they created, the settlements that they created, would have taken a lot more work and potentially a lot more know-how and stuff like that. That is something to be admired. That is absolutely something to be admired. You know what I mean? It was... we wouldn't have fire today. You know, fire had to be discovered at some point, right? Fire being one of the most important innovations that's ever been discovered, right? But fire had to be discovered at one point, and it was discovered by people that would have thought like this. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we often think about how primitive they would have been and stuff like that, but you know, a lot of things they wouldn't have had any confusion as to who the childbearer was, who the man was, who the woman was, etc., like we have in the modern day. You know what I mean? So there's I wouldn't have said that's Woden. Yeah, so whoever it is. But you can see here, it's tragic when these historical artifacts are lost, for sure.
And restoring them to live and fight again. Julius Caesar recorded that the Druids of Gaul, Britain and Ireland had metempsychosis as one of their core doctrines. The principal point of their doctrine is that the soul...
I'd never heard that term before. What was that? Metempsychosis. Let me just rewind that a moment.
Psychosis as one of their core doctrines. Had metempsychosis.
I'm gonna let the video play, but I'm actually gonna look that up.
As one of their core doctrines. The principal point of their doctrine is that the soul does not die, and that after death it passes from one body into another. The main object of all education is, in their opinion, to imbue their scholars with a firm belief in the indestructibility of the human soul, which according to their belief, merely passes at death from one tenement to another. For by such doctrine alone, they say, which robs death of all its terrors, can the highest form of human courage be developed.
So the metempsychosis, which if you type it into Google, you get a bit of a weird definition, it would seem. I don't know if this is the exact one that Tom is referring to, so maybe if I was able to ask him physically or ask him personally, you know what I mean, maybe he'd be able to elaborate on this a little bit more. Would be an abbreviation, if you type it into Google, for methamphetamine-induced psychosis. It's often a severe, often temporary medical condition caused by methamphetamine abuse, affecting up to 40% of users with symptoms like paranoia, hallucinations, and things. I don't know if that's what it's referring to. I spelt it wrong. Right, I spelt it wrong. Right, metempsychosis is a philosophical and religious belief in the transmigration of the soul, the passing of the soul at death into another body, either human or... So essentially remigration. It tell how much this is on the brain. You could tell how much remigration is on the brain at the moment, right? Essentially reincarnation, right? Reincarnation. It's concept deeply rooted in ancient pagan traditions, often offers a view of life and death centered on continuity, transformation, and spiritual evolution. So that's just according to Google. Early accounts suggest Pythagoras taught this doctrine, famously claiming to recognize a deceased friend's soul in a mistreated dog. It was also a tenet of Orphism, a religious movement that viewed the body as a prison for the soul, with reincarnation being a part of the wheel of birth. It's also influenced by Plato, apparently. Plato adopting the concept, suggesting a fixed number of souls move between human and animal bodies. In Republic, Plato describes souls choosing new bodies before being reborn. That's quite cool, because I'm actually reading the Republic at the moment, so that'll be quite cool to get into in a moment. The Republic, by the way, remember, it's a very philosophically dense, and now my dog has nicked a sock. That's not so philosophically dense. If anything, it's probably slightly retarded, but that's just my dog in a nutshell. But yeah, the Norse mythology really doesn't really do reincarnation. It's one of the main things about Baldur's story. He was swallowed by everybody, even Odin could bring him back. So it does actually seem that it's quite an integral part, that there's this kind of reincarnation process that they believe goes on. Ultimately, I suppose, obviously, we're not going to know until we get there, right? So you're going to have to, whoever you are, you're probably going to have to confront Pascal's wager at some point or another, because ultimately, I suppose, we don't know.
Diodorus Siculus also relates the importance of the Druidic or philosopher caste among the Gauls. He says the Druids could divine the future by observing the flights of birds and the behaviour of sacrificial animals and humans. No Gaul could make war or sacrifice without first consulting a Druid. Caesar wrote that the Gauls adopted the practice of Druidry from Britain, where the main centre of Druidic learning was situated. We know that Druidry was also prevalent in Ireland, even as recently as the medieval era.
Have to say, image goes hard. Image goes hard, have to say.
where they are recorded as diviners. This begs the question of whether Druidry itself was not really a pan-Celtic cultural practice, but one specific to the British Isles, and therefore possibly pre-Celtic in origin, an Indo-European priestly caste native to Britain and Ireland. My name is Tom Rowsell. Thank you for watching this short introduction to the Celts. Please click subscribe and take a look.
There we go. I think that's the end. So Tom's channel, by the way, is called Survive the Jive. So I'd strongly recommend going and subscribing, just because, as well, Tom being one of the premier sources of information with regards to Indigenous people's rights. And obviously the funniest thing is obviously, I think Inquisitor, you've seen the intro to this video. This is the intro again.
Hello there, Emperor Claudius. Listen to me. You all think you're a big man with your tin-plated men, with your little, frilly little bluebeats on top. Fiddling with the kids. We know what you Romans get up to. Your old boy Caesar. He put a couple of good ones in, I tell you that. I'll give him that. But you won't. You won't. If Maladan lets you cross that...
As enough of that. This guy's a world-renowned, you know, conferred and worked with NGOs promoting Indigenous people's rights. He's tremendously good at what he does, tremendously well educated, and one of the premier people that's often cited for the support of the rights of the Indigenous peoples of Britain, right? That's a guy that's worked with like world level projects and stuff like that, creating this intro. It's absolutely hilarious. And funniest thing is, I remember you'll hear people talking like this in pubs when they're drunk, right? That's the funniest thing. But yeah, just promoting Indigenous people's rights and you know, helping people with science to understand why the levels of immigration in particular with regards to modern political initiatives and how it is linked to modern political initiatives is very, very important for people to understand. In fact, on that topic, I will quickly nip over to this and find a specific video where you'll see quite clearly that it is politically based. If I type in this, why... I swear to God, I bookmark it all the time and it keeps removing it from my bookmarks. Oh, I typed in his name wrong. I hate it when it does this. I keep bookmarking this post and it keeps removing it from my bookmarks. Why doesn't... Right, let me refresh this page. Yeah, X does this weird glitch from time to time where I try to add a post to my bookmarks and it keeps removing it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Right. And I'll bring it up on screen now, because one of the biggest things is how a lot of the time leftist academics will use it to support political initiatives in the modern day because they deliberately want to counter modern political initiatives which they don't like, right? I think some of our most revered thinkers, yeah, they were, you know what I mean? Potentially because, you know, obviously the you know, Christ hadn't decided to make himself manifest on earth yet. Maybe if they'd been born a lot later, maybe if they'd come around a lot later, maybe that would have influenced their thinking a lot more. But yeah, you certainly see a lot of when you're talking about just general philosophy and stuff like that, a lot of people who are even, you know, self-described Christians and stuff like that will draw on concepts that have come from like Plato and Aristotle and stuff like that. And remember that you know, that yeah, a lot of the best revered thinkers, you know, they weren't adherents to necessarily one specific, you know, religion, I suppose, in the sense of Christianity or the modern religions that we have in the modern day anyway, like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, etc. Right, the main Abrahamic ones, so to speak. You know, the time that they grew up in, the time that they manifested in, were very, very different. The early Druids in northern Gaul, but there's a good chance they originated in Britain, since the Gaulish Druids would go to Britain to train or learn. Yeah, it's amazing, man. It's absolutely amazing. This is how, for example, that people will use false narratives to just counter, for example, nationalist movements in the modern day. This is another video from Tom. Oh, it's decided it's not going to work now. Here we go. This is it.
UCL. Before the encourage the disassociation of modern British people with the prehistoric inhabitants of the island and thereby disrupt senses of belonging. One of the scientists who advised the people who made the facial reconstruction was Tom Booth from the Natural History Museum. And in the year before the Cheddar Man fiasco began, he released an article in conjunction with people from UCL, and it
won't let me pause
reveals
it.
his biases and that he has...
Right, bear with. You can just about see my search bar at the top. I had to refresh it because it wouldn't let me pause it. Right, bear with. I hate X on times. I absolutely hate X on times. Not very often, because it is the one space where people can go and get, you know, real access to things, right? And that's the reason why obviously they want to shut it down. I wanted to pause it because this is the conception of Cheddar Man that I believe was circulating around for a long time, right? Initially they tried to claim, I believe, that he was like a sub-Saharan African or whatever, but yeah, I'll play this a moment. See, it's going to do it again.
Inhabitants of the island and thereby disrupt senses of belonging.
I hate X so much sometimes.
Who advised the people who made the facial reconstruction was Tom Booth from the Natural History Museum. And in the year before the Cheddar Man fiasco began, he released an article in conjunction with people from UCL.
The point that I was going to raise, right, is that this guy, he said, was from the Natural History Museum. You'd think that if you're going to go to a museum, right, you're at least going to be told the truth, but we'll go back and explain now why not the case, because if you see this on screen, it says response to Brexit, archaeology and heritage, reflections on agendas. The guy he just mentioned was an author on this paper. Why is Brexit... I don't know if you could hear my dog in the background playing with her toy pig. Why is Brexit showing up in a case revolving, you know, history from 10,000 BC? Explain why in a moment.
And it reveals his biases and that he has a vested interest in preventing the reporting of ancient DNA from reinforcing senses of identity, which he believes feeds into white nationalist narratives, or even encouraging the plague of our times, Brexit.
Archaeologists need to understand that the complex information contained within news, popular and academic articles in the public domain is
headphone warning for this next bit.
Being misinterpreted, misused, and used to uphold ultra-racist political beliefs within complex social contexts online. The complicated association between present ethnic identity and ancient DNA is misunderstood, oversimplified, and frequently used to fit into nationalist narratives and support ideas of white supremacy.
Originally, Europe was populated quite homogeneously with a single basic population of hunter-gatherers that geneticists call Western hunter-gatherers. And whether you take a sample of one of these from Spain or Britain or anywhere else in Western Europe, it's pretty much the same. There's not a great deal of genetic drift. There's some, but they all form one genetic cluster. There's no living population on Earth today that is exactly in that cluster. They're closer to Northern Europeans than to Southern Europeans, because Northern Europeans today have more genetic similarity, more descent from the original indigenous hunter-gatherers of Europe than Southern Europeans do. No other race in the world has any genetic affinity with them except Europeans.
So that's the biggest thing there that I was bringing up to highlight how people will, again, it's not just Cheddar Man that'll do it, where they've done it with Beachy Head Woman as well, it seems. You know, I often have this discussion as well with people with, you know, certain narratives around World War II, right? That, you know, how much we have to question now what we've been told, because we realize that the sources potentially that we're telling us can't be trusted. You know what I mean? We can't necessarily trust state school system, can't trust our politicians, can't trust any of these people that we trusted to bring us this information. And that's why now you see a lot of people now, when they go and understand different perspectives, they either very easily get so radicalized based on the information that they learn, or they get so radicalized just based on the fact that, fuck you, why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me for specific political reasons in the modern day that then led to a silent genocide against the British people? You know what I mean? In the British people in particular. But obviously these things that have become from mass migration and the suppression, the undue suppression of things like nationalism and stuff like that. You got to think, all of this now, this is what I discussed with the rabbi, the president of the Conference of European Rabbis that was at the World Economic Forum recently, that he's saying all of this nationalism, ultra-nationalism and anti-Semitism and Islamophobia that's coming from it and all of that is coming as a response to quote-unquote insecurity felt by the old Europeans. Yeah, insecurity to what? The prospect and the reality of being slowly genocided like a frog being boiled in a pan is going to make people quote-unquote insecure. Right? And yeah, divorcing people from their identity when the thing is, right, it's not like the identity in the sense of a man identifying as a woman. No, it's an identity that is reinforced by objective markers of data that you can measure. Right? You take a blood test you take a DNA test from someone from another area of the world. It's going to tell you what area of the world that their genetics point to, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not necessarily that, people coming from different areas of the world that makes them, necessarily inferior or anything like that. It's not the case. But it's a case of their DNA, their genetic makeup, whatever, is going to point to them being from one area of the world, and a different set of DNA is going to point to them being from a different area and set of the world. If you say then that no matter what the DNA says, that everybody can be from anywhere, it's just like, it is absolutely evil, because you've just deprived somebody from what they are at their very, very basest. You know what I mean? The DNA is the one thing you can't fake. You know what I mean? It's like athletes that fake their piss tests and stuff like that, right? But that's the thing. They didn't pass the piss test. They faked it. You know what I mean? And that's the big thing. It's like people are going to get radicalized because of how many lies that they've been told. And now how do we know what's true and what's not? Because we know that the authorities that we trusted, even people that were at the highest levels of government, people that were in the museums, people in all the different things, they lied. They lied for political reasons. You can't blame people then for going down the hole of saying that everything was a lie, right? That everything was a lie. Which I'm not somebody that necessarily subscribes to that, right? Because I think the best lies are always married to the element of truth to make them hard to discredit, right? So now we've got to go through this whole thing of trying to discern where the where the lie deviates from the truth, and that's so fucking difficult. And you have all people saying all different things, and freedom of speech is a great thing. It's a necessary thing, right? But you see all these different perspectives, and you're like, how do you know who to trust, right? How do you know who to trust? You can't trust the experts anymore. It's exactly as you said, Inquisitor. You can't trust the experts anymore. By the way, if you haven't checked your emails, make sure you check your emails. Even with two loving foster parents, they still wonder about their biological parents. Absolutely. Think about the kid that gets adopted by homosexual parents, right? Or the kid via IVF that gets taken into a for lack of a better term, homosexual household, right? Either two men or two women. They know intrinsically where they come from. You know what I mean? Or they're going to get taught through the school system. Oh yeah, when kids happen, it's the mommy and a mommy and a daddy love each other very much. You know what I mean? It's like, well, they're gonna wonder, like, hang on. It's a funny story from Snoop Dogg of all people. He went to take his grandson to a movie, and during the movie, it was whatever the movie was. The family came out, and it was two females, right? Two females, and they had a kid, right? And his grandson turned to him and asked him, was like, how does she have a baby? It's like, and Snoop then went because like, oh shit, I didn't ask for this. You know what I mean? I didn't ask to be confronted by this with my grandson when I'm just coming out to watch a movie. You know what I mean? It's like, I just came out to watch a damn movie. But it's like, yeah, the kids do wonder. The only thing is, they'll ask a question not knowing what the ramifications is behind it. But if you ask those questions in the modern day, the deemed as insensitive or inappropriate, offensive, whatever, it's like, but kids are naturally inquisitive. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's just, they will. They will, absolutely. So similar on a national level. The Polish were disconnected from their identity, then wouldn't have Poland. It's World War II, yeah, sure. It does absolutely that, because that's what you see now, especially with the nationalist lurching politics in the modern day, is that they and people are lurching more to the right because they realize they need to for their survival more than anything else. But yeah, it's just, what are they going to do? Slowly be eliminated off the face of the earth? You know? But yeah, Inquisitor especially, make sure you check your emails. Make sure you check your emails. I hope that you'll like what you'll find. But now, I got a feeling it's just you and me here. So all of you guys, if you happen to be watching this on the VOD, Ian, Streaky Bacon, all of you guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. I'm not sure if you're still here. I know, Streaky Bacon, you said you had to go before the stream ended. So thank you ever so much for tuning in. I greatly appreciate you all, as always. And I was going to move on to now the second part of the stream, which I realized that, you know, obviously people have to go. They have to do certain, you know, do their things. They have families and everything like that. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you'll be able to tune in to the next part of this, where we're going to go through the origins, the ancient cannabis cult. But before we do that, I'm just going to go and need to quickly feed the dog. So, Streaky, I will be back in a moment. Just please bear with me, guys. Appreciate you all for being with me. And, yeah, I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, the dog hath eaten. So, is anybody still here? pleasure having you all with me. Thank you oh so much. I think all 2 or 3 of you, whatever it is. Greatly appreciate you all. Hope you've had a great time on the stream. Hope everyone's having a great time, hopefully rewatching this. Let's get into the reason why I labeled the promotion code in the chat the way that I did. Weedy Druids, we're now going to be talking about the history of the ganja. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Sorry, guys, that was the wrong screen. The history of the ganja. Let's go.
Cannabis in Greek, marijuana in Mexican, ganja in Hindi, or bhanga in Sanskrit, is known to many cultures around the world. But where was it first cultivated explicitly as a drug?
What's the dance? It's I'm gonna humiliate myself by coming back to this. Is a that's the one, isn't it? I think that's what it is. I think let's just pretend I didn't do that.
In this video, I shall demonstrate how the ancient Indo-Europeans were instrumental in spreading this narcotic across Eurasia, and how they used it in a ritual associated with the dead. And you will learn how the Scythians spread the plant to the Assyrians and the Jews, and that even the Vikings used it. Please be aware that cannabis use is linked to impaired attention and memory, and increased risk of psychotic disorders such as schizophrenia. Just because it was used historically in ritual contexts, that doesn't mean I'm endorsing its recreational use today. Cannabis is actually one of the first ever domesticated plants.
God, Tom. Absolute killjoy. What are you doing, man? No, I'm joking. I'm only joking. But yeah. You know, everything... Biggest thing is, and this is not me this is not me saying you should go and blaze it up or whatever, but obviously the biggest thing is dangerous in the dosage, right? You have dose response, and anything can be dangerous if you take too much of it. So the biggest thing is that usually is when you start getting addicted to stuff, that's when you start getting real problems, right? But yeah, I can understand somebody has to put that disclaimer in there. Like I had to put a disclaimer in with some of the things that I talked about with Catherine Watkins, say that, you know, none of this is to be taken as medical advice or endorsements or anything like that. So just obviously things that you potentially have to do for legal reasons and stuff like that. So I can understand why he's done it. But killjoy type. You can't make a documentary about ganja, about the weed, and not fill it with memes. Come on now.
The tough fibers of the hemp plant make strong fabrics. So the plant has often been spread not so it can be smoked, but so it can be worked into rope and other strong fabrics, which makes identifying the origins of its use specifically as a drug harder to pin down. Wild cannabis.
I love that. It's just like a case of they're making this really strong rope one day, and like, what would happen if I chucked it in my... What would happen if I lit it on fire and chucked it in my mouth? You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, Bob Marley is born.
This grows across many of the cooler mountain foothills from the Caucasus to western China. So we ought reasonably to presume the earliest use as a drug took place somewhere within or close to its native habitat. From the late Stone Age through the Bronze Age and up into the Iron Age, this region, known as the Steppe, was inhabited by various Indo-European peoples, many of whom are known to have used cannabis in their rituals.
I have back-to-back meetings. I can't find my notes.
Shut the fuck up, ad. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shit. Right. Bear with. There we are.
Cannabis in their rituals. But in 2021, genetic evidence of the original domestication of the cannabis plant was published in a Swiss-Chinese paper by Ren and colleagues, and it indicates that rather than cannabis being originally domesticated on the steppes, it was actually first domesticated in East Asia, likely in early Neolithic China, some 12,000 years ago.
Right, I want to just quickly pop out. Let me see. Did he put it in the description? Oh, god damn it. I don't think he's put the paper in the description. What did he say the authors' names were? Just checking what the name of the author was a minute. Wren and colleagues. Yeah, nah. Would have been nice if you put a citation in the description, because would have maybe pulled it up on screen with the results section or whatever, but sadly he hasn't put it in the description.
And it indicates that rather than cannabis being originally domesticated on the steppes, it was actually first domesticated in East Asia, likely in early Neolithic China some 12,000 years ago.
The Scythians would hotbox a tent with a bowl of it. That sounds like... I've known people that have, like... I don't think they've ever hotboxed it, but I know people that have smoked way too much of it, and obviously they've had, should we say, very negative consequences because of it. I can imagine what that was like. Maybe around that time. Can you imagine just being around, like... I just being around the campfire and you've just got the hotbox tent going nearby. It's like different vibe. You know what I mean? Different vibe to having a whitey underneath a train station. You know what I mean? In a Welsh Valley town, you're having a whitey in a underneath the bridge in a train station. A little bit of a different vibe, you know, around the campfire with your mates, and maybe just, you know, having a little bit of a chilled night. You know what I mean? So maybe in that way, it's maybe kind of understandable. But what we're seeing here is that in this instance, you've got the hemp type cannabis, which is more prevalent in these green areas. I'm not sure what these other types mean. So, you know, I'm not like I guess you would call it a botanist or whatever. And this is to associate the specific difference between a cultivar and feral and landrace and so on. Then you had the drug type cannabis that was more prevalent in South America. Seemingly, is this at the top of like Peru? Is this like Ecuador here? I think this is like Ecuador here, modern day Ecuador. And then you have the drug type feral, which is sort of in these areas. So I think this is the tip of India here, if I'm not mistaken. And then this is, well, I believe, what would be modern day China in these instances here, going into more sort of in like Central Asia. And then the basil cannabis was sort of in like top of China and these sort of areas. But in areas like this one here, which I believe is either Sweden or Finland. I think it might be, is it Finland here, this one? Yeah, Finland, I think it is. And then all of the other different places here. So you've got Spain, you've got France, you've got Germany, obviously. These are more of the hemp types you get in these sort of areas.
The authors propose that cannabis was originally a multi-purpose crop until around 4,000 years ago, when it...
Sorry, I just read your comment because the hotbox tent on one side of the camp, prisoners of war on the other. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. You know, just good old men, no phones, no social media, just living in the moment. That's all it is.
Diversified into two specialized domestic strains. One becoming hemp, cultivated for strong fibers, and which produces higher concentrations of CBD, and the other cultivated for drug use and containing higher levels of tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, and overall higher levels of psychoactive cannabinoids. 4,000 years ago was also a time when northwestern China was inhabited by Indo-European peoples from the steppes, and they, no doubt, are the ones who spread the plant westward. The new genetic...
What the hell was on her forehead? Hang on. Is this a tattoo? I thought this was like that Hindu third eye thing for a minute then. It's called the Tarim mummies from Xinjiang in China. I wonder what the hell these are. Is it like a tattoo? Is this like face paint? Is this some weird kind of weird love bite? I don't know. What the hell's going on here? So I don't know. If anybody happens to be watching this in the VOD and wants to leave it down in the comments, please do. I wonder what the hell's going on here.
When northwestern China was inhabited by Indo-European peoples from the steppes, and they, no doubt, are the ones who spread the plant westward. The new genetic data show that the hemp strain spread into Europe and the Middle East soon after it was developed, while the drug strain must have spread...
Sorry, just for anybody watching this as the VOD, maybe some of you guys who may be with me now, steppe people, just if you type steppes people into Google, and it's spelt S-T-E-P-P-E, by the way, were nomadic horse-riding pastoralists of the vast Eurasian grasslands which were known as the steppes, who developed advanced cavalry, archery, warfare, profoundly influencing history and empires through empires and migrations, including groups like the Scythians, Huns, Turks, Mongols, and Magyars. Magyars, by the way, I've heard of all of the rest of them, but the Magyars in this instance were a Central European nation, essentially Hungarians, of around 10 million people primarily inhabiting Hungary, with significant minorities in neighboring Romania, Slovakia, Serbia, and Ukraine. Obviously, they would have had very different names back then, most likely. We're talking about, over 1,000 years ago, about 1,200 years ago, thereabouts. Their mobile lifestyle, relying on herds of livestock, led to constant movement to find pasture. They became formidable warriors known through raiding settled agricultural societies, leaving legacies in culture, language, and genetics across Eurasia. So that's the kind of peoples that we're talking, or at least I would assume that Tom is talking about in this example.
New genetic data show that the hemp strain spread into Europe and the Middle East soon after it was developed, while the drug strain must have spread later, although a feral variant of this domesticated drug strain also spread on both the north and south side of the Himalayas in ancient times, indicating that it has an ancestor north of the Himalayas. Relying on the historical record, we can see Indian texts refer to ganja explicitly as a drug from as early as 3,000 years ago. Specifically, the Atharva Veda calls Bhanga one of the 5 sacred plants which release us from anxiety, and which is a source of the sacred Soma drink.
That's quite funny, because I have the exact opposite experience, at least in my experience. So I'll be perfectly honest, right? Because I know there's a statute of limitations for this, and it could... I don't know if I should be saying this on the record, but let's just say I have a very, 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 very minor bit of experience. Very, very, very minor bit of experience. And I turn into the most anxious chatterbox when I'm high off my nut. Right? Which, I'm not going to go into the other reasons why that's funny. It is funny for other reasons when you see how it's juxtaposed with something else. But I'm not going to bring that up, because it doesn't concern me. Say the one and only time where I have had very, very limited experience with this, I wasn't alone. And I'm not going to bring the other side of that equation up, right? But I have very, very limited experience with this. I had the exact opposite experience, right? I don't shut up. I think he said that. Let me just double check. What did he say here? Because I don't shut up when I'm high, and I get super, super paranoid.
Source of the sacred plants which release us from anxiety, and which is a source of the...
Did not happen for me. Let's just say. Did not happen for me whatsoever. Did not happen for me at all. I suppose, but didn't inhale. I certainly remember the first time I tried. I ended up coughing up my fucking... Nearly ended up coughing up and throwing up because, right, because usually now, if we're at like a social occasion or something like that, I like to take a cigar and share a cigar, right? It's like a little bit of a tradition that we have, right? Like if it's a wedding or if it's Christmas or if it's a birthday or something like that. But I'd never smoked before in my entire life, so I never had a clue how to do it. So I'm trying to experience this hallucinogenic, this psychoactive substance, should we say. And I have no idea how to do it. I'm not doing it right. I realize I'm not doing it right because it's getting to the point now where we're running out of the stuff and I'm not feeling anything. And next thing you know, I do it and I cough my lungs up and we're walking back to where we were staying because we were on holiday at the time. And I'm not going to say where. And we were... I just remember walking back down the road and the next thing you know, my vision just does... does the whole thing where it like zooms out. All of a sudden, it's like you've adjusted the FOV, the field of view slider on a video game from like 90 to like 180. And all of a sudden, everything looks so far distant. It's like all of a sudden I've started traveling at the speed of light and I'm like, oh. And then when we're back and we're chilling in where we were staying, I just do not shut up. And I remember, yeah, we get added anxiety because it's been illegal. Been to Amsterdam somewhere it's legal. No comment. No comment. I haven't been to Amsterdam. I haven't been to Amsterdam. So let's just say no comment. I might cut this bit out of the stream. Oh, wow, they can't prove it. They can't prove it. I think we're all good, is my confession. Should I have said this? I don't know. Should I have said this? I don't know. I'm kind of nervous now. I didn't need the ganja to make me nervous, evidently. Yeah, fair to say, I might be privating this stream afterwards until I do the editing. But yeah, we do absolutely. Let's just say, I'm gonna shut my mouth. You know what they say? Loose lips sink. I can't say it now. Loose lips sink ships. Don't say nothing. No comment. But yeah, it's weird because I don't shut up. And I remember the funny comment was, I come up with a comment that my hair feels numb. That was the comment that I come out with the first time, because I remember it just felt like this like whole thing was coursing through my body. It felt really thin. It just felt like I could feel all of my blood vessels and the blood, pumping through my vessels. And yeah, I remember coming out with a comment saying my hair feels numb. So yeah, that should tell you the kind of effects it had on me. Yeah, don't take legal advice from chat. Yeah, maybe I should have just said that I went to Amsterdam. Maybe I should have told one of those little tiny mistruths. Yeah, fair to say, I might be just taking down the stream and taking this little bit out, maybe, in the VOD. But we'll see.
The sacred Soma drink. Most of the spread of drug-type cannabis has happened long after that.
Thing is, now we're 3 hours deep in the stream. If you think I'm stopping right now, well, you gotta think of it.
That date. It reached Africa in the 13th century and Latin America in the 16th century. But what about the missing 9,000 years of potential cannabis drug use between the original domestication in East Asia and the Indian texts describing drug use? The earliest scientifically confirmed archaeological evidence for smoking cannabis is not very old either. Just 2,500 years ago. Chemical analysis of burned cannabis remains from the Jirzankel.
Sorry, this is the mad thing about history. We're saying, oh, it's not that long ago. It was only 2,500 years. That's how mad when we talk about history. Like, think about obviously how far back things go. It's mad that we can talk about, it wasn't that long ago that people started smoking the ganja. It was only 2.5 millennia ago.
Cemetery, just west of the Tarim Basin in Xinjiang, China, suggests high levels of THC, the most psychoactive chemical in
whiskey tonight. Yeah, whiskey tonight. I finished off, what whiskey was it? The bottle's outside in my recycling, because I put it in my decanter. It was one of the, is it Lafroig? One of the Irish ones, or one of the Scottish ones? I think it was. Because I went back to a malt. I've been through a couple of blended ones and a couple of bourbons, so that makes me sound like an alcoholic. I hadn't gone through them in a massive span. I tried most of the Penderins that were available in my local Tesco. So then I went to I tried Talisker, because I remember I hadn't tried Talisker for a long time, because the first time I tried it, it gave me, it made me want to go off whiskey for the rest of my life, because it gave me the, TCP taste. But I come back to it as a more mature man with more hairs on my chest, and I actually kind of enjoyed it. Then I had a bit of a hamper for Christmas, so I had Paddy's, which is a triple distilled Irish whiskey, and I also had Southern Comfort in there, so I had all of those in due course as well. Then I tried Jim Beam. I wanted to try a bourbon, so I tried Jim Beam, ran out of that, and then I went on to, I think it's called Lafroig, and I just finished that tonight, and now this is the Grant's one, so if you bear with me 2 seconds. because I haven't put it in my decanter yet, so I haven't got my headphones on. This is the one which I'm trying tonight. It's just Grant's, and it is a blended Scotch whiskey, matured with 3 types of wood for a smooth, rich, and mellow taste. I tried it once with it's not my father-in-law, but I affectionately call him my father-in-law. At Christmas, I thought it was really, really nice, and it happened to be on club card price, so I picked it up tonight, actually. So that's what we're on tonight. And I also had it smoked. So I'm one of the people that for Christmas I had a little smoker, and it's got cherry wood chips in it. So with a little bit of cherry wood chip smoke in it as well. What was the Pandaren I recommended? I think it was the Madeira finish. I think if I remember correctly, the Madeira finish was my favorite at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. But I've seen at the moment they got a relatively expensive one in Tesco that's it's apparently matured in like Jamaican rum barrels or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. It's got like this like a patchwork box where it looks like it's made up of all different newspaper articles. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like 55 quid. I'm like, I can't be affording to spend that at the moment, you know. So yeah, if anybody wants to go over to my Buy Me a Coffee page and maybe leave a little one-time donation to my little growing vice here, to maybe get some Pandaren, the special edition of Pandaren that's in there at the moment, then maybe down in the description. Just saying, down in the description. I'm only joking. But yeah, I think it was the Pandaren Madeira finish, if I'm not mistaken. The sherry wood finish, if I remember correctly, had a lot more of a smoky and it hit you in your chest kind of feel. The Madeira finish was a little bit smoother. So yeah, I don't think you can get done for saying you did weed was. I hope not. I hope not. I certainly think it's past the statute of limitations anyway. So well, they're gonna come for me for thought crimes anyway. So who cares? But yeah, I think it was the Madeira finish. But yeah, on to a bit of a cherry smoked Grants tonight, Ian. And fair to say, I'm definitely enjoying it.
Cannabis.
I'm looking forward to sharing that drink with you, my friend. I'm looking forward to sharing that drink with you. You'll have to let me know what area of God's country I have to come up to share that drink with you. And also to have that roll with you as well. Which I'm definitely, I want to get back into it. Just been a little bit concerned about going back to the gym, given, what I talk about for, what I do, essentially.
The evidence was found in the form of 10 wooden braziers in which cannabis was burned, likely to be inhaled communally in a tent using a technique modern cannabis users call hot boxing.
Exactly as you said, Inquisitor. It's exactly as you said. Fair play. Man knows his stuff. The original hot boxers, man. Would the real hot boxer please stand up? His name is Inquisitor Vex.
The typical smoking pipe is actually a Native American.
Not to be used in legal context, police. He's not really that kind of stuff. It was a joke, please. The thought police that may be watching and listening, it was just a joke.
Tradition, which did not reach the Old World until the European colonial era. The ancient inhabitants of this region on the western border of China were not what we would think of as Chinese today. The mummies of the Tarim Basin are famous for looking more like white Europeans than Chinese people. The very oldest of them date to the Bronze Age, and new DNA evidence has recently proven that those aren't actually Europeans, but rather West Siberian hunter-gatherers who settled there. Although Indo-Europeans did settle in the Dzungarian Basin just north of Tarim at the same time, and there were
Indo-Europeans were just like super good, weren't they? They were settling everywhere. They were just all over the place. You know what I mean? The Indo-Europeans were where we get the, tribes that make up the native peoples of the UK from. They were just everywhere, weren't they? They were just like, they were just like, I don't know. It's just awesome set of people, you know what I mean? Obviously, that's where we get a lot of the terms that we talked about in the good thing. This seems to be quite related to what we just talked about. You know, the history of this is a lot of this is what we just talked about in the Celts and the Druids episode. I have boxed a few hots. Fair play. Fair play. So you don't have the horror stories that many of the other people whom I know, especially around the comprehensive school age, that were going and doing themselves a mischief under train station bridges and stuff like that, who were going and having whiteys and stuff like that. This is the thing, right? I was so innocent when I was in school. I never even knew, you know, what any of that stuff was, right? And obviously if you tried to, you know, say to do this stuff and whatever, I would have shied away from it, probably run away screaming and reeing, you know what I mean? Like dragging my jacket as a, you know, as if I'm a vampire fleeing the sun, you know. But yeah, there's a few people in my school around that time that were sort of getting into that and done themselves a couple of mischiefs, should we say. But as long as you do it in a safe and controlled environment, well, you know, hey, no harm done, hopefully. All that milk and meat helped us grow big and strong. That's what my mom used to say. You know, you have your milk, and I don't use so much on the meat. It was more so the chicken nuggets that made me fat. But certainly, the milk for your strong bones and stuff like that. Know what I mean?
Iranic tribes to the west too, and both of these Indo-European neighbours eventually mixed with the Siberian hunter-gatherer people of Tarim, with the result that both Iranic and Tokharian languages, each originating in Europe, were spoken in Xinjiang province in China. And some of the later mummies and skeletons from the region have European ancestry, which
and then they turned communist and everything went to shit.
Explains why they look like Europeans. One archaeological site of the region is at Subeshi, on the north side of the Tarim Basin, consisting of a
studies found they suffered less periods of famine than the agricultural people they were expanding into. That's interesting. If you've got any sources to hand or whatever, feel free to send them to my email or drop them in the chat or whatever. It'd be really, really interesting to learn more about that. I always love like reading research papers and stuff like that. So yeah, that'd be really, really interesting to read if you happen to have them saved or anything like that, or if you you know, have the references at any point or whatever. But no, they're just as Chinese as you or me. Pardon me. But yeah, if you have any of those citations to hand or whatever, then feel free to drop them in the chat or drop them to me on email or whatever. I'd love to read them when I get 5 minutes.
Vast series of cemeteries at Yanghai, which date to around 900 BC. One of the skeletons from Yanghai is a Europoid shaman-like figure of the Jushi culture, with bells on his boots, who was buried with loads of cannabis, which, when analysed in 2008, was found...
Let's just say man's hotboxing into the afterlife. He's in the afterlife having the time of his life right now. Or maybe it would have all burned up and run out by now. I don't know. He was having his time. He was having the time of his life for a good while, though.
Found to contain THC. China Central Television made a documentary about the finds in 2016.
Just going to make a note for any future time that I want to use either certain footage and whatever, because you see it says footage used in accordance with fair use copyright law. So obviously there's been a lot of disputes over the years between what counts as fair use and what doesn't. I'm assuming that if that means that I narrate over the top of it, if I have foreign footage and whatever, that means it's going to count as fair use. So good to note. Good to note. But yeah, really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. It's good to have the, you know, narration over the top. Because I think I said before that Tom has one of those voices that you could just listen to for hours. You know what I mean? Tom has one of those voices you could just listen to. Think, if he ever falls out, if he ever, like, decides he doesn't want to do the historian thing anymore, I think he could probably do pretty good at narrating audiobooks and something like that. You know, I think he could do pretty good at narrating audiobooks. Probably make a pretty decent living from that. The source for that, someone I picked up from one of Tom's documentaries. Oh, no, that's pretty cool. Then maybe we can have a look at that a little bit later. Maybe that's going to be another future watch party stream. Footage used in accordance with fair use copyright law.
Today, it seems clear this cannabis was used for smoking, not just hemp rope, and the aforementioned braziers, dated to 400 years later and from the west side of the Tarim Basin in the Pamir Mountains about 1,000 miles away, support this conclusion. Before the shaman's burial, someone had carefully picked out all of the male parts of the plant, which are less psychoactive, providing yet further proof that the cannabis was here associated with drug use rather than textile manufacture. And this is not the only Jush.
They were blazing it up, bro. They weren't smoking ropes. They were smoking dopes. Just call me Shakespeare, who was apparently a black Jewish woman now. That's something that broke today, if you haven't already seen. Apparently Shakespeare is a black Jewish woman now. So yeah, apparently they weren't smoking rope. They were smoking dope, bros. It's been so transformative. So if you're talking over it, you have an argument. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right.
Burial containing cannabis. The Jushi were a Caucasoid people who are believed to have spoken an extinct Indo-European language called Tocharian. You can learn more about the white mummies of China and the Tocharian language in my video on that subject. The Jushi also had connections to the Scythian kingdoms of the steppe.
I had to pause at a moment. I couldn't help but notice he said the word Caucasoid. Right, I had to look this up because it just seems to me that that would just be like a kind of like made up, not made up term, but like term that's used to mean like some kind of insult towards a person. So I think a common insult we had when I was growing up was called a Mong, and then that evolved into Mongoloid as an example. So I had to look up what Caucasoid. So Caucasoid, in this is just referring to a Caucasian person. In this example, is a word for a person from Europe, West Asia, North Africa, and some parts of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Horn of Africa. That's what we're referring to when we use the term Caucasoid, not some weird kind of, light-skinned alien.
The Iranic peoples of Tarim were descended from the Proto-Indo-Iranic Andronova culture of Central Asia, dating from about 2000.
And King Arthur was trans because he wore a dress to sneak into Maid Marian's bedchamber one time. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, that's the thing. He was just. It means it couldn't be the case of he just whatever was convenient to him at the time, or again maybe he had just some weird proclivities or whatever. Couldn't be any of that. Right, because evidently he was a woman, and that means he has to have his balls chopped off and everything like that, right? That's what that's what is coming from that. Where did that go? Oh, that's what I mean. When I start to get drunk, my gulps get bigger. I got to think about that because I'm wondering where the hell my bloody things go. That's all I got left in this cup. That's all I got left in this glass now. And to be here tonight, I'm northeast of our wonderful land. Well, wherever you are, my friend Ian, I'm glad that you're with us. I'm glad that you're with me tonight, and I'll certainly be looking forward to taking you up on that offer of a lovely drink with you in God's land, my friend. I'll certainly be looking forward to taking you up on that. But yeah, he's absolutely, you know what I mean? Shakespeare was a black Jewish woman. King Arthur was obviously trans, probably two-spirit as well. That's just... Follow the science, bro. Trust the science. I mean?
BC to 900 BC, which also gave rise to all the Indo-Iranic or Aryan languages associated with India and Iran. The early Iranic-speaking peoples of the steppe were known as Scythians to the Greeks, and according to one Greek source, they also smoked cannabis. The Scythians were an Iron Age people who continued the equestrian steppe culture of their Bronze Age Andronovo ancestors. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus wrote of a Scythian funerary ritual in which heated stones were placed in bronze vessels along with cannabis, and the smoke would fill up their tents so that all the occupants would inhale the intoxicating fumes. The account is supported
It's literally exactly as you said, Inquisitor. Fair play. It's literally exactly as you said. I can only assume that opposite this tent is going to be the prisoners of war. I can only assume that that's what's going to be opposite this tent.
By the discovery of cannabis seeds in Scythian archaeological contexts. It is likely the seeds described by Herodotus were seeded buds, and that the charred seeds found by archaeologists in the Pazyryk burials are what was left over from the burnt buds. Herodotus also wrote that the Thracians, a Balkan race with close ties to the Scythians, introduced the plant to their neighbours, the Dacians, among whom it became a part of a shamanic cult named the Kapnobatai, or those who walk in the clouds. The shamans of this cult.
I'm going to use that word as my next promotional code. Let me take a... This is how thing I'm going to be right now. I'm just going to take a photo of this in my stupor. I'll just take a photo of this. Oh shit, my flash was on. Oh well. I'm sorry guys if you ended up getting flashed by that. Right, let me turn the flash off. That's the word of the day. That's the word of the day that I'm using. Is any promotional code that I do from this point onwards, whether it's Patreon, locals, or whatever. Speaking of which, if anybody, you can't set wood on fire, but you could drop hot stones. Could drop hot stones into smaller bit. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm gonna quickly come onto this screen. If anybody, by the way, I know I put the thing up on locals earlier. If anybody wants to take advantage of the locals code, with how late it is, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the member stream, but I'll try and do the member stream another day. If anybody wants to take advantage of this now, you can have this is a code if you want to redeem it for 1 month completely free, no payment information required or anything like that. Members privileges, members paid, access to the Patreon page. So if anybody wants that, then I don't know if Patreon do like exclusive live streams that you can do. I'll certainly see. But if anybody wants early access to my conversation with Catherine Watkins, then they can be all means get it with that code there. And it expires. I think it'll expire very, very soon, if I'm not mistaken. So if you want to get early access to that, make sure you redeem it very, very quickly. And I'll let the video play now whilst I quickly go and get a drink as well. But yeah, I think I'm going to do a Kapnobatai as my as any kind of gift promotion or discount code for my next locals promotion.
Used cannabis smoke to induce divine visions. Etymological evidence seems to indicate that Scythians spread cannabis as a drug to many peoples. Our English words hemp and cannabis both likely come ultimately from Scythians. Hemp comes from an Anglo-Saxon word, hanep, meaning cannabis, which comes from the reconstructed Proto-Germanic word hanapis, which must have been borrowed by Germanic tribes from neighbouring Scythians more than 2,000 years ago. The same Scythian word was loaned into Greek and became cannabis, which also entered English via Latin. In the 90s, Russian scientists found the 2,400-year-old mummified remains of a tattooed Scythian noblewoman who they named Devochka. Her body was dressed in a silk blouse, red skirt, a marten fur, and thigh-high white stockings, I say, and lay in a hollowed tree trunk alongside horse harnesses, a mirror, dishes, and a small container of cannabis. The presence of cannabis in burials like this reinforces Herodotus' account, which connects the drug to funerals. Perhaps the drug was used in a necromantic ritual to communicate with the dead. A Scythian barrow called Sengilivsko II in...
Well, this took a turn. All of a sudden now we're talking about communicating with the dead. This took a turn.
In South Russia, close to the Caucasus Mountains, was excavated back in 2013. Inside were 2 large gold vessels placed upside down and several other gold items. scientists analysed residue from inside the gold vessels, and the results came back positive for opium and cannabis. Somehow, both drugs were used in a combined way, such that they left residue in the same, obviously very special, ritual containers.
Oh shit!
Local archaeologist Andrei Belinsky believes that the ornate imagery on the vessels depicts the Scythian underworld. The Achaemenid Persians referred to some Scythians as Sakar Haumavarga, which means the Saka who consume or lay down Hauma. Hauma was both a plant and a ritual drink made from many ingredients in pre-Islamic Iran.
They partied so hard they brought their ancestors back. Yeah, they did. Like, yeah, woohoo! You know, they were listening to what is it? Is it Party Rock Anthem? That's what it's called. You know, I'm sexy and I know it. You know, I was never like that growing up. I knew that I was the ugly duckling growing up, so that song never resonated with me. But was it? I think it's the Why Did Milk Drinking Celts Build 4,000 Forts, where he mentioned the periods of famine in agricultural versus pastoral cultures. Well, maybe that could be something, if it's not too long, could be something that could be done in the locals area with the promotions that you guys would have been gifted. So make sure you redeem those if you haven't done so already. Be free, no financial information required or anything like that. I mean, we can go through those in the locals area as well. I think that'd be really, really interesting. So that might be in reference to Britain rather than Europe as a whole. I think that'd be really, really interesting to go to realize the differences where these things might have manifested in certain areas versus others, right? We've seen that these, you know, traditions, practices, etc., have manifested in different areas differently versus other areas, right? So that'd be quite interesting to go to as well and just expand our learning, because Tom Rowsell is just that much of a legend.
Is usually identified with the stimulant ephedra, which was commonly used by steppe peoples and the people of the Tarim Basin, but also with cannabis. Karl Hoffman interprets the Varga suffix part of the compound Haumavarga to mean laying down in the sacrificial context of a ritual fire, so that Haumavarga means laying Hauma plants around the ritual fire. This seems to refer to the now well-proven Scythian custom of burning cannabis plants to inhale the smoke. Both the Persians and the Scythians spoke Iranic languages derived from those spoken by their ancestors of the Andronovo culture. On the southern border of the Bronze Age Andronovo territories of the Asian steppe.
Little did you know these people were apparently the villains of the 20th century, if I play this a moment.
To the now well-proven Scythian custom of burning cannabis plants to inhale the smoke.
Where is it?
Both the Persians and the Scythians spoke Iranic languages derived from those spoken by their ancestors of the
Dun dun dun! Guys, the swastika boys, quite clearly these guys were Sieg Heiling all their way to conquest. Sieg Heiling all their way. Sieg Heiling all their way. Right, I think he did a video on the swastika as well, which I think would be quite interesting to go over, because obviously the minute people see these things, they think, oh my god, regimes of the 20th century, ah! You know, without understanding the actual origins of the symbol. You know what I mean? Not if you tonight, brother, you should have so many subs. Content is good stuff and music. I appreciate you, Ian. No, I appreciate you being here. It's going to be, you know, it's a long, you know, what's the thing that my old jiu-jitsu coach used to say? He said the battle is long, but at the end of the day, it's only with yourself. So we're going to keep going. We're in it for the long haul. We're thought criminals for the long haul, right? We're thought criminals for the long haul. So we're going to stay in it, my friend. We're going to stay in it. I appreciate you being here. Thank you ever so much. I appreciate you being here as always. Like leaving your buds in vodka overnight. Have you heard of that? I've never tried it. I've never heard of that either. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Sounds like I'm not endorsing this whatsoever. But I think in this instance, I need to be the control condition and you need to be the experimental condition. I'm only joking. Let's just make that clear. I'm only joking. Please, feds, don't come after me. I'm literally joking. I know that comedy is criminal. comedy is criminalized in the UK nowadays. But please, I'm only joking. I'm only joking, man. Just let me get away with it this one time.
Andronovo culture. On the southern border of the Bronze Age Andronovo territories of the Asian steppe was the Bactria margiana culture of Afghanistan. The Russian archaeologist, Professor Viktor Saryanidi, excavated in this region and found 3 temple sites which he believed were devoted to the preparation and consumption of the Hauma beverage. And he claimed evidence of cannabis, ephedra, and opium poppy in use in this context, preserved in fossilized gypsum and impressions in clay shards. He said that these excavations documentally proved that poppy, cannabis, and ephedra were used for making the soma and...
Yes, science! Yes, science. It's for science. It's educational. It's purely informative. It's like the part where I need to leave a disclaimer on my conversation with Catherine Watkins. Be like, this is purely informative. This is purely for people's perspective. This is not to be taken as medical advice. This is not to be taken as advice. Please, Welsh and British government. It's not to be taken as advice. This is not to be taken as things that I have advised. This is just purely for science. It is purely for the pursuit of knowledge and experience. Please, 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 please. It's for science.
Hauma drinks. In the documentary film...
And he's an adult. He's perfectly capable of giving his informed consent. You know? Just please, just don't come after me, please.
Black Sands, he visits the site.
I know it's inevitable, but please, just not yet. And then when it's about to come to the time where you do come after me, just not yet. Okay, just not then. Just a time after that, please.
Where the evidence was found.
It was believed that there had never been human occupation in this.
Tell you what, fuck the body. I'm getting some of that Madeira. That sounds good. Tell you what, I think that's a question that science hasn't answered. So, for the pursuit of science, my friend.
Desert. Until the archaeologist Victor Saryanidis started working.
Just make sure you redeem your discount code before that happens in case of any unforeseen effects, any confounding variables, should we say.
Working here in Turkmenistan 40 years ago. Here in Gunur Tepe, ancient ritual practices have been identified, such as exposure of the dead and the preparation of hallucinogenic ritual drinks. Who were these people living here 4,500 years ago?
В этих сосудах клали эти растения, федру и каннабис. Это алкогольный напиток, но который не все пили, а только жрецы.
The pre-Islamic religion.
Ah, there we are. The priests know where the good stuff is. See, like the NHS knowing where the good drugs are, and make no mistake, from a guy that had to be induced into a coma and has put on all sorts of fucking cocktail of drugs. Make no mistake. I know the NHS know where the good stuff is at. I know where the NHS know where the good stuff is at. So it seems that the priests knew where the good stuff was at in this instance. Right, gatekeeping it from the public who would want this. How dare they?
Of Iran is called Zoroastrianism. Besides using the Hauma drink, Zoroastrians had other...
I appreciate you, Ian. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for tuning in with me, my friend. Greatly appreciate you. You have a good night, my friend. I'll catch up with you next time, and I'll catch up with you for that beverage next time as well, my friend. Greatly appreciate you for tuning in. You have a good night.
Ritual substances to help invoke divine or shamanic visions. One of these was called mang or bang, which referred to several plants.
So take what is it? So take a hallucinogen and then psychopomp, or thinking your ancestors, or thinking of your ancestors, and you can speak with the dead. Sounds legit. I'd sooner take my chance. To be fair, I'd sooner take my chances with that than the Luigi board, because I think that I'd probably get some very more negative consequences coming out of the Luigi board than I would with the cocktail drugs. But yeah, it's mad what different cultures believe in all of these things, right? It's absolutely mad, and it's fascinating. Mang bang. I don't know where. I don't know why I find that funny. Bang, bang. Banger, banger. This is a banger, boys. This drug is a banger.
Including cannabis, but which now refers only to cannabis in modern Iran. In a medieval Zoroastrian story contained in the book of Ardaviraf, the pious hero...
I want to stress, if Tom happens to be watching this in the future, I'm not taking the piss out of any of the work that you've done. I'm not intending to do that. It is for comedic effect, but just because I find the terms funny because I'm drunk, my friend. I hope you understand that. This work, which I appreciate you doing, I greatly appreciate, and I hope you understand from the work that I've cited that you've done in the past with regards to indigenous peoples and stuff like that, and the work that you do with regards to the indigenous peoples of Britain. I greatly appreciate your work, my friend. I'm saying this now. I'm having a laugh at some of the terms which I find funny because I'm drunk, my friend. Please, just understand if you happen to be watching this at some point in the future, please.
Viraf is chosen to undertake a journey to the next world in order to prove the truth of Zoroastrian beliefs. In order to get there, he drinks a mixture of wine, mung, and hauma, causing his body to sleep for 7 days and nights, while his soul travels to the other world. The journey depicted in the story
sounds like my coma, to be fair. Not gonna lie, this stuff that's on screen right now looks like some of the stuff that I saw when I was induced into a coma. Looks like a lot of the stuff that I saw. Maybe this is what the NHS were using on me.
Likely reflects a wider necromantic ritual use of cannabis as a means to journey to the next world.
Let's just say, when I was induced into my coma and I saw things, I fucking saw things.
Other descendant people of the Andronovo culture were the Aryan invaders of India, who entered the South Asian subcontinent around 3,500 years ago.
I love it. That's my sketchy mate for a backpack. He's giving me a very funny look. Yeah, that's how we would go. That's how we would go. Fancy a backpack. Yeah, that's how we would go.
You can see my video on the topic for more evidence of that. Just as the Persians use a ritual holy drink called hauma, which seems to have been made with cannabis and ephedra, the Vedic Indians had a similar sacred beverage called soma, and we also know they used cannabis, which they called bhanga, and that the drug strains of this plant were brought into India from north of the Himalayas. Soma is widely agreed to be related to hauma, and may also have been made using cannabis and ephedra. In fact, in the oldest Hindu text of all, the Rig Veda, Bhanga refers not to cannabis, but to the soma drink, although this is often translated according to the root meaning of Bhanga, which is to break apart, presumably referring to the psychological effect of cannabis which causes the user to disassociate from themselves. It seems very likely, therefore, that the sacred soma and hauma derive from a common source which contained cannabis. Therefore, we should reasonably deduce that domesticated cannabis cultivated for drug use was spread into Iran and India by the ancient Aryans of the Andronovo culture at the end of the Bronze Age, and continued to be spread around Eurasia by their Iron Age descendants, the Scythians. Even in modern India, ganja is either smoked or consumed in a milkshake called bang lassi by devotees of the god Shiva, a god who they believe...
Next thing that you'll be seeing this will be the next edition of the fridge milkshakes that you see. Now that Tom has said that, you'll have the fridge banga flavor. That's what will be coming next. So what he said there, though, I just wanted to look up something a bit quickly. He said there, mainly because it took my interest because of the video game name of the same name, Soma. Soma, if you type it into Google, is a sacred ritualistic drink from ancient Vedic texts, central to early Indo-Aryan religion, believed to grant divine insight. Those exact plant source remains unknown and debated. I believe Tom said that, though, it was in this instance most likely the sources of it were, marijuana and ephedra, if I'm not mistaken. So cannabis and ephedra. So there we go. Quite literally, quite interesting insight there, which Google didn't seem to give. But the biggest thing is here there seems to be a common theme with a lot of these things, whether it's drug use, whether it's all these different practices that people do. It seems to be, everything seems to come back to divine insight. Seems to be quite insightful in and of itself. A lot of these people that were exploring these things wanted to understand things that were, pardon me, I'm burping a lot, were higher than themselves, which is quite an interesting concept discussion to have around there. Again, the different ways, again, you given what, different religions say, and the predominant religion in the modern day, which is increasingly becoming Islam in the UK to our great detriment, but at one point was Christianity. Obviously, you had the roadmap for what would be considered, for lack of a better term, the divine path, the holy path, so to speak. But it's interesting to see how at different points in the human evolutionary cycle that the different elements that people went through, you know what I mean? The different ways they tried to, this concept of divine sight, divine insight, and wanting to attain it is a common one that I see throughout human evolution, which is quite interesting. Humans inherently seem to want to aspire to something higher than themselves. And even in my drunk brain, I can't comprehend why that is. Maybe we need to sort of recapture that, because a lot of people are just keen to go with the status flow of the day-to-day, which is fair enough, right? Bills need to be paid, children need to be taken care of, all of these things, right? Which is absolutely the case. But we should remember trying to aspire to something greater than ourselves, because that's where we're going to accomplish the greatest things that we could, really.
Enjoys smoking cannabis himself. They share the cannabis with the destroyer god as prasad, that is, the shared sacrificial offering. In the shamanic Chinese poem of the Chu state called The Nine Songs, written about 300 BC, a goddess called Shao Siming offers a god called Da Siming, the Lord of Life, a twig from a plant called Shuma or Suma, at the eternal farewell. The first commentary on the Nine Songs was written 400 years later by Wang Yi, and he annotates the term Shuma as mythical hemp. This hemp was associated with an offering given to the Lord of Life, yet Shuma itself refers to the deity as well as to the plant offered to that deity. The exact same holds true for Soma in India and Hauma of Iran, for each refers respectively to a plant, a ritual drink made from that plant, and a god associated with that drink. Some have argued that Chinese Shuma was a word borrowed from Aryans of the Tarim Basin in western China, who made a drink from ephedra and cannabis from which both Hauma and Soma are derived. But there is a problem with that theory. Shuma is a compound word comprised of shu, meaning sparse or distant, and ma, which means hemp. Thus together they mean distant hemp, which is rendered as mystical hemp in accepted translations. Cannabis, as already demonstrated by genetic evidence, is native to China and was first domesticated there, and ma is used in inscriptions over 3,000 years old, so there is no need to propose
bloody communists thought that they 1,000, 2,500 years ago, whatever it was, clearly in their haze foresaw the communist revolution of Mao and thought, we're going to blaze up the rest of the fucking nations and make it so even long after Mao has been, it's going to be so easy for communism to take over the nations because they're all going to be a bunch of blazed out drug addicts. That's clearly what they thought. Obviously I am joking. When the life expectancy is about 30 years, thinking about the afterlife and the gods must have been quite yeah, exactly. It's a little bit like what we talked about earlier with Serbia, right? Being keenly aware of your own mortality. And I went through this experience when I very nearly lost my life myself, right? Being keenly aware of your own mortality massively changes how you think about things, how you think about your worldview, how you think about religion, how you think about and I was one of these people that in religious studies in school that was just like, what the hell do I have to learn from this? Religion is just a bunch of kooky bullshit. But then realizing that, trying to think about, well, how do I justify my beliefs outside of God and all of these things, right? I just want to sort of my hero moment. Epistemic justification, all of these things. How do I know things? How do I know that things are objectively true and objectively false? How do I know that things are good or bad? All of these things. It was just, all of these things which become key, which become a lot more apparent when you are close to death. So yeah, I can imagine if you're growing up and you're seeing that people only live to a very, very relatively young age, right? 30, 35, 40 is what we would consider middle age today. That would have been the winter of existence back then. So it must change massively how you think about things. And yeah, it's really, really insightful how we have developed in the modern day in terms of our lifespan, but it's also had the concurrent effect on regressing how we think about things that come after. Because you have to think about things higher than yourself to then have any kind of epistemic justification for your positions if you're going to have a debate and stuff like that, right? So think about it. Ultimately, if somebody just has something which they prefer, ultimately, like, this is the thing when you debate, when you see a lot of debates with like leftists or liberals, for example, ultimately the positions just come to what they prefer and what they don't, but they have no epistemic, they have no objective justification for why that is true and what is not, why their beliefs are better than anybody else, right? So the best case I see at the moment is you have to ground your beliefs in something bigger than yourself, bigger than any human, even, for example, bigger than government, and ultimately then you end up wrestling with the God question, right? So it's just like, that must have been so much people would have been forced to confront that a lot more when people were dying in their 20s and 30s. You know what I mean? It's going to show that for all of the technological advancements that we get, there's also, for every action, for every decision, for every innovation, there's going to be a trade-off. Because people have so much to take for granted nowadays, they stop thinking. You know what I mean? It's a great point you brought up there, Inquisitor. It's a great point you brought up there. Like, when the expectation of death is so soon, right? Yeah, it ties into kids and having stuff as well. Absolutely. You had it described as a kind of elongated childhood or adolescence. Yeah, exactly. And think about it. The one thing that, Christ said, if the gospel is to be believed, is that, to enter the kingdom of God, you almost have to be like a child. It's quite interesting how these things, these concepts which you never think about, and quite often we easily just dismiss, come back into these weird kinds of discussions. It's really, really cool.
Is a loanword from Proto-Indo-Iranic at all. Ma is used to refer to other plants too. For example, ephedra was called ma huang, meaning yellow hemp. And during the Han Dynasty, the Chinese...
Sounds like a weird kind of pickup line, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, you want to suck my huang? Oh, you want to ride my huang? I'm probably going to get taken down for that.
Called sesame seeds and their oil hu ma, meaning hemp of the foreigners, while calling their own hemp Han ma, meaning hemp of the Han race. And they also called their own hemp.
Just when you try telling when you're walking down the street with your mother, and some of these cultural enrichers are walking down the street with their wangs hanging out. Oh, he's hung ma. It still needs to be remigrated though. Let's make no mistake.
Hu ma, which means fire hemp, and that implies that they burned.
Can you tell I'm drunk yet, ladies and gentlemen?
It, perhaps for ritual drug use. Hu ma sounds a lot like Hauma, and back in 1982, Manda Hassan proposed that the Iranic word Hauma derives from the Chinese Hu ma or Hu ma, which he argued was transported by Aryan aesthetics into the Bactria Margiana region of Afghanistan as Hauma, while among the Aryans who took it to India it became Soma in Sanskrit, since it is known that H mutates into S in the early Indic language. Manda Hassan devised this theory long before the genetic evidence of Iranic people in Western China was proven, or archaeological evidence of cannabis smokers in Jirzangkal cemetery was discovered, and cannabis was identified in the Jushi shaman graves. This was also before genetics had confirmed the relationship between the Aryan invaders of India and Iran with the Iron Age mummies of Tarim and the Scythians. He relied only on linguistics, but his theory has been strengthened by all these recent genetic and archaeological discoveries. Besides the Indo-Iranic speakers, many other peoples in the ancient world used cannabis, specifically Semitic peoples of the Middle East. We can trace the spread of the plant.
Oh, here we go. Blazing Jews. Here we go.
Through linguistics. The Indic word bhanga and the Iranic bang or mang were not the only Indo-Iranic words for cannabis. As already mentioned, the Greek kanabos, cognate of English cannabis, comes from an Iranic word related to the Persian word kanaf or kanab, which it seems the Persians, like the Greeks, took from the Scythians of the steppe. This East Iranic Scythian word is sometimes reconstructed as konaba. Kanab or konaba is also thought to be the source of kunubu, a word used in the cuneiform library of the Assyrian king Assurbanipal in the 5th century BC to describe a kind of incense. In a letter dated to 680 BC, sent to Assurbanipal's grandmother from a high priest who answers her question about which ingredients are used in the sacred rites, he replies...
I love that. He said... had to make the closest substitute. You know what I mean? Said SR had on Assurbanipal's dad. I couldn't find an image of his gran. I love that. It's like, yeah, sorry guys, I couldn't find an image of his gran. You just have to make do with this. I mean, fair play. It's good that there's an image on screen to give you guys a context of what's going on at the very least. So, you know, sometimes, you know, you can only do the best that you can. Sometimes the artifacts don't exist. You know what I mean?
Answers her question about which ingredients are used in the sacred rites. He replies, the main items for the rites are fine.
In fact, it actually reminds me of something, Inquisitor, which I think probably, again, the only person watching the stream at the moment, is that it reminded me of something that was when we were going through the Catherine Watkins research stream. I actually tried to find something which I couldn't find for the life of me. I could only find one of them. One of the things that was talked about in that conversation, which you'll have early access to if you check your links, by the way, is the what was it? The something known as Kinsey's pedophiles, right? Two of his researchers, which he enlisted, were outright pedophiles, two of the most prolific pedophiles in history. One of which was Rex King, his name is Rex King, and the other one was known as Fritz von Balusek. And I could only find image for the one. It's kind of interesting parallel here between one of the conversations I done with Catherine Watkins recently, is that he couldn't find, I don't know why it brought me to this point, right? But saying they couldn't find images. I couldn't find images of Rex King anywhere. I don't know why, right? It was a person that was enlisted as to help with Kinsey's research, his just downright disgusting paedophilics research, which if you take advantage of those codes that I sent you, you'll be able to get early access to that conversation in the locals and Patreon area. He, you know, just I couldn't find any images of this guy whatsoever. Just something to put me in the mind of for some reason. That interesting that Tom couldn't find images of what was it, Assurbanipal's whatever it was grandmother, and I couldn't find images that, you know, sometimes you gotta do the best you can. You know what I mean?
Fine oil, water, honey, odorous plants, and kunubu.
You say expunged from the internet? Very well could be. It was only that I went to Catherine's website to find her articles, and I found the image of Fritz von Balusek. And if I quickly bring this up on screen, because I believe I have his image saved on my phone, just because I put it in the episode in post. Let me see if I can find it a bit quick. I know I have it here. I know I have it here. I do have it saved because I included it in the interview in post. Here it is. Right, let me see if I can bring this up. So this is you'll if you take advantage of the links that I sent you to your email. Let me see if I can just bring this up on screen. That's not the one I wanted. So this, you'll be seeing it up on screen now. in some of the experiments, quote unquote, that Alfred Kinsey was running, this is one of the people that he enlisted to help him. And he was one of the most, I believe, one of the most prolific pedophiles of the 20th century. Fritz von Balusek, his name is. And one of the people that Alfred Kinsey enlisted, as I said, to help with his quote-unquote research, right? And you'll be able to get the full details of this from Catherine Watkins with the links that I sent you. Can't find any of the other images of Rex King on the internet whatsoever. So very, 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 very likely could have been completely expunged from the internet. You know what I mean? It's very, very likely. And I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past the internet, given that a lot of these people who we're talking about potentially were outright CIA assets and stuff like that. So obviously who controls all this stuff, who controls a lot of the flow of information is going to be a lot of these intelligence agencies and stuff like that. Yeah, Tom is trying to find an image of a 2,000-year-old random grandma. Very, very difficult, right? Very, very difficult. Especially, maybe it'll be uncovered in the archaeological dig from here on out, right? Who knows? But, you know, it tells you a lot when Tom's trying to find an image of a 2,000-year-old random grandma from this era of the world, right? And it shows you how easily these images can be expunged and stuff like that. But yeah, I couldn't even find an image of this very, very pivotal figure from as soon as close as over 100 years, not even 100 years ago. You know what I mean? You need a lot of power to completely wipe someone off the internet. Absolutely. You know what they say? It's on the if it's on the internet, it's on the internet forever. If somebody can remove something from the internet, then it certainly says a lot about the power that they hold. And what I do is I quickly need to go to the toilet, so I'll quickly check this on my Be Right Back screen. But there's only a little bit of this there's only a little bit of this podcast, or well, not podcast, but live stream, documentary left. So I will be back in just a few moments. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Funny thing, as I went to the toilet, right, and I just found this from a status known as Antifa Bot, aka the Intolerant Left on X. This was 5 hours ago, and I only become aware of this because Lord Miles responded to it, right? I wish, I'm saying this as an unrelated note, because I wish a lot of the parties that people think are like right-wing populist or right-wing nationalist parties in the UK were in any way as based as the leftists think they are. Says here, I'm going to say this now, if Farage gets in, we will have ICE 2.0 on our streets, and if that happens, we will absolutely stand and fight together. I would rather die than get thrown in jail than live under a fascism government. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump, and fuck Farage. I only wish that Farage and the Reform lot were half as based as as the lefties believed that they actually would be, right? To say that we're going to have ICE 2.0 on our streets under a reform government, I think is absolutely laughable on the face of it. I only wish that the actual quote-unquote right-wing opposition governments were only going to be as based as the lefties think they are.
The Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian words Kunubu and Kunabu are thought to mean a way to produce smoke, and are speculated to refer to cannabis. Similar speculation
Wait, what the hell is
has
this? Hang on, before we go on, I'm just checking the chat. I didn't realize there was so many messages in the chat. Just his wife. Oh, Lord, get a bed. I'm on the couch. I'm 40p. Oh my God, Ian, I'm so sorry to hear that, my friend. I did not want to cause that. I'm so sorry. I think the place to oil yourself. Yeah, make sure you go no ghee. Make sure you go no ghee. I don't do 3. Ian, I'm so sorry. Genuinely, if I've caused this because all of a sudden I'm live streaming on a Saturday night and a Sunday morning, I am so sorry. I am so sorry I've caused this rift, if anything. I've only had 14 beers. Fair play. I think you could hold your liquor. I think that has to be said. I certainly think you could hold your liquor. But if I've caused any strife in your marriage, I'm certainly very, very sorry. I did not intend to. I did not intend to. I certainly hope that you're able to make your way back into the bed very, very soon. You don't have to spend the night on the sofa. Because if anything, the nights on the sofa that we had to spend, because at one point our dog had to go through a procedure in which she had one of those things which had to constantly leak out fluid. She had a procedure, right? To remove part of what we thought was initially a cancerous lump, and then she had it removed. It turns out I don't think it really was anything, but part of the procedure, when they done her stitches up, they had to have this little bit of like plastic leaking out of it, which allowed fluids to leak out from the wound that they created. It's unavoidable, right? But that meant that she couldn't get up on the bed, she couldn't do anything because of the stitching or anything like that, so we had to sleep on the sofa. So I certainly hope you're not spending the night on the sofa, my friend. I certainly hope so. But if anything, if you're tuning in for the rest of the stream, I certainly hope you enjoy it.
Long surrounded the biblical Hebrew term Knir Boshem, literally Aramaic.
You Welshmen are such a problem. I know. I'm so sorry, but I can't help it. You know, I can't. It's just in my nature. It's just in my nature to be a problem. Leftist Reddit is actually pro-gun now, but I know they're pro-gun when they can use it to fire ICE agents on behalf of illegal migrants. I know. It's absolutely insane. Guns for me, but not for thee. But yeah, certainly, Ian, I hope you are able to sleep in your own bed tonight. I certainly hope that I have not caused a rift in this hopefully beautiful marriage that you have. I certainly hope so. I'm sorry, my friend.
Read, which linguists variously identify.
I would say maybe, you know, in a role or whatever, you could defend your manhood, so to speak. But I'm not going to say that. I'm obviously presenting as a bit of a joke. But she's a black belt, so I'm like, what do I do? What do I do?
As cannabis, lemongrass, or sweet cane. The Jewish god tells Moses to make a holy oil from myrrh, cinnamon, Knir Boshim, and cassia. Professor of Classical Studies at Boston University, Carl Ruck, claimed in 2009 that the Hebrew Knir Boshem is the same Scythian word that Herodotus wrote as...
You should bring her on stream. Just bring her on stream here. Bring her on stream. I know, you know, what's going on. And hopefully that will ease matters. But yeah, let's say a man can enjoy his beer. What can I say? A man can enjoy his beer. You know what I mean? It's only 14. It's only 14. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is, you know? Yeah, it's scary when, you know, the other side has guns, but for some reason it's not scary when criminals have them. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They very much so, the leftists are very much so, guns for me, but not for thee.
Cannabis, and that large amounts of it were compounded into the ointment for the ordination of the Hebrew priest, who would inhale the incense inside the temple.
The word cannabis is a Greek assimilation of the Scythian word, and other cultures have assimilated as well. The Hebrew version of it is cannabis. Cannabis was the ingredient in the incense that the high priest entered the enclosed tent, like the Scythian fumigation tent of the inner tabernacle. And in that enclosed space, he saw Yahweh materialize, renewing the covenant with the deity, the highest sacrament of the religion. And it was induced by a vision, accessed by cannabis.
His claim...
So maybe, you know, when we talk about the burning bush, you know, we talk about Moses, the burning bush, not to make jokes about scripture and certainly make jokes about the, you know, the Almighty and stuff like that. But, you know, we talk about the burning bush, maybe it was meant a little bit more literally than people realize, right? Did you remember to get her a fruit-based drink? Oh. No, every little helps. Every little helps. Is that from the Bible? I don't know. The burning bush, we were talking about, I believe it's in the book of Exodus. The burning bush, right? Moses goes up to the top of the mountain and speaks to Yahweh through the burning bush. I've seen, it's definitely in the book of Exodus. It's definitely in the book of Exodus. I've seen that before. I read that before. I haven't read any of the Talmud. I know that. I haven't read any of the Talmud, but I know that was in the book of Exodus. But I'm thinking, I know a lot of people have hypothesized that maybe were they just high as fuck. You know what I mean? So, who knows? I guess. Who knows?
Could perhaps be dismissed as wild speculation were it not for recent archaeological evidence from Israel. In 2020, at Tel Arad, near Jerusalem, archaeologists took samples from the altars of an 8th century Jewish shrine first discovered in 1962. The organic residue from the 2 limestone altars was tested and determined to contain burnt cannabis and frankincense. This is the first time that cannabis has been scientifically identified in the ancient Near East.
When he said that, I just imagined the wild men blazing it up on their way to find the newly birthed Lord. You know what I mean? Just imagine the wild men just sharing a little bit of a blunt between them and maybe listen to a bit of 3 Little Birds on their way up to see the newborn Jesus. You know what I mean? Damn, man.
But many believe it was used by Hebrews and other Semitic peoples much earlier, and they point to the words kunabu and konaboshem as evidence. If they are right, then it seems likely the plant was introduced to Semitic peoples by the Persians or the Scythians in the Iron Age. However, there is also evidence that cannabis was spread not only by Iranic Aryan peoples in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age, but also by their Proto-Indo-European ancestors of the Eastern European steppe thousands of years earlier. Back in 2017, a study by Teng...
Tell you what, I did not realize for the life of me that cannabis had such a complicated and going so far back history. I'll say that. The guy talking about the fumigation tent, I just don't know, but I did not realize that cannabis had such a history going back so far and affected so many people. You know what I mean? And potentially that, you know, I'm not going to say anything about the, you know, the Lord or anything like that for the, you know, for the sake of my own soul or whatever. But, you know, the burning bush maybe meant a little bit more literally than we've taken to believe, you know what I mean?
Wen Long and colleagues from the Free University of Berlin argued that cannabis was domesticated.
Yeah, the 3 wise men, they brought all they brought gold, frankincense and myrrh, and they would have brought cannabis, but they smoked it all already.
In the West by steppe peoples at the same time it was domesticated in China. They argued, using archaeological evidence, that the Proto-Indo-European steppe peoples, such as the Yamnaya, spread the cannabis plant. This facial reconstruction by Robert Molyneux shows you what the Yamnaya people looked like. However, the genetic study from this year proves all domesticated cannabis comes from a single East Asian domestication event, thus disproving the multi-regional.
Is it, Ian, you remind me of a younger self, but with higher IQ. Right, you have to make this clear. Are you referring to Inquisitor here, or are you referring to me? Promise we won't take offense either way. I certainly won't take offense if you say that it's Inquisitor and not me, because I know I'm just, you know, a little modicum above legal retardation levels. So it's all good. I promise you, Ian, it's all good. You know, we have cannabinoid receptors in our brains, completely useless unless we're meant to. Maybe we're just meant to. Who knows? I say think that, you know, people who make the argument that it's potentially a gateway drug to other things, you know, I can see where people are coming from. Absolutely. You know, Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, when he was here. Thank you ever so much, Ian. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry, Inquisitor. Sorry, Inquisitor. But you have your codes to take advantage of, so make sure you take advantage of those codes. I hope that they will be recompensed for that. Obviously me. Oh, there we go. Maybe it is Inquisitor. I know that, you know, I'm like, you know, probably like a Somali and a half, if you will, a Somali and a half. But it's gonna get the stream taken down for hateful content. But hey, who knows, right? Now people say there's a gateway drug, and I can see where they're coming from. But you know, it's a case of anything can be seen as a gateway. Right, anything can be seen as gateway. So, yeah, you started a little bit of a conflict between me and Inquisitor here. We started an IQ conflict here, but I certainly know that my IQ is nothing to be, it's nothing to be, impressed by, so to speak. So, I'm like an above average Neanderthal is me. You know what I mean? Which is basically a PhD in Somali. We'll start measuring IQ in Somalians. Oh no. I was saying that, I'm gonna have to start creating like some kind of donation. So no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that on stream. I'm not going to say that on stream because it's going to sound really weird. But oh yeah, he has the IQ of about 2 or 3 Somalians. Oh, that's made me laugh. That's made me laugh, and it's probably woken up the neighbours. But oh well. Yeah, enjoy that smoke, Inquisitor. Enjoy that smoke. You didn't want this smoke. Enjoy that smoke.
Theory, despite it relying on a database of cannabis in the archaeological record, which shows cannabis was widely distributed from as early as 10,000 years ago, or even earlier. The conflicting archaeological and genetic evidence has not been conclusively resolved yet. The Yamnaya culture began over 5,000 years ago and spread as far west as Hungary. One Yamnaya grave at Gurbenesti in Romania contained a clay vessel with what is thought to be carbonized hemp seeds. If so, likely the earliest evidence for the burning of cannabis. The British archaeologist Andrew Sharratt argued in 1995 that the Yamnaya invaders first introduced cannabis smoking to the Danube Valley. He also claimed that the even older steppe culture of Sredni Stok,
and dare we say it was all downhill from there. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Epstein was like 3 Somali smart. Tells you a lot, by the way. We should be exercising at least some level of pride in our people and our intellectual development, right? That, a scientist of European origin, bear in mind one of the most, gifted and cited and smartest scientists of our day, obviously one of the most exceptional humans in modern history, had the intellectual capacity of 3 people. That's absolutely nuts.
In Ukraine, which is probably the original Proto-Indo-European culture and dates back over 6,000 years, used cannabis as a...
My border collie has 60 IQ. I don't think even my dog here, well, she's sleeping at the moment, so I don't want to disturb her, but I don't even think she reaches that level, to be honest. But to be fair, I took her out on a run earlier, took her on a jog earlier, and her recall was actually remarkably better. So if I start running or I start jogging, her recall actually starts getting better than it would otherwise. So I don't know if that has any, maybe she has a reciprocal IQ increase when I'm running versus when I'm walking her normally. But fair to say, she's having a lovely bit of fun sleeping on the sofa at the moment. She looks so peaceful. She's been tearing everything up mine. There's a sock on the floor. I hope you know, like just off camera, just off webcam. There's a sock on the floor. There's a pillow on the floor. There's a toy pig which was squeaking all the way out through the stream earlier, right? So she's absolutely torn up the living room. But she's now just sleeping so peacefully. In fact, I'll see if I can quickly take my webcam and just... There she is. She's sleeping so peacefully. And that is a shark onesie that I got from my girlfriend for Christmas right there. But there you go. She's sleeping so peacefully. There we go. Tells you a lot about my sort of, you know, intellectual capacity. That I can still do that. I can navigate that webcam navigation even when I'm drunk. Oh... Is she yeah, the surgery was a long time ago. Yeah, the surgery was a long time ago. It was just a period of time because we have quite a high elevated bed. The mattress that I have on my bed is very, very thick. So she can jump up on it, no problem, right? But when she had the stitching and everything under her stomach, when she had the procedure and when she was spayed as well, she had to have a period of time where she couldn't jump up on anything, not even the sofa, right? So we slept on the sofa downstairs rather than sleeping up in the bed and leaving her down in the crate. I wouldn't want to sleep in the bed with her down in the crate just because I wouldn't want that, you know what I mean? But yeah, she's all recovered now. Thank you ever so much for asking. She's all recovered now. I'm on the form tonight. Thank you ever so much. I try my best. Maybe if everything goes wrong, I just try my hand at stand-up comedy in a post-PC society. Maybe there we go. Maybe I could try my hand at stand-up comedy in a post-PC society. Yeah, she's a black lab. She's my lovely black lab called Bailey. And in fact, even, just as I'll bring this back a bit quick, this is a present that my girlfriend got me for Christmas, right? It's actually... It's actually a shirt with a bunch of Baileys on it, which I'm actually wearing tonight because I didn't have another shirt to wear when I got back. I went out jogging with her, right? I went out to take her for a walk and ended up turning to a jog, and I didn't have a shirt to put on, so I was just wearing my hoodie, which is now in the wash. But yeah, I ended up just chucking this t-shirt on. But yeah, this is one of those meme presents she got me for Christmas because I have a great girlfriend like that. But yeah, is she edible? Sadly not. Unless you're a Hong Kong butcher shop, unless you're a Chinese butcher shop, absolutely not. Well, she shanked it, dude. For fuck's sake. You guys are great, honestly. You guys are fucking great. I love all you guys.
Socially approved intoxicant, celebrating its significance by imprinting it on their pottery. He was referring to corded impressions on the clay vessels of the Sredni Stog culture, which he argued represented hemp cords. He also pointed to the presence of burning braziers in Bronze Age European cultures, which are sometimes described as incense cups, as a continuation of a steppe tradition of burning cannabis in braziers. An argument he made long before the discovery of the 2,500-year-old Iranic cannabis braziers from Xinjiang in China. This brazier, or Peraunos, was made by people of Hungary's Copper Age Bodrog-Keresztür culture, which is considered to be Indo-Europeanized by neighbouring steppe cultures. This one is from the nearby Karnavoda culture, whose pottery was influenced by the corded ware of the Sredni Stog culture on the steppe. While this...
All I got from that is just Hungary is just always has been and still continues to be with Viktor Orban's leadership based and great. So, yeah, good on you Hungarians out there.
Brazier was found in a Yamnaya barrow near Mikhailovka in the Volga region of South Russia, as were these ones. The Belbeka people were related to Sredny Stog and Yamnaya people, and Belbeka finds from near Stonehenge include numerous so-called incense burners, such as the Stonehenge incense cup you see here. Was this cup used?
I love that I said I've got a feeling it is a moment. It was so-called incense burners, implying that, we all know what they use these for, right? We all know what they really use these for.
By an early British shaman to burn cannabis? Sharat wrote, "The realization is gradually dawning on archaeologists that such practices, widespread in the ethnographic record, are inherently likely to have existed in prehistoric times. It seems entirely probable that, in their practices and associated mythology, the societies of Aboriginal Europe were smoking cultures." Conclusive evidence that Belbeka people used cannabis was found near the global capital of cannabis itself, Amsterdam. In 2012, analysis of the pollen from
Here we go,
plants
Inquisitor. Let's just pretend that everything I said earlier happened in this region of the world where it was perfectly legal, yeah. Let's pretend that everything we talked about earlier happened in this region of the world, yeah? We know.
Within a Belbeka tomb at Hattemerbroek in the Netherlands, dated between 2459.
When you're from Netherlands and your hat breaks, I'm a Hattemerbroek.
And 2200 BC, contemporary with the Stonehenge incense cup, revealed that they were almost certainly cannabis. Once again, we see a connection between cannabis and an Indo-European funeral ritual, but long before the Aaronic people emerged. Although conclusive study of the THC content of cannabis from these early Indo-European finds has not been possible, as it was for the braziers of the Jirzankel cemetery, we should not conclude that cannabis was never used as a drug prior to 500 BC, or that its earliest use was limited to East Asia. The archaeological record clearly demonstrates that the tradition of cannabis use has roots in the earliest Indo-European cultures. As the authors of the exhaustive Encyclopedia of Indo-European Culture have noted, there are at least 3 chronological horizons to which the spread of hemp might be ascribed. The early distribution of hemp across Europe during the Neolithic, around 5000 BC or earlier, a later spread of hemp for presumably narcotic purposes around 3000 BC, and a still later spread, or at least re-emergence of hemp, in the context of textiles during the first millennium BC. We see the ancient...
So what I get from this is at some point, he's saying here that you had early distribution of hemp across Europe during the Neolithic. I believe that was around a time from what I remember, or maybe even before that. Because initially they were using hemp for like rope and strong fabrics and stuff like that. Seems that somewhere around 3000 BC, they started thinking, what would happen if I put this in my mouth and lit it aflame? Right? What would happen if I put this in my mouth and smoked it? That's what they seem to think, right? And then it seems that, maybe, it's not just for smoking. We should also use it for textiles again. It's the basis thing that I'm getting from the historical record in this instance. They started using it for textiles, but, this is great for rope. This is great for... textiles, materials, everything. Let's be like, and then somewhere around 3000 BC, a curious shaman just been, what if I fucking smoke this? What if I fucking smoke this shit? And then realize it was like this massive, it would take them to the nether realm, so to speak. And they were like, fucking hell, this is great. And then around the 1000 year, they sort of had like the first millennium BC, they sort of had like 2000 years of like just blazing it. And then they had like, oh, well, we can start using this for textiles again. You know what I mean? Suppose you love dog. It's just, you are a soldier. It's a fucking joke. People are killing us. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Things are going to turn up rosy in the future, Ian. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. We're going to take the country back. And you know what they say? Hard times create strong men, and good men, bad times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times are coming.
We see the ancient Indo-European association of cannabis with funerary rituals was continued into more recent times with pagan cultures of the Celts and Vikings. Early Celtic use of cannabis has also been identified through pollen analysis of a bowl from a rich woman's grave of the late Hallstatt period at Niedererbach in Bavaria. Cannabis use dating to 500 BC was also identified at another Hallstatt site at Fürstengrab of Hochdorf near Stuttgart. The famous 9th century Viking boat burial at Oseberg in Norway, an Indo-European style barrow in which a grand Viking ship was interred, now kept in the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo. In the boat were the bodies of 2 women, the younger of whom was of a high social status, wearing expensive clothes, indicating that she had probably been a queen. She also had a purse which contained cannabis seeds. It has been proven that hemp was grown for textiles in that region of Norway for at least 200 years by the time she was buried, and hemp cordage was widely used by the Vikings. But this burial contained no hemp fabrics or cords at all. Therefore, in light of the aforementioned Indo-European cannabis funeral rituals, we can reasonably assume that these Viking seeds were related to a ritual use of cannabis as a drug rather than a fabric.
Imagine that. They know they're going out, right? They know they're like 25 years old, and they know that their funeral's coming up. So they're like, oh, right, I'm gonna fucking blaze it, and I'm gonna go out fucking blazing. You know what I mean? Maybe there's some ancient wisdom in that. You know, maybe if some. I can't believe I just thought of that. I was gonna say maybe if there's some. I'm not going to say it, actually. I don't think I'm going to say it, actually. No, I was going to say that maybe it's a person going for like a euthanasia or something like that. Maybe they can blaze them up first. I mean, but I don't want to make a joke about that. I don't want to make a joke about that because there's a concerted effort to get the old generation of Brits to euthanize themselves and contribute to their own genocide in their own homeland. Right. That's why I didn't want to say anything, but I've said anything now. I made a joke about it. We can make jokes about it. Comedy is increasingly being criminalized, so we can make jokes about it, stuff like that. But yeah, that was where my initial thing went. When Tom showed this, wait. When Tom showed this, it seems to be AI generated. It seems to be like, where is it? There it is. It seems to be AI generated. When he shows it like this, it's like, yeah, right, okay, I'm gonna die. So. Blaze myself up, you know what I mean? I'm not going to feel a thing, and I'm going to go into the afterlife blazing as fuck. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on the right die? It shouldn't be incentivized in the way that it is. Around this time, you're asking me when I'm about 4 or 5 whiskeys deep, so it's not the best. I don't think it's something that should be incentivized in the way that it is. And I suppose it comes down to your conception of what objective morality is. You know, different people of different religious persuasions are going to have different things on it. I think the biggest thing is at the moment is just massively being incentivized to people for political reasons. That's why I think I'd be massively opposed to it. Because don't get me wrong, nobody wants to see like an elderly relative or anything like that dying and suffering as they're going out, and it's taking a long time, right? Nobody wants to see that. But if I had a choice, I got as high as a kite. I can understand that. I think it's the biggest case at the moment where politicians are marketing it in a certain way. You know what I mean? And I see that it's being massively politicized. It's a little bit like abortion in that regard, in the sense that it's being massively politicized. Anyway, in my opinion anyway. And I don't want anybody to suffer from anything. But in the way that it's being promoted to certain groups in particular, using advertising and with the backing of certain, corporatism and stuff like that, in many ways, I think there's a far more sinister agenda behind it. And there was a case of, let me see if I can find it. I think I either reposted it or shared it on my X earlier. This is the really potentially sinister side of it. Because make no mistake, nobody wants to see like an elderly relative or something like that, or somebody like that rather, suffer unnecessarily. Nobody wants to see that. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Something I reposted earlier. It was a really, really tragic headline. Where was it? Maybe I can find it a little bit later, but it was a case of where an elderly person, I believe in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, was euthanized without her consent. And that was an example of something where I'm like, oh, okay, this is, this is where the really sinister side of it. And I think, if a person wants to make that choice, if they get to the end of their life, if they have like a terminal illness or they're suffering and stuff like that, I understand it. It's not in my opinion, you know what I mean? And I understand why people have the certain things for it. My nan told me she couldn't wait to die because being an old sucks. I understand that. She's like 79 to 80 and lived another 10 years. So yeah, I fully understand it. I fully understand, because nobody wants to see a loved one suffer. Nobody wants to see a loved one suffer unnecessarily. It's not to say it's the same incident, not to say it's the same thing or anything like that. But you get you have usually a dog, for example. They get to a certain age, they end up suffering a lot, and you end up having the decision to have them put down. I understand that, and with humans, I don't necessarily think it's exactly the same, right? But I can understand why people think that. I understand why people think that way, and why people opt for that reason. It's just, I hope that it's a decision made by them with full informed consent, and that they really, really, truly want that. And that the alternative is really, really worse than what they are choosing to engage in. Because you think about it, death is the ultimate, right? It's like crossing the event horizon on a black hole. There's no coming back from that. So I just want to make sure that they are fully. Yeah, I don't think there really is a right answer. That's the thing. It's such a dubious. Not dubious. It's such a politically charged. And people are going to have many, many different views on it. Because make no mistake, nobody wants to see anybody suffer. Nobody wants to see anyone suffer. You want to make sure, first off, that they're making that decision in the right frame of mind. And then they're making that decision with full informed consent. I think that's what you want to make sure. And that people will have different religious beliefs, for example. And if they have different religious beliefs, exactly as you said, depends on your beliefs. If people have different religious beliefs, then that's going to colour their perception of certain things. If they're willing to accept the potential consequence, because that it's coming back to Pascal's wager, right? That if you do this thing, is it going to result in potential consequences after you shackle off this mortal coil? that you can't necessarily anticipate until you get there. And are you willing to accept the possibility of what could happen? Right? There's no way of knowing, but are you willing to accept the possibility of what could happen? If they are willing to accept that possibility, like, see, I wouldn't necessarily like it. Like, for example, if my mother or father or whatever else would say that, you know, I wanted to, if they were in this situation and said they wanted to go to euthanasia, I wouldn't like it, right? Because I want to spend as much time with them as I can. But if it, you know, who am I to say what they can and can't do as an adult with full informed consent and the free will to do whatever they want to do? So yeah, it's absolutely, it's a hard question. It's a hard question, right? Because you're dealing with people that can hopefully can choose for themselves and can make the decisions for themselves. Actually, in the Celtic pagan camp with the soul transferring between vessels. And if that person has that belief, then maybe you say, well, okay, and the biggest thing is, right, who is one adult to say what another adult can or can't do, provided they are in a state where they can provide informed consent, right? It's just such a minefield to try and navigate. Energy can't be destroyed, therefore the energy that animates will carry on in some form. That's it. That's something I hadn't considered before, to be fair. Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics. That's something that I actually hadn't considered before, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because, yeah, energy cannot be created or energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred into different forms. That's absolutely important to consider. I'm just trying to find if I can find the article in question, which somebody shared earlier. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it, just so you don't want things like this, because Canada have gone down the route of basically euthanizing people with depression. So this is one example. It's not the example that I was looking for, but this is one example, right, of, where is it? Here we go. This is one example where Canada has taken it to an absolutely ridiculous degree. They want to seemingly kill everybody of native Canadian stock. An elderly Canadian woman was euthanized against her will. She did not want MAID. She never gave consent. The decision was already made by her family. Activist call assisted suicide, death with dignity. There's going to be further. So obviously it's coming from a massively pro-life organization. If I'm not mistaken, it's the organization which Lila Rose runs, right? Live Action, right? So yeah, founded by Lila Rose, right? So it's an American organization, but again, using things like this, the image on screen, which might be obviously, you know, view it. I can't provide a disclaimer, obviously, because it's live, but if dementia patient killed without consent by assisted dying upon family's request. So it's like this person, seemingly at the very least, never consented to it, but this would be, by any real definition, it seems, murder. So this is where you have to be massively sure, no matter where else, that the person informed consented to it, and that this was in line with some sort of belief that they had or whatever. Because when you're dealing with this, death obviously being the ultimate, and obviously in this instance, for example, you're flirting with murder, you at least have to be very sure. You at least have to be very sure. I don't want anybody or anybody's family member to suffer. Let's make no mistake about it. I don't want anybody's family or family member to suffer. But yeah, I don't mind. How do you think you can grow your numbers? If you don't mind, how do you think you can grow your numbers? Are you talking in terms of subscribers and stuff like that? Basically, in that regard, I just tend to keep posting, trying to get interesting interviews with people and creating interesting content that's thought-provoking, ultimately. A body could technically be alive, but not animated or brain dead, has no spirit, even though it might have electricity. Yeah, I think that was the argument that was made a while ago, which then basically kept a person that was pretty much dead, but kept alive for the purposes of because they were pregnant at the time. The woman was pregnant at the time, and they ended up gestating and giving birth to a child. I know a lot of the people that were massively on the pro-abortion side were being like, this is inhumane, this is that. But I was thinking, like, the only thing that you could think about is the life of the child at that point, because sadly, very sadly, the life of the mother is, sadly been ultimately forfeit. There's nothing you can do about that. The only real thing that you can do to try and salvage that is to try and keep the child alive, and that's what they did. No, maybe put the wrong me. Thank you very much. Thank you ever so much. I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that, Inquisitor. Yeah, ultimately, the thing is, now they say about habits, and repetition and stuff like that. It's a case of, I'm just going to keep doing it, keep doing it. The following has been building very, very steadily. So we have a lot of things to be quite optimistic about. So I recently crossed 1,700 subscribers on YouTube or whatever. Let me see if I can quickly find out what the subscriber graphs have been like. Is there analytics? Let's have a look. Analytics, and let's have a look at where can I break it down via subscribers. So this is an example for you that can bring up on screen now. So we've got a lot of things to be sort of optimistic about, even if it's only small, right? So decent amount of views, decent amount of subscribers and stuff like that. And the biggest thing is I want to have thought-provoking conversations with people. I want to learn more. That's ultimately what I'm in it for. I want to learn more. And that's why I want to reach out to people to learn more. I reach out to people to learn more about the nationalist movement, reach out to learn more about the sexual indoctrination through school system and stuff like that. I'm just a guy that really, really wants to learn, because I realize I am just perpetually stupid. And some people out there with interesting experiences and stuff like that. But a lot of my, for example, what you could call, for example, nationalist views come from the example that is just the case of the British people are being replaced in their own home, and it's just like something needs to be done. I mean, but yeah, the biggest thing is just keep posting, keep creating thought-provoking content, and I model a lot of the stuff that I do off of the podcasters in America and stuff like that. So I watch a lot of the Daily Wire guys, so like Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, those kinds of people. I was watching Ben Shapiro for a little while. Not saying my views always line up with those people, right? But viewing those people with a lot more life experience than me, and as pretty good examples, right, of people who are successful in life and who to sort of emulate yourself after in some ways, like, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, both with very stable families, seemingly a lot of good views. For example, I have my little skepticisms over Catholicism versus Orthodoxy and stuff like that. So again, there's a question around that. So the biggest thing is, though, the format, however, with how they run their shows, and obviously they have production crews, they have all of these additional resources at their disposal through the Daily Wire. I try to sort of emulate that in kind of like, I'm like the Etsy version. I'm like the Etsy version, if you will. But, they have a clearly winning format. And the podcast scene in the UK is so criminally underutilized. And I'm like, right, we need to be pushing this. We need to be pushing independent media, even though there's massive risks to it, because obviously the government are cracking down on it so much. They're cracking down on X. The sooner they're going to be cracking on the podcasts, it's going to be coming, right? And I think they have such a winning formula at the moment. Even if you disagree with their views and stuff like that, Candace Owens bringing in massive multitudes of views, Stephen Crowder bringing in multitudes of views through Rumble and stuff like that, and building his locals platform and stuff like that. It's criminally underutilized in the UK, and it massively needs to change. It massively needs to change, in my opinion, to promote free speech and independent media and those kinds of things, to break the state monopoly on these things. My name is George. My name is George. I don't know if you were referring to Inquisitor there, Ian. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if you're referring to Inquisitor there, whatever. But my name is George, and it's kind of weird. I'm a Welshman, but I have two English names, right? I have two English names. So in this case, my name is George Cresswell, so I have two English names, but I'm a Welshman, so maybe I'm one of these English colonizers that the left-wing socialists in the UK constantly go on about. Who knows? But yeah, my name is just George, so greatly appreciate it, and I hope you understand. I'm not going to be providing any national insurance number, place of birth, and stuff like that. I'm going to keep that under wraps. If anything, the Thought Police already know where that is, but hopefully I'm not going to dox any of my family members and stuff like that. But do know that the town where I grew up has a mural to an integral member of the British Communist Party in it, and if you go and look up, if you know a certain name, you'll find out where I'm from. I'm sorry, I'm burping a lot. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Oof, you called him Inquisitor. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm sorry, Ian. I'm very, very sorry. I'm drunk, okay? I'm drunk. This is the thing, I've had many conversations where I've been drunk and I've just been pouring my heart out to my friends and stuff like that. It's one of those things. I'm sorry, Ian. I'm sorry. I hope you understand that I appreciate... I've addressed you many times by name, so please excuse my mistake. Please excuse my mistake. Nice to meet you, Ian. I greatly appreciate you, and thank you very much for tuning into the stream. Greatly appreciate you all. Anybody that tunes into the stream. Hopefully changing the political dynamic in Wales and in the UK, because if nothing changes, then, well, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? You know what I mean? But yeah, greatly appreciate you all. I'm sorry for calling you Inquisitor, Ian, but hey, best thing is you all have access to the in the chat, the exclusive codes that come from you guys being in the chat that might have already expired. I don't know, because I set them to expire. I wasn't intending to stream this long, but I greatly appreciate you guys for staying with me, and I apologize, Ian, if I've been the one to cause you to have to stay on the sofa this evening. Or this night even. But yeah, so I have an English name too. I found out there's a Welsh version. I was like, Mum, Dad, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's like, I have two English names. I was like, oh no, maybe I'm one of these English colonizers.
In other Indo-European rites, it is clear that cannabis was associated with the dead, the world of the dead, and also with gods like Shiva, who, like his devotees, sits in the smashana, or cremation ground, surrounded by death, and is called Lord.
Cannabis is situated in the world of the dead. Maybe there's a bit of wisdom to be taken from that.
Lord of Smashana. Many scholars, beginning with Georges Dumézil, have connected the cult of Shiva to that of Odin among the Vikings. Both were associated with the dead, with burial grounds, and with male devotees who lived outside societal norms, like a wolf pack.
Male devotees that live outside of societal norms, that you say? Maybe males that are taking back their masculinity from the increased feminization of society? Maybe there's increased wisdom to be taken from that. What is it? What the fuck happened to Welsh world-class rugby? I know, Ian. I don't even think I can watch them anymore. You know what I mean? I don't think I can even watch them anymore. The last couple of years have been absolutely... I remember one of my fondest memories. I'm going to bring myself back to full screen for this. One of my fondest memories has been with some of my friends down in the local Wetherspoons, watching, I think it's Wales v Ireland, but this is when they were on track to win a Grand Slam, and they did win a Grand Slam this year. It was like 2019 or something like that, and it was going to be a toss-up. If Wales lost, I think there was a chance that England could be in with a chance of winning the Six Nations. They couldn't win the Grand Slam because they'd lost a match earlier that year, but Wales were on track to win a Grand Slam, and they did that year. And we were in Wetherspoons, and every single time they scored a try, they scored a penalty, they scored a conversion, whatever it was, right, we were singing so vigorously. The Welsh national anthem erupted in that Wetherspoons like I never heard it before. And we were singing, "You could shove your fucking chariots up your ass," so loud. I absolutely loved it. I physically feel my heart when I think of that memory. What the fuck has happened? What the fuck has happened? I don't know. Who was the guy? I can't remember his name. He played on the wing. Louis Rees-Zammit. He went off to play American football for a while, then seemed to come back. I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened, but I know pretty much it all comes down to backstage politics. You know what I mean? It's always going to come down to backstage politics. You know what I mean? It's always going to come down to backstage politics, and the WRU are a cricket organisation like any other, make no mistake about it. The only time that went our way, not the Irish getting that last minute drop goal. I know. And I remember when we won the game, the eruption in the local Weatherspoons. Honestly, you'd thought that we just won World War II. You'd thought that we just won World War II with the way that the just regular Welsh Valleys people had erupted in this fucking Weatherspoons. It was glorious. It was a glorious moment. I never felt anything like it. And I miss those moments. You know what I mean? Because it's been me in many ways that's deviated from the political norm of a lot of my friendship group, and you know, it's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. But Welsh rugby is not something to celebrate at the moment. You know what I mean? It's not something to celebrate whatsoever. It's a very, very sad state of affairs. And you have a lot of the old guard retiring. You have your Alan Wynne Joneses and all the rest of them. They're retiring now. So it's going to be a while before the new sort of guard, if you will, comes through. And many of the others, it seems that they're moving to other places because of lucrative contracts and stuff like that, which you can't necessarily fault them for. But Welsh rugby's in the dirt at the moment. You know what I mean? Me and my girlfriend and a couple of other friends went up to Murrayfield a couple of years ago to watch the Scotland v Wales game, and it was an absolute travesty. I had a couple of things with that because we were seeing the buses as they come in. We got into a spot where we could see the buses as they come in, and a lot of the Welsh lads coming off the bus, they didn't even look at the crowd. They didn't even wave or anything. They were absolute bunch of arrogant pricks, it has to be said. It was a case of, you know, maybe you could make the argument, oh, they're in the game zone, all of that, but then the performance didn't reflect that. You know what I mean? They ended up getting trumped like 30, 40 odd points to 5 or whatever it was. But we were in a place where we could see the buses coming in. We were waving, we were cheering, all this stuff. Amazing to see you. I'd driven up 10 hours up to fucking Scotland to watch this fucking game, and they couldn't even look at us when we get off the fucking bus. It was actually disgusting. But maybe politics behind the scenes was influencing their desire to play, which is fair enough. But they ended up getting trumped at Murrayfield that year, and then it was only the case we went out in Scotland the other year. It was really, really great. A couple of my friends managed to get a photo with Van der Merwe or whatever it was as he came out of the hotel. He was literally... You don't realise how big these rugby players are till you get next to him, right? You don't realise how big these rugby players are till you get next to him. He walks out of this hotel as we're walking past, right, as we're on this just night out in Edinburgh, and he walks past, we're like, oh my god, it's fucking Van der Merwe. He's like fucking 6'5", whatever it is. Massive fucking mountain of a man. It's just like, you're standing next to him, you feel like an absolute fucking manlet. You know what I mean? I'm like 5'8", 5'9" on a good day, and it's like... I just feel like, oh wow, okay, this is what the apex of masculinity. This is what the apex of masculinity is like. I'm like so inferior right now. It's just like, yeah, team atmosphere makes a huge difference. Politics behind the scenes, all of these things. It was around a time where contracts were going, all of this weird stuff, and all of these things, right? People lack of desire to play, all of these things. But yeah, I remember around the time where I can't remember the last time they won the Grand Slam, but it was around the time when James Hook and all the rest of them were playing. I was just like, it just doesn't hit the same. I don't know what it is. Maybe Welsh rugby is going through a transitional period or whatever else. I do not know, but it just does not feel the same. I wouldn't even notice if the Six Nations came around now, you know what I mean? And then maybe that's sad. You know, I wouldn't even notice if the Six Nations came round. It's going to obviously come around very, very soon. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even notice. That's how bad Welsh rugby has gotten. and I can't remember what the coach's name was. One of my mates made a quote, made a post, made a statement saying one time that, you know, they should have just gave this coach a blank check and said, write as many zeros as you want. And then he went off to coach for France, seemingly. I can't remember what his name was. Is it Mike Phillips or something like that? Stereotypical name. I can't remember what his name was. But it's just, I don't know what Welsh rugby's going through at the moment. I know there's a lot of really, you know, backstage. Everything is politics backstage. I can tell you that. But, oh, it's just awful, man. And it's a shame on a nation that Wales isn't known for its football. Wales isn't known for its any other sport, right? It's known for rugby, and it's known for being the nation of choirs. And it's a guilty pleasure of mine when I watch Americans watching the Welsh national anthem sung at the I'll always call it the Millennium. I'll never call it the Principality Stadium. I'll always call it the Millennium Stadium, right? When Americans hear the national anthem being sung, and it's like they're taken back by it, because Wales is obviously known for its songs, known for its choirs, known for all of those things. It's a massive national thing of national pride. It's like, you know, seeing them blown away by it's like, nah, this is what Wales is all about. And increasingly the politicians want to dilute it more by making it all about nation of sanctuary and stuff like that. It's nothing less than treasonous. It's funny when they say they collect their medals and the small guy in the team is his head above the guy giving it. I know. I'll never forget just standing by Van der Merwe would be like, oh, okay, this is what the apex of masculinity is like, and I'm not that. That's what it was like. You know what I mean? But man, it's awful. Have you heard Americans sing their anthem? Yeah, I have. And I tell you what's funny. I tell you what's a funny guilty pleasure of mine as well is when Americans play their chants versus the British, like, football chants or whatever. I don't know if you've ever seen those where it's like, you know, your sister is your mother, your father is your brother, you all fuck one another, the Kitty family, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. We have the best chants. Let's make no mistake about it. The Americans are like, fight and win. It's like, no. You need to be calling them a bunch of, you know, family fucking incestual bastards. I love it. That's why I love the difference between British sports chants and American sports chants. Literally never found a decent visual of the crowd. Yeah, absolutely. And I said to somebody, I like to watch American sports, for example. I've never watched it in person or when it's live, for example, but like watch clips of the Super Bowl or clips of like baseball and stuff like that. They have, you know, a lot of the sports that are a lot more commonplace and a lot more revered out there are very, very interesting to watch, but Jesus Christ, their fans are awful. Let's make no mistake about it. Their fans are awful, but make no mistake, a lot of our sports fans will soon be chanting Alhamdulillah. So so we need to juxtapose that as well. Let's make no mistake about it. We need to sort that problem out. Yeah, go team, go. Yeah, exactly. It's a case of, you know, you guys have like the worst chance on the planet. You know what I mean? Maybe this is the kind of thing we can devote an entire live stream to, watching British versus American sports chants. I would absolutely love it. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where we, it could be worse. You could be scouts eating rats in your council house. I never heard that one before. One of my favorite ones, however, I'm glad we got to this topic. I love talking about this stuff. Is where he goes, let's pretend we scored a goal. Yeah, it's just like, that's like classic modern British humor. And okay, maybe a lot of things are better in the, you know, for lack of a better term, what's the word I'm looking for? Antiquity days of Britain, right? One thing I will say is that the chance that British sports fans have in the modern day is absolutely fantastic. You know, what is it? Another one is, you know, You're nothing special. We lose every week. We lose every week. We lose every week. You're nothing special. We lose every week. It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm waiting for a sports team to come up with a chant around remigration, but maybe we're waiting a little while for that one. Yeah, let's do sports and food too. I think that'd be fantastic. Food wars between Americans and British, like McDonald's and stuff like that, is very, very interesting to watch. Can we please have McDonald's UK, if you happen to be listening, can we please have a McGriddle in the UK? I say that's a person that doesn't eat McDonald's that often, but please, if McDonald's do a McGriddle, then maybe you'll have better custom from this fat bastard. It's a Korean dude singing, wherever you may be, you eat dogs in your own country. It could be worse. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the one thing we do have to say is that regardless of the state of Welsh rugby at the moment, which is absolutely depressing, which is really, really, truly, absolutely depressing, right? I think it's just going to be a case of, you know, the guys who are the young guys at the moment, they need a bit of time to get into their boots and understand the responsibility that they're feeling. And expectations are a big thing as well. Wales not known for any other sport other than rugby. You know, it's not known for football. It's not known for anything else. The young guys coming through, they have a lot of responsibility. They have a lot of pressure on their heads. So maybe it's going to take a little bit of time, but the politics behind the scenes, I know for a fact, are really, really toxic. And that's where everything comes from. Ultimately, the biggest thing is the desire for the players to play is ultimately knowing that the organization and the coaches and the people with the money bags behind them are going to back them. And they have their own best interests in mind. But I think that's where we're at the moment. That's not the case. What the fuck is a griddle? It's like, I think the McGriddle is like, they create like essentially like a pancakes, or they make like burgers with like not like bread buns, but like essentially what we would consider like scones, if I'm not mistaken. It's absolutely nuts. The amount of things that we've cut back on in the UK that they have out in America and the McDonald's is absolutely nuts. If you go and watch Food Wars, UK McDonald's versus US McDonald's, and you see how much we are getting absolutely fucking shagged on the size of the drinks that are out in the UK. In the US, their large is like a litre of fucking Coke, or litre of Coke Zero, whatever it is you have. In the UK, you are limited to 500 fucking mils as a fucking large. We are getting absolutely shagged, let me tell you. We're getting absolutely shagged. You're great after a few whiskeys. I'll certainly take that, my friend here. I'll certainly take that. If you want to contribute to the whiskey fund, get over to buy me a coffee, my friend. Maybe I'll rename the buy me a coffee to buy me a whiskey. I say, I don't shut up under certain circumstances. I don't shut up. Maybe I think I can do, because it's actually only like 30 seconds, about a minute left of this video that we were watching. Let me log into this. I've probably forgotten my password. I just remember now. I've probably forgotten my password to buy me a coffee. This is very, very embarrassing. Let me see. Oh no, I think I've been locked out of Buy Me a Coffee because I've forgotten my password. Oh no, this is not. Oh no, I can't log in. Okay, I'll just have to forget my password again. Oh shit. You can tell I'm drunk because I normally wouldn't be laughing about this shit. Oh god damn it. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh. The drinks are twice the size because the people are twice the size. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. Oh, where's my... Hang on. Where's my email to reset my password? It won't let me reset my password for some reason. This is annoying. Let's try again. Yeah, Inquisitor, whilst you're still here, make sure to check your emails and make sure to use those things that hopefully should have been sent. Hopefully, oh, it's the wrong inbox, that's why. There we go. Let's reset a new password. There we go. Hopefully this isn't showing on screen. Okay, good. You're witnessing the back end of the production right now. You know what I mean? You're witnessing the back end of the production, the things that I do every day just to check on how things are going. God, it's mad that I can still type that in when I'm drunk. Let me see if I can change this to, let me see, go to page. Here we go. In fact, hang on, let me open this in Chrome. Oh shit, not what I wanted to do. I did just log in, but oh well. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Right, let me see if I can redo this. Okay. Let me see if I can do this with... Oh. Buy Me a Coffee doesn't seem to have a whiskey. So I'll have to just do it as a... let me see. There we go. I can change it to a beer. And I can rename it to a whiskey. There we go. So, good news, ladies and gentlemen. You see, there we go, the chat. This is the email. I'm not in either of those platforms, and I'm quite content to wait for the drop in tips yet. Fair enough. Well, the good thing is that even if you aren't in any of those platforms, it will give you free 1 month access as well as to a friend with no payment information required whatsoever. So in this instance, you don't need to provide any credit card information or account information or anything like that. You'll be able to just go through that link that I sent you, redeem the reward, and then you'll be able to access all of the members' content on there anyway. So I don't know if it might ask you to sign up and stuff like that. If you want to, because I want to give you that because obviously you tuned in for me for the research stream and stay with me to the very end. So if you wanted to fast forward that to any of the other people you might know as well, you'll have those codes as well. So feel free to take advantage of them if you want. They're eligible till next Friday at 5:30 p.m. But yeah, but you're more than happy to obviously wait for the content on here as well. But I've actually changed the stuff on my Buy Me a Coffee page now, I believe. If I quickly refresh it, it should now be the case of you should be able to buy me a whiskey. So if anybody wants to buy me a whiskey, then by all means you could do so. But ayo, I greatly appreciate you guys being with me because, you know, you guys are a light in the darkness. You guys are a light in the darkness of the political landscape in the dystopian case of the UK. So I greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you ever so much. No worries, Inquisitor. Think of anybody that may be somebody that may be interested in just listening to a good conversation about it. Then obviously you've got the link to share with people as well. Maybe share with Ian. Share with Ian. Obviously, Ian, you can take advantage of the Weedy Druids, the Weedy Druids code in the chat. If you want to share it with Ian, obviously you can as well. But for those of you who may not know about like locals and Patreon, the locals is an extension of Rumble. Rumble being a good place to post unfiltered and uncensored content, by the way. But one thing I thought that I'd make you guys aware of, if you wanted to go and follow me, by the way, on locals, not even necessarily in the case of following me in the paid sense, not essentially following me on the paid sense, but the biggest thing is with Rumble is every little follower counts, because Rumble ties a lot of its upload potential. I think it's just you and me again, Inquisitor, so you can follow me again as a free follower. Is that Rumble ties a lot of its upload capacity to the follower count. So for example, I can't upload a certain amount of video or audio or whatever until I get a certain follower count, in which case I'm upgraded to a certain amount of revenue or a certain amount of upload capacity and live stream capacity as well. So the good thing is, I'm planning on doing a exclusive live stream inside of Rumbles inside of Locals very soon. So if you want to tune in with me for that, then make sure you redeem that code. But yeah, Locals, it has all of the exclusive content, but it also ties a lot of the upload capacity and resolutions and live stream hours, all of those things behind follow account. So I'm trying to build my follow account on those specifically so that I can continue to upload more content to that platform. It's a kind of relatively stupid thing that they do. But even a free follower, even a person who follows and just follows the free version of Locals, similar to somebody who follows the free version of Patreon, massively helps. So even if you're not on any of those platforms, it can massively help a creator like myself. Even if you don't take out any of the paid memberships or anything like that, free membership can massively help. But yeah, you'll find that Locals code in the description anyway, and obviously you have the Locals code, which you can redeem until the end of next week anyway, till Friday at 5:30 p.m. at least for Patreon anyway. But yeah, Locals does this really weird thing of putting on a weird benefits for creators when they only hit a certain follower count. So that's why free followers can even massively help. Oh, I didn't realize Paddy versus Gaethje was tonight. I wish I hadn't. Cancelled my UFC Plus subscription or whatever it was. Let me see if I can find anything about it. Let me see. Oh, okay. The main event hasn't happened yet. It's happening in 20 minutes. I hope Paddy takes it, obviously, because he's British and he seems like a decent guy. I'm not sure if you saw, Inquisitor, that Paddy rang somebody's doorbell to say that his dog had shit on their driveway or whatever it was. He seems like a really genuine guy. He seems like a really, really good guy. So hope that he takes it. But yeah, Justin Gaethje is a really, really good competitor as well. I think he had that battle with Max Holloway, and they had that iconic exchange in the middle of the octagon, and it's like, absolutely mad, man. It's like something out of a movie. That Max Holloway versus Justin Gaethje. It was like something out of a fucking movie. So I certainly wish Paddy the Baddy the best tonight. But still can't watch it on pay-per-view on that UFC Plus. You really can't. Damn, Dana White getting greedy for money by the looks of it. It's mad because I have such great memories of watching people that I know on UFC Plus. You know what I mean? People who I know, and I've had the luck to train with. You know what I mean? He's also a scouse and a full-on lefty. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I say that a lot of you know, a lot of them are. You know what I mean? I think when they realise how much the people of Britain are backed up against it with political initiatives, I think they'd soon change their minds. But a lot of them, they just want to bury their heads in the sand, you know what I mean, and not confront what's going on. They'd sooner rather stay asleep. You know what I mean? It's awful, man. It's a shame, because I remember great memories of watching people whom I said I had the luck to train with, watching on UFC Fight Pass and stuff like that. People who've made it to the pre-show. People whom one person in particular, whom I'm very, very confident, who I've had the pleasure to interact with and train with, whom very likely could make it to the main card if he keeps up with what he's doing. He's a tremendous guy. I'm very, very lucky for the people in jiu-jitsu in particular who I've had the opportunity to train with and who've shown me no end of care and said, look, get back up on it and get back up on the horse, and look, you've had this really embarrassing loss in this interclub and whatever, it's not going to define you. I remember saying before on one of my streams that a man who's on the UFC, he's mostly on the pre-show at the moment, but he has a massive personality about him, and I think he could go very, very far. I think he could go very, very far. Came out to me to chase me to my car outside of my local gym where I was training to tell me, look, you've had this, you know, you lost in that interclub, whatever. Don't take it to heart. Come back training. You know, it doesn't matter. Get back up on the horse. Truly amazing people. You know what I mean? And really one of the biggest things that stopped me really from going back to training, recently at least, is not only my fitness level, because I let my fitness level go, but it's just because of the unacceptability of certain political opinions. You know what I mean? But truly amazing people. People that run the gym where I was training, who I still pay the membership for, who I wish nothing but the best for. You know? And talent, for lack of a better term, who came out to find me, a nobody, from the Welsh Valleys, outside of the gym as he was going to his car when they were, you know, they're a UFC caliber athlete. It's just, there's no words to describe that. You know what I mean? Apparently, if you dedicate yourself fully for 2 years, you know, you become world class. I don't know about that. Sometimes people come into the gym as their first day and they absolutely rocked me. You know what I mean? And I've been training for like 2 or 3 years. I miss it so much. I miss it so much. But at some point I'm scared to go back because of how, you know, unacceptable certain political opinions are. That's hard, you know, but this is what it is, I guess. Because I have nothing but good things to say about the coaches and the people that I've interacted with. The UFC caliber athletes that I've had the pleasure of interacting with, and that is a pleasure to say that I'm from the same place that they are from. You know what I mean? One day. I haven't thought about speaking to them, to be honest. I haven't thought about speaking to them. Biggest thing is I haven't trained at the gym for over 12 years. I haven't trained at the gym for over a 12 month. So I don't know. Maybe I'm making a lot of presuppositions that aren't justified, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions and making unfair conclusions on things that wouldn't be true. You know what I mean? You know, I saw on X that somebody, it wasn't somebody who I even followed, but somebody that came up on my For You page, that they had an incident where they were training at, I believe, a martial arts gym or a jiu-jitsu gym. And they were told they weren't welcome there anymore. You know what I mean? And I think, I haven't stopped my subscriptions and payments to the gym because I want to support them. They're as far as I'm concerned, a local business, and I want to support the training that goes on there. They're absolutely tremendous people. I mean, care about the backlash, not if they want you there. You know, yeah, exactly. And a part of me thinks that, I might be too big for my britches. You know what I mean? Does anybody really care? Does anybody really know? But it's a case of, I had somebody who was in my community call me all manner of things that weren't true, Nazi, fascist, antichrist, all of these things on social media because of things that I'd even reposted, not even things that I posted, because of things that I reposted. I'm thinking, oh, well, if they saw it, who knows who else saw what I've done. And it's a case of, am I going to go back? And I just don't want that awkwardness. You know what I mean? Most MMA guys have right-wing instincts to probably agree. Maybe. Because I really want to go back. I really missed it. You know what I mean? I suppose it's a case of, Antichrist ministry, and it wasn't even for things that I posted, it was for things that I reposted. So it was mostly things that for a bit of context, it was mostly things that I'd reposted from a person that I later interviewed on the podcast. It was James Esses, the psychologist, right, the therapist. Things that I reposted from him regarding trans ideology and anti-abortion stuff and all of those things. I just reposted a couple of things on X, and that was what was called for me to be called Nazi and anti-Christ and fascist and all of those things, right? Which I think was a bit extreme, right? But hey, people are going to have their opinions, right? But I remember the strife that it created. I was like, do I want to go through that again? You know what I mean? But hey, I'm not going to stop doing the podcast. I'm not going to stop doing live streams and all of those things, right? It's just, it's why I think I said in the live stream before, or podcast before, why I certainly talked about it with Josh Fernie, right? When I discover somebody that at least sees things in a modicum the same way that I do. A slight, very, 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 very slight thing the way that I do, I almost like break down in tears. Even somebody saying that the boats are a problem, for example, let's just say that. I hear somebody say that, drive all the illegal immigrants out in my local community. I'm like damn near breaking down in tears, being like, oh my God, thank God somebody sees things at least somewhat the same that I do. Because you're absolutely right. Wales is absolutely infected with the same type of leftism as Liverpool. Liverpool being one example. Yeah, the Nazi fascist stuff I can brush off. Exactly. You know what I mean? Antichrist, no mistake in that. Exactly. The biggest thing you said there about Wales infested with leftism, you saw about the guy that okay, I understand people having anti-Zionist or anti-Israel or whatever views, right? But you had that guy that was called the Weeping Nurse of Wales, whatever he was called, right? And that was absolutely fucking embarrassing. Make no mistake about it, that was absolutely fucking embarrassing. It's just like, it just shocks me how, because it hasn't massively affected communities like mine in the way that it has in like Telford, Blackburn, London, Oldham, all of these other places, right, that it hasn't yet. People think that's not gonna happen. I'm like, yeah, if things go well and people with more of nationalist views are going to get their way in politics, yeah, they're not going to go that way. If things go the way that your way of thinking, it absolutely is going to go that way. I didn't see that. I didn't see what. You have to brief me because on what part you're specifically talking about here. I'm sorry. I know I'm not the best at following on at the moment because fair to say I'm a little bit merry. And this is where I get a little bit contemplative, and I'm doing this a lot. It's not because I want to like hide my face or anything like that, but I start to think a lot. You know what I mean? It's weird. You're sort of having this like agony aunt session at the moment. I'm so sorry because you're not getting paid for this. Yeah, you'll have to brief me on what you mean by say you didn't see that. I've got your chat up on screen. I'm just waiting to see what you respond with in the chat. Steve Laws, as an example, said that he doesn't walk about with anxiety every day and stuff like that. He doesn't walk about whether he's going to be, you know, have any kind of conflict or whatever on a day-to-day basis. I frequently do. Oh, the crying nurse. I'll see if I can find some footage for you now. He was all over X at one point. He went out to Gaza to protest. I can't remember what his name was. He went out to Gaza to protest. Let me see if I can find some video before I quickly. Oh shit. I mistyped. Hang on. Let me see if I can quickly find some video. I don't expect I'll be able to find some, but I can't even remember what his name was. But he was a guy that went out to Gaza and he became pretty much renowned as like the wailing nurse, if you will. He was going about it was a good while ago, so about like the genocide in Gaza and stuff like that. Let me see. Wales nurse. I can't find anything. I'm not going to be able to find anything. Guarantee you I'm not going to be able to find anything. But he went out to Gaza and he was famously or infamously, let me see if I can find it. Wailing nurse. Wales. Gaza. Lee Evans. Lee Evans, his name is. Now, if I duplicate this tab, bear with me. I'll bring it up on screen in a moment. Here we go. This is Wales Online. This is Wales Online. And I'll bring it up on screen for you now. This is the guy in question. He went into Gaza. I'm just going about the genocide there and stuff like that, right? But he became a meme essentially at the time of a stereotypical leftist who was going out to the countries on the other side of the world and whatever, bemoaning their conflicts that had nothing to do with their home country. And he was actually outside the Senedd chanting, I believe, free Palestine. I don't think it was death to the IDF. It was free Palestine, if I'm not mistaken. But classic example of your Welsh leftist that you're talking about. So in this instance, Lee Evans, nurse Lee Evans was trying to deliver aid to Gaza when viral clip was filmed. You remember when It tells you a lot, like, not to toot my own horn, but I can do this. I can bring this up when I'm drunk. I have pretty good recall, right? That Welshman falls to knees in tears in front of police at Gaza border in front of viral video. Now, I can understand people who have oppositions to Zionist ideology, oppositions to what Israel doing in Gaza, opposition to the settlements. I can understand that. There are more Muslims in the UK than there are people, Welsh people certainly, in Wales. And this guy is over in fucking Gaza, worrying about fucking Gaza, when if the fucking Muslims wanted to, they could overtake Wales tomorrow on formal population levels if they fucking wanted to. I'm like, bring your focus back to where it fucking matters. It matters at the fucking homeland. So yeah, this is an actual thing, and I understand. Don't get me wrong. As somebody who, in the wake of October 7th, was like, I was essentially in the wake of October 7th. If you want to go and read this article, by the way, I'll link it in the chat now. Bear with me. I'll go and link it in the chat. If you want to go and read this, it is bear with. There we go. Shit. Sorry, you're gonna have to bear with me because I'm obviously slightly drunk. Hey, you fucker, I don't have a bed. I'm sorry, Ian. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. This is the Wales Online article that I'm reading from. What a shame for the comedian Lee Evans, I know. But this is the thing. It'd be like, there's many more people who are in Wales that could take over Wales if they wanted to right now, and you're spending your energy on Gaza. And I can understand that. I can understand people being massively opposed to Zionist ideology. I can understand that, right? But I'd be like, let's focus our efforts on the home, please. Let's focus on the efforts that there are more fucking Muslims that could overtake Wales tomorrow if they wanted to. Because bear in mind, you have to take in mind that the current population of Wales is about 3.2 million. That's obviously not all Welsh people. Welsh people are probably already under about 3 million people, right? There's over 4 million people in the UK alone. We could be overtaken tomorrow if they wanted to. Again, not based on population numbers, not necessarily in the count of, just because they have more numbers, that means they're going to win all battles and that means they're going to demographically replace Wales. But on a population number, they absolutely could. And we have Plaid ministers in the Senate talking about, do we really want the next batch of ministers to be white and male? Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Sadly, for Plaid Cymru, the Welsh people are a white people. Oh, how sad it is for them. How sad it is for Llainos Medi to say that, oh yeah, she wants to import tens of millions of Afghans to the UK as voting blocks, but sadly she's not going to be able to. Let me see if I can quickly pull up that video a moment as well, where you can see that she's talking about safe and legal routes for Welsh people to come to the UK, no matter how much numbers they come in. By the way, one thing you want to bear in mind when I play this video now, she talks about women coming from Afghanistan, right? And this is how ingrained it's come into my memory that I can even talk about it when I am absolutely off my face drunk nearly. She's talking about women coming from Afghanistan. Women coming from Afghanistan they could ethnically cleanse Wales alone about 7 times over, right? This is a clip from Doge Wales. And this is what she had to say about bringing Afghan women safe and legal routes from Afghanistan.
We could go into that. We could show. We could show leadership. We could use. We've got the Human Rights Act. We've got these issues that we can use to try and go into these nations. Afghanistan
to change the Taliban's view.
Afghanistan is a one that we have actually got some individuals living in our communities. They've been able to come. Sure. We could make a decision that Afghanistan is a country that we can't get to the source, so we will have that safe route for them to come to our country because it's unsafe for them to be there, because we wouldn't want those women to live in the way that they've been forced to live now, not going to education, not giving those opportunities. We could work. There is a different answer for all those different countries.
So it's a safe and legal route you're suggesting.
But I mean, could I just interject? How would you integrate that number of people? I mean, one estimate I read quite recently suggested as many as 800 million people could potentially want to come to the UK. And it's worth mentioning here that actually those often who are most...
And this is the thing, and this is going to be my last comment for tonight before I quickly jump off. It only makes sense when you consider that our politicians are thinking in terms of voting units. If they're thinking in terms of people, nothing that they're talking about making safe and legal routes for foreigners makes sense. At least in terms of the amount of foreigners that they're talking about. Nothing makes sense. If they're thinking about terms of votes to turn the democratic system against the native people of Wales and against the native people of the UK, it makes perfect sense. So that's where people are easily able to see that this is treason. And I hate that so many people aren't able to see it, that it's absolute treason what's going on. It has nothing to do with the hate for the foreigner and the hate for immigration, the hate for the immigrant. It's nothing to do with that. It's to do with the fact it's being used to pretense. I'm on mute for some reason. No! I was on mute for some reason. Sorry, guys. I was on mute for some reason. What did you miss? What was the last thing you heard? I'll wait to hear from you in the chat. What was the last thing you heard? I'm so fucking sorry. I was on mute. I think I must have accidentally hit mute on accident. Sorry, what was the last thing that you heard? No, sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, right? Maybe this is a downside of alcohol, right? That I didn't realize that I was on mute, or I accidentally hit myself on mute. What was the last thing that you heard? Please let me know in the chat. I know, I'm back. I know. I'm back. I was on mute. I'm sorry. There's about a 30-second delay on this stream, so I realize that I'm not going to be hearing from you guys until long after I poured this whiskey right now. But, ayo, the things in the UK right now are depressing as fuck. Things in the UK right now are in many ways depressing as fuck. So let me know what the last thing you guys heard was, and then I'll try and recoup where I was. I am so sorry. My last quote. It's been used as a right. Okay. Yeah. It's been used as a pretense for treason. It's been used as a pretense of treason, and many people can't dissociate with the fact that if they say that, that means that they are inherently hostile towards foreigners and hostile towards immigrants, stuff like that, and they hate people on the color of their skin and all of these things. That's not the case, right? You can see things as the absolute treasonous acts that they are, and that doesn't mean that you are inherently hostile or hatred and whatever else to the people that are being loaded into the barrel of that gun and being used as weapons. That's why, in fairness, even though I think personally I might be a little bit more sympathetic to the people that have been used as weapons, as like your Steve Laws, for example, who's taken more of the hard line, I can see that these people have been used as weapons in the gun of treasonous politicians. You don't need to hate any person to understand that. It is absolutely treason. And the massive thing is that our politicians, in order to stab us in the back, have imported massive voter blocks that vote for them up until the time that they get into enough number, like they did in Blackburn, like they did with Kate Holland, to vote in their own interests and elect their own representatives, in which case they've completely usurped our democratic system. That's treason. That's treason, and it should be punished as such. Makes sense why Tony Blair, when he came into the administration, changed the treason law from death to life in prison. And it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, because think about it. Somebody who was knowingly going to commit treason wouldn't want the penalty for treason to be death, would he? So yeah, I'm sorry I accidentally muted there, guys. I'm sorry I accidentally muted. This is the downside of being, a few drinks deep. This is the downside of being a few drinks deep. I don't realize I put myself on mute, and then I mute myself, and then I go on this massive monologue, right? And then I don't realize that I've been on mute the entire time. People don't seem to realize it's people who put bomb vests on kids who come. Yes, exactly. This is the kind of horror stories that you see from people who are out soldiers who served, right, out in Fallujah, out in all these other places, that they were using kids as weapons, man. It's like, what do we have to gain? What do we have to gain from importing those people here? We don't have anything to gain. But our politicians do. Our politicians do, because they see them as votes, and they see them as ways to usurp the democratic system that we have in our country, right? And they're using it to use democracy to destroy democracy. And guess what? You can say that without discriminating against any race or any creed, any religion. That's the reality. And make no mistake, for people who don't say demographics matter, this is the thing that I covered in a recording which I made earlier on today, which is coming out tomorrow. For people who don't say demographics matter, like the Civnats and people like that, and the social liberals who have a bit of a, bent with Islam and stuff like that, why would our political leaders, treasonous and globalists, declare war on demographics if they weren't important? And in fact, just to bring this up, this is one bit of context which I want to bring up in my podcast coming out tomorrow, which I'm going to do 2 parts of. Larry Fink outright admitting that the globalists will not deliver the status of life that people want, and that nationalists will deliver better outcomes and better quality of life because they have stringent xenophobic, quote unquote, immigration policies. And then also about how the whole goal is to demographically replace the United States because they want people to vote in a leftist way.
These large developed countries that have xenophobic immigration policies, they don't allow anybody to come in, shrinking unemployment, shrinking demographics. These countries will rapidly develop robotics and AI and technology. And if the promise, I didn't say it's going to happen, but if the promise of all that transforms productivity, which most of us think it will, we'll be able to elevate the standard of living of countries and the standard of living of individuals even with shrinking populations. And so the paradigm of negative population growth is going to be changing. And the social problems that one will have in substituting humans for machines is going to be far easier in those countries that have declining populations, these large developed countries.
And then this is the second video.
So what is the end goal? Why are they allowing it? Sure, they want to change the demographics of the United States. They really do. Because, I mean, no, honestly, the people from Nebraska, like my family's like Americans that have, my family's been in the United States for 400 years. Traditional standard Americans are not leftists. Latin America's all leftists. And it's just, it literally is. This is just to try to change that demographic. So what is the end goal? Why are they?
So for those who say those things aren't important, well, make sure you show them those two videos. They're available online as well. If anybody has the outlets where these things are available, bear with me 2 seconds. That is the post for the Project Veritas one. And then this one will be the post, oh shit, for the, if I copy the link, bear with me 2 seconds, and then that is the one for the one where you had Larry Fink basically laying out all on the table. So yeah, still a long battle ahead, but it's really reason to be optimistic. And given it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll probably have to leave it there. But thank you ever so much for being with me, everyone. You'll certainly have to check your noticer license for noticing that one. I do watch the Jolly Heretic whenever his posts come up on my X feed, but admittedly that's not overly often. But yeah, I certainly get a lot of insight from his posts when he comes up and stuff like that. But thank you ever so much for tuning in. I'll have to leave this for now. But yeah, so I can notice, but not online, not in public. I'm allowed to notice silently at home. Yep, exactly. Don't be being a thought criminal and a speech criminal now, Mr. Inquisitor. Don't be being that. That's the worst thing that you could be. But I think we'll go over this a lot more in the very, very, very near future as well. You take care, everyone. Mr. Inquisitor, make sure you use those codes. If you don't have access to the platforms, maybe take the charges so you can get access to the to the content which you were on the research stream with me for, which I greatly appreciate. You take care. Obviously, everybody take care. Have a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. You take care now. Thank you ever so much for tuning in. Wishing you all the best. Godspeed.